We've been doing a series of Dharma talk on the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. And for those who haven't been here previously, you have missed out on the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold. The Eightfold Path we haven't really started yet. We have spent about 6 or 7 Dharma talks on the Four Noble Truths. These are the basic that all those who follow the Buddha's teaching, they should know about it, the Four Noble Truths. One of the Four Noble Truths, maybe it's worth reiterating in here, just for 1 or 2 minutes. The Four Noble Truths, suffering, that's the first Noble Truth. Causes of suffering, second Noble Truth. Third Noble Truth is cessation of suffering. Fourth Noble Truth is the path leading to the cessation of suffering. In other words, suffering, you can stop suffering. So we know the suffering in this world, what kinds of suffering, how come we have suffering, source of suffering, why we are suffering, we all cover that. What are the causes for it? We already have covered that in detail. How to stop suffering. We can stop suffering, that's the third Noble Truth. How to do it, that's the path leading to it. And I think right now we've got to the path. I should be talking about the Noble Eightfold Paths now. The objective of listening to Dharma talk is to understand the truth of life, or to awaken the faculty of penetrative understanding, which see things as they really are. You know what I mean? To see things as they really are and not as what they appear to be. To see things as they really are. We are born with mental defilements, with views and habits that have influenced us since birth. Not just the present birth, but also in uncountable births before this one. We don't only have this life, we have previous lives and we have the future life. We have the past, the present, and the future. So we have accumulated all these habits and views. To arrive at the realization of the truth, to see things as they really are, which I explained in 2 talks before, it is necessary to take up the practice of meditation. Why? Because meditation strengthens the capacity for sustained concentration. It's easier to develop insight by training yourself with meditation. And it's been proven also by many people that meditation is also very good for health. It serves the purpose of maintaining good health too, especially mental health. This insight so gained would gradually eliminate our ignorance and help to acquire wisdom. Wisdom, prajna. For those who have learned the Hridaya Sutra, you know what prajna is all about. P-R-A-J-N-A, prajna. Prajna is wisdom, and this wisdom is different from intelligence that we always have been talking about. It's more than just intelligence. But how is wisdom to be acquired? How do you acquire wisdom? Wisdom cannot be gained by merely learning, gathering, and accumulating a whole bunch of information. Don't think that you'd read a lot of books, you'd see a lot of DVD tapes, and then you know everything about meditation. It's not just by reading information. You really have to practice it. You have to get insight and experience from it, not just by reading or tapes or DVDs. However, the Buddha said wisdom can be cultivated. We can cultivate wisdom. It comes into being through a set of conditions we have the power to develop. These conditions are actually sometimes we call them mental factors, components of consciousness, which fit together into a systematic structure that can be called a spiritual path. So this is the path leading to the cessation of suffering that we're talking about, and this is the the Noble Eightfold Path, the path that would lead us to stop suffering. And there are a few factors we should remember. So we structure a path which include 8 mental factors, and we call that the Eightfold Path, the Noble Eightfold Path. Now what is this Noble Eightfold Path? There's 8 components to it. The first one is right understanding or right view, right understanding. In the Chinese language is Zheng Jian. In the Chinese language, Zheng Jian. Zheng is right. It's not diverted. It's not wrong. It's right. So right understanding, and some people call it right view. I'm talking about the Eightfold Path now. The first one is right understanding. Second one is right intention. In the Chinese language is Zheng Si Wei. Right speech, Zheng Yu. Right action, Zheng Ye. Right livelihood, Zheng Ming. Right effort, Zheng Jin Jing. Right mindfulness, Zheng Nian. Right concentration. So altogether there's 8 components. I repeat, the Noble Eightfold Path are extremely important to understand the Buddhist teaching. Right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Considered from the perspective of practice, the Noble Eightfold Path can be categorized into 3 groups. We use the heading, for example, morality, concentration, and wisdom. These are the 3 pillars of the Buddhist teaching: morality, concentration, and wisdom. Morality, in the Sanskrit language, we call it sila, S-I-L-A, morality, sila. Concentration, samadhi, S-A-M-A-D-H-I, samadhi. Wisdom, prajna. So if we talk in the Sanskrit language, sila, samadhi, and prajna, these are the 3 pillars, like the pillars of Buddhism. It's a foundation to support the whole building. In common English language is morality. If you don't have morality, you can't practice the Buddhist teaching. On the one hand, you're following the Buddhist teaching. On the other hand, you're doing all kinds of unwholesome deeds. You're involved in unwholesome actions, unvirtuous actions. Then you're contradicting yourself. So you really have to have morality. Of course, there's a lot of details under morality. The Tripitaka, all these sutras and all these talks and all this Vinaya and precepts book, they're all dealing with morality. So morality. Concentration is the meditation that we're talking about in here. Concentration. You need concentration too. And then you also need wisdom. So morality, concentration, and wisdom are the 3 pillars of Buddhism. Now why do we outline these 3 pillars? We try to outline these 3 pillars, and we fit the Noble Eightfold Path into it. Now then, how do we relate morality to the Eightfold Path? Morality means training the moral discipline, which includes what? Right speech, right action, and right livelihood. Remember I talked about the Eightfold Path? So morality, under morality there's right speech. If your speech is not right, you're cursing, you're lying, you're slandering, you're flattery, then it's not the right speech. That's not morality. You're cursing, you're lying, you're slandering. If you don't, that is out from the morality confines. So morality means training the moral discipline, which includes right speech and right action. Abstinence from killing, abstinence from sexual misconduct, abstinence from stealing. All this killing, sexual misconduct, and stealing, all these deal with actions. So you really have to have the right actions. Now I'm simplifying right now. in the later session, I still have to touch on every one of these Eightfold Paths. For example, right understanding, right speech, right action, right livelihood. We really have to deal with it in detail. I'm just giving you a very simple outline. Morality, the three pillars. First one is morality. Second, concentration. Third is wisdom. Under morality, you fit what in there? You fit right speech, right action, and right livelihood. What is right livelihood? Your occupations, what you're doing. If you're following the Buddha's teaching, the Buddha way, but you're involved in illegal deeds, drug trafficking, dealing with weapons, or involved in a trade that is slaughtering animals, killing, all these, not the right livelihood. You are involved in something that induces a lot of bad karma to yourself and to others. So under morality, you really have to study right action, what is right action, what is right speech, and what is right livelihood. So Buddhism is not dealing with just getting blessings from Buddha, leading down and prostration, not dealing with mystical stuff about aura, about spirituality, about getting clairvoyance. No, we're not dealing with that. We're dealing with actual livelihood, the way of living, your morality. So morality includes right speech, right actions, and right livelihood. Second pillar is concentration. Concentration means training the consciousness to develop insight, which includes right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. So concentration or meditation would include right action, right mindfulness, and right concentration. What is right effort? Right efforts is you really have to apply your efforts to every one of these Eightfold Paths. Right speech, you must learn and apply your efforts to uphold your right speech. You must apply efforts to do right actions, apply efforts to do right livelihood. So every one of these need right efforts. In other words, it's diligence, working hard. No follower of the Buddha's teaching is a lazy fellow. We always have to work extremely hard, we're practiced at it. So right effort, right mindfulness. Remember when we're meditating, we said, when we're circumambulating, we said we pay attention to your walking movement. Right mindfulness. You must be mindful of what you're doing. You must not say, I don't know what I'm doing. I have done something wrong, and when you ask me why I did it, I said, I didn't know. It's out of my control. The problem is, you're not in control of your behavior, your speech. As a matter of fact, when you are out of control, you do all kinds of unwholesome deeds, which leads you to bad karma, which leads you to bad effects. So if you're doing mindfulness, that means you know what you're doing. You're mindful of what you're doing. If you're always mindful of what you're doing, wonders come. Why? Because given that you know what is right and what is wrong, and if you're always mindful of what is wrong, you won't do the wrong thing. If you're always mindful, if you know that being angry is not right, then you can control your temperament. You won't be angry. You won't yell. You won't shout. You won't curse, because you're in control. A lot of people say, oh, of course I'm in control. This is my own mind. My own mind, this is my mind. Of course I can control it. The fact is, you can't. Sometimes you can, but you don't have that concentration. Sometimes you're mindful, but a lot of times you're not mindful. So you need also concentration. How to persist in the mindfulness. A constant persistence of mindfulness is that concentration. You are mindful sometimes, because sometimes you you did something wrong and you know, oh, I did it wrong. I don't know why I did it. Criminals are like that. When they commit crime, when they ask them why, they say, I don't know, I just did it. Out of my control. Extremely dangerous. So you, under right concentration, it includes right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Lastly, not least, wisdom. Wisdom means training the consciousness from developing insight to the penetration of the ultimate reality. Now, that's difficult to understand. Wisdom is to understand, to penetrate, have an insightful penetration into what things really are, not as they appear to be. Is illusory. What they appear to be is illusory. And this wisdom is the highest wisdom. The Buddha called it Bodhi, or the Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi, which includes right understanding and right intention. So wisdom includes right understanding and right intention. So if we can classify it, if we fit the Eightfold Path into the 3 columns of morality, concentration, and wisdom, that's how they should look like. So, let's just repeat. What are the Noble Eightfold Path? Right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. You really have to know this before you proceed even into the Buddha's thinking. Without this foundation, you can't practice the Buddha's teaching. You don't know the basic. Not just prostration, not just meditating in there and you don't know anything about it. You just meditate and no thought. People say, just no thought. Why no thought? How to achieve no thought? If I have no thought, will I be just turn into a piece of stone? A piece of stone doesn't have any thought. Why should I turn myself into a piece of stone of having no thought? Is no thought right? Can I have no thought? If my mind is 24 hours working, always actively working, how can I have no thought? All these problems or the questions come up. We need to answer these questions. Okay, let's just first of all just discuss the first Eightfold Path. We call it the right understanding or the right view. Some people call it the right view. We may not know that we already have a view on everything we see, but we already have. Everything we see, everything we hear, everything we smell, we taste, we touch, we have a view on it. Oh, this is hard, this is soft, this is pungent smelled. We all have views on everything. This is your view. In fact, our whole thinking structures, our perception, labels our values and crystallize them into ideational framework through which we interpret the meaning of our life and the world. We label our values, we stigmatize everything. We have a view on everything. This is tall, this is short, this is ugly, this is beautiful. We live in a world of duality. We discriminate. We have a view on everything. Our views condition our action, speech, and thinking. Views generally divide into 2 classes. Anyway, why do I have a view? Why do we being born with a view? Because we carry this from previous lifetime, not just this present life. In this present lifetime, based on our family background, our education, what we experience, we have certain views that we have. But not just that. That is views of the present lifetime. There are also views of previous lifetime that you brought over. Karmic views. Some people are more obstinate than the others. Some people are more bigotry than the others. Some people are more violent. Some people are more jealous. Some people are more greedy. Some people are more compassionate. Some people are more considerate. Why? All these views have been accumulated from the past. And views generally divided into two classes. Right view or wrong view, very clear. Some view is right and some view is wrong. It is important that we must hold the right view, of course. And if we hold a wrong view, it would lead us towards courses of action that eventuate into suffering. One of these wrong views, to think that killing is right. Humans kill animals for food, you know. We've already been talking about that. Killing. You think that killing is right, slaughtering animals. That's been a view passed from our ancestors. That's been a view that we carry one life after another. We kill animals for food. Humans, they don't need to eat meat, you know. Our teeth is not meant to eat meat. We're vegetarian, actually. But somehow we thought that killing animals for food, it's been a custom for a long time that we're used to it. But it leads us to suffering. How? Well, we'll go into details about reincarnations, about rebirth. On the other hand, if we adopt a right view, that view will guide us towards right action and consequently towards freedom from suffering. Two kinds of right view stands out as the most important. Under right view, there's two kinds of right views. One is a mundane right view which operates within the confines of the world we're living in. Mundane right view, that is, right view of the world that we're living in. The second is a supra-mundane right view, which deals with the way to liberate ourselves from the world of suffering. So one view is about the world. The other view, the supra-mundane view, is about beyond this world. There's two kinds of views. Views of this world is easy to understand. Views that is beyond this world is more difficult to understand. So we have a mundane right view, a worldly right view, or supra-mundane right view. So what is the mundane right view? Mundane right view, or the world right view. We have already studied karma in detail, causes of karma and all that. We already have studied. Karma is distinguished as wholesome and unwholesome karma. There's wholesome karma and unwholesome karma. Unwholesome karma is action that is morally degrading, detrimental to spiritual development, and conducive to suffering for oneself or others. So that's unwholesome karma. And wholesome karma, on the other hand, is action that is morally commendable, helpful to spiritual growth, and produces benefits for oneself and others. So there's wholesome karma and unwholesome karma. We can give innumerable examples and instances of unwholesome karma and wholesome karma. We already have done so. The Buddha selects 10 of each as primary ones. The 10 causes of unwholesome karma are what are this unwholesome karma? The 10 causes of unwholesome karma: destroying life, taking what is not given or stealing, wrong action in regard to sense pleasures, which includes sexual misconduct, false speech, slanderous speech, harsh speech, idle chatter, greediness, anger, and ignorance. Now, the 10 causes of wholesome karma are the opposite of these. So sometimes we talk about karma, we cannot lengthen it to talk in detail, so we just delineate 10 of them for discussion. Destroying life, stealing, sexual misconduct, false speech, slanderous speech, anger, greediness, and hatred, and ignorance. We single them out for discussion. The moral understanding and discipline is the foundation for right view. But what is morality? What is morality? Morality itself is an ambiguous word. Different people in different societies have different morality standards. And some people argued about that. You talk about morality. The Buddha's teaching talk about morality, but morality itself is an ambiguous word. Different societies have different standards. That's why the world has religious morality, even nasty morality, war morality, work morality, family morality. And how can you define morality? Everything is relative, they said. But here we are using the definition of morality in its normative sense that generally applies. Morality is public system applying to all rational persons, governing behavior that affects others and has the lessening of evil or harm as its objective. That means if you are inducing harm or evil deeds on others, that's not morality. If it has the objective of reducing evil or harm, then it is, in the normative sense, morality. Now, morality in the normative sense defines the quality of behavior being in accord with the standard of right or good conduct or with virtuous conduct. So if it is good conduct, right conduct, virtuous conduct, then it is morality. It is moral. The right view comes from... So, what have we been talking about? We've been talking about various things, but in order to put everything in the right perspective, we've been talking about the Noble Eightfold Path, and now we just talk about right understanding for now. In right understanding, some people will ask, right understanding, it is very important that we're being led by the right morality standard. And morality standard, it all varies. It's all relative. So how would we use? So we use it in the normative sense. Anything that is hurting others, inducing pain, or evil actions on others is lacking morality. So, the right view comes from wisdom. And wisdom is the direct instrument for reaching liberation from suffering. If you don't have wisdom, how can you meditate? If you don't have the right understanding, if you're meditating and if you always practice meditation, and on the other hand you're doing a lot of bad deeds, you're contradicting your objective of meditation. So you really have to support your meditation with the right understanding, which means maintenance of morality. And many people hold the wrong view that as long as I'm happy, I can do whatever I want. They think that morality confines are created by religious people. Those who maintain that survival of the fittest is the most important, they laugh at morality and regard it as an impediment to life. They feel that I can do what I want to achieve my happiness, even though it is achieved at the expense of hurting others. We should understand that all our volitional actions have an influence on our destiny that will continue in the future, in future lives. If we don't care about others and continue to do your unwholesome deeds, you will induce karma on yourself, bad karma. The fact that if you are suffering now, and some people are suffering now, sickness, aging, departure from beloved ones, anxiety, fear, disappointment, all this suffering. Why are we suffering? We're suffering because we have brought our own karma from the past, because of the previous actions that brought about this karma. That's why you're suffering. This life is not our only existence, and our consciousness does not terminate with death. Our life continues into the next, in different form, but with the same alaya consciousness, unless we're liberated from the cycle of life and birth and rebirth. Alaya consciousness, we already have talked about in detail. We have 8 kinds of consciousnesses, and alaya consciousness is the storage consciousness. And For now, I won't go back in detail in Alaya consciousness. Now, there is no divine judge standing above the cosmic process who assigns reward and punishment. Nevertheless, the deeds themselves, through their inherent moral or immoral nature, generate the appropriate results. There's no creator who said, you'll be rewarded, you'll be punished. It's the deed themselves, the causality, that generate the karma and the appropriate results. It comes naturally. So you can't get away from karma. People can say, when I die, everything goes. My body is dead, I don't care as long as I'm happy now. That's a nihilistic approach. You think that you only have this life? You have a continuity. You continue into the next life. You carry your karma into the next life. When you die, you can bring nothing with you. Nothing you can bring with you with your death. Not your bank account, not your house, not your property, nothing. When you die, you can bring nothing with you. There's one thing that you must bring with you, and you have no choice. That's your own karma. All the good things you have done, you brought them with you into the next life. All the bad things you have done, you brought them into the next life. All the love, you brought them. All the violence, the anger, the fear, the disappointment, you also brought them with you in your Alaya consciousness. So watch your action, watch your speech, watch your performance. You're responsible for your own action, your speech, your thinking. You can't get away with it. Time is almost up, and I haven't finished the right understanding. But let me tell you, the right understanding is very important. If you don't have the right view, the right understanding, no matter how you practice, it's diverted. It's not the right path. The Eightfold Path must be the right path. So you have to have the right understanding. If on the one hand you're practicing the Buddha's teaching, on the other hand you are selfish, you don't care about others, you're inconsiderate, you're not generous, you're not compassionate, you're extremely greedy, you're extremely ignorant. It does not matter how long you practice, how long you sit, you're going not in the right way. Your meditation must be supported by morality, must be supported by wisdom, by compassion. So you've got to have the right understanding. Your selfishness, that's hurting your understanding. So we need to, the number one in the Eightfold Path is, have you got the right understanding, the right view to life? The mundane view, the right view to the world. Then you go a little beyond. Have you got the right view to beyond this world, supramundane? To liberate yourself from suffering. Have you got a right view on that? Do you know impermanence? Do you know simultaneous causality? Do you know, can you see things as they really are? Can you stay away from immorality? All that we'll really have to learn. Not just learning it, you have to remember it. You have to be mindful of it. That's why we have the right mindfulness to support it. And not just the right mindfulness, you have to practice and experience it continuously with the right effort, diligently, hardworking. There's right efforts. And whatever you're saying must be right, so you have right speech, not cursing, not slandering, not flattery. Then you also have the right action. You cannot steal, you cannot commit sexual misconduct. You cannot kill. Right livelihood. So all this work, all this Eightfold Path is not a linear scale that you finish this one, you go on to the next one. You finish right understanding, you go to right effort, you go to right livelihood. It's not a linear relationship. It's you're doing all this at the same time. They all work at the same time. They're interwoven together. You have to work at the same time, not just one by one. It's not a linear scale. Not a straight line approach, not a step-by-step approach. It's all together, this Eightfold Path would make you become the saint. Without the Eightfold Path, you don't have a foundation to practice. If you're practicing meditation, on the one hand, when you go home, when you interact with people, you're extremely selfish. Then you're not practicing the Buddha's teaching. You're fooling yourself. You're just meditating for health. I want to have good health. I want to relax. It's always I, the egoistic I. I want to achieve that. I want to get this. I want to get that. That's why I'm practicing meditation. No, that's not the right way. You're not trying to fulfill your ego in meditation. If you have an ego, I want to satisfy myself. My objective is to be healthy. My objective is I want to think clearly so that I can compete with the others. You have the wrong objective in meditation. You are full of greediness. You want this and you want that. Everything you want to do is you want to satisfy your needs, satisfy your ego. You haven't got the right view. You haven't got the right understanding. That's the number one most important mental factor in learning meditation. Have you got the right understanding? We know that if we have too much dirt on the body, it would fill up all the skin pores, and then finally it give you bad health. You can't stand it. But if you have those garbage in your mind, don't you think that you need a time to wash them off? Or don't really care? The choice is up to you. The choice is really up to you. How many people really do care? No, until they really have problems. When they have problems, they just express it with their own emotion. They never feel happy. They're frustrated. They're torturing themselves, and they don't even know about it. And this is the time to change. But you need that persistence. You need to do it at least every Saturday morning, rain or shine. Rightly, every Saturday morning, rain or shine. We come here and it helps. But Buddhism is not just meditation, you know. It's one of the techniques to understand the teaching of the Buddha. And it takes time. It takes time to change yourself. It's now the time. You've been going school to school, you've got this society education, you have your work, you have all this, everybody has a different background behind you. And because of the background, because of education, your personality, the personalities of the people surrounding you, all this molds yourself into what you are today. We don't know who you are. We don't know what kind of suffering you have to go through, what kind of happiness you have. But we all know that finally there is aging, sickness, death, suffering arising from departure of loved ones, suffering arising from living with hated ones, suffering arising from interaction between you and your family members and all those members of the society and all those colleagues at work, suffering arising from failures of your businesses, or you name them. Let's deal with them bit by bit. Suffering arising from sickness. You got the sickness and you don't know what to do. Don't you know that meditation is another cure for sickness? Your mind affects the body. What is preceding that body that you have? What is the thing that precedes the arrival of your body? That fetus in your mom's womb, how does it come about first, in the first place? Before that little embryo is born, there is the consciousness that gets into the body first, in your mom's body. The fetus, that embryo, that you, that little tiny little you, it does not come with material, you know. How can material enter your mom's body? The energy gets in there, the consciousness. So what comes into your mom's body that forms you comes from nothing. Comes from something that you can't see, you can't feel, you can't touch. So the thing that you can't see, you can't feel, you can't touch, that consciousness, that energy is you, and that's the predominant part of your body and mind. And later it forms your body and your mind. And once you get out to the world, that fetus is cut off by the doctor. Your first cry into the world when you were born, you were cut off. That kind of consciousness was blocked off. In meditation, you revive that consciousness. If that consciousness works, your health, you become more healthy because you get blocked off at birth. Too much to talk about that kind of thing. We should be talking about the Noble Eightfold Path today. But we should be talking more about how meditation affects the body, how it affects the organs. It's all written in sutras, you know. How it affects your kidney, your spleen, your liver, and your blood, and all that. Meditation affects so much. Because meditation purifies the mind, purifies the consciousness. It purifies the you before you become that body. Some people call it the soul. But it does not matter what name you attach to it. We have to study it. And some people call it the spirituality of you. The divine connection between you and something. I don't know what the name of that thing. But anyway, that's beside what we're talking today. My point is, you have to do it at least once every Saturday. Even if you do it at home, you don't have that group vibration. So it's advisable to make it a point that you do it every Saturday. It's good for you. Anyway, let's get back to what we should be talking about today. We've been spending a lot of series of Dharma talk on the Four Noble Truths, the very basic concept of philosophical concept of Buddhism, the Four Noble Truths. And now we're touching on the Eightfold Path. What are the Four Noble Truths? The Four Noble Truths, let's just very briefly mention it. We already have dealt with it in detail. Suffering. The first Noble Truth is suffering of the world. The second is causes of suffering. We find out the causes of suffering. Third, we know that these sufferings can be stopped. We call it the cessation of suffering. Fourth, method leading to the cessation of suffering. What are the methods involved? So that's actually a diagnosis of the sickness. You find out, you know that it's a suffering. You find out the causes of it. You know that sufferings can be stopped. And we want to introduce the method to stop it. Now, we already have talked about it. And now we touch on the last part, the methods to stop it. The method to stop suffering. And one of the methods to stop suffering is thorough understanding of the Noble Eightfold Path. Not just understanding it, practicing it. The Noble Eightfold Path. What are these Eightfold Paths? Right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right efforts, right mindfulness, and right concentration. These are the 8 factors, mental factors, that contribute to your spiritual path, to the richness of your spiritual path. And consider from the perspective of practice, not just of theory, the Eightfold Path can be categorized into 3 sections of the Buddhist teaching. What are these 3 sections? In the Chinese language, we call it 戒定慧. 戒, morality. The first section is morality. In the Sanskrit language is sila. The second is concentration. In the Sanskrit language is samadhi. The third is wisdom. In the Sanskrit language is prajna. So in other words, if you really want to understand the Buddhist teaching, what are the general outlines? If we generalize it, it's difficult to generalize. So you really have to understand morality, concentration, and wisdom. And we're trying to put the Eightfold Path, the Noble Eightfold Path, categorize them under these 3 columns. How do we categorize it? Morality includes what? Morality means training the moral discipline. It includes right speech, right action, and right livelihood. Before you follow the Buddha's teaching, you really have to know what is right and what is wrong. If you're meditating here every day and you don't know what is right and what is wrong, you're contradicting yourself in the meditation. In other words, everything you do must be supported by morality. If you don't even know what is right or wrong, how can you follow the Buddha's way? So, we all have to maintain a high standard of morality. So you really have to. So the Eightfold Path says you need the right speech. So what is in the right speech? We'll talk about it in detail. Right action. What is right action? We'll talk about it in detail. What is right livelihood? So morality is the first column. It has to be supported by morality. Then it comes the second column, concentration. Concentration means training the consciousness to develop insight, which includes right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. And every one of those factors we'll talk in detail. So concentration is necessary. It is training the consciousness. In other words, it's training your mind, trying to understand your mind, your own mind. Psychology is to understand generally everybody's mind. But in this concentration, you understand your own mind. And then wisdom. Wisdom means training the consciousness from developing insight. You already have developed the insight in concentration, but you further trained it into insight to the penetration of ultimate reality. That's a little bit difficult to understand. You're trying to penetrate into the understanding of the ultimate reality, to understand everything as they really are and not as what they appear to be. Or we can say the highest wisdom, the Bodhi, B-O-D-H-I. Buddha, the word Buddha derives from Bodhi. What is Bodhi? Understanding, enlightenment. Or another word for it, the Sanskrit word is Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi, which means the highest, the equal, unsurpassed enlightenment and wisdom, which includes what? As far as the Eightfold Path is concerned, right understanding and right intention. So, you know that morality, concentration, and wisdom, you know that what is Buddhism? Beginners would ask. Morality, concentration, and wisdom. Nothing to do with a creator. Nothing to do with blind faith. Nothing to do with superstition. Nothing to do with getting blessings, prostrations, prayers. Not all that. It's about morality, about concentration of your own mind, about studying your own mind, about reviewing the wisdom you have in your mind. It's about yourself. Isn't that logical? Studying yourself. By studying yourself, you also study others. You study others at the same time. So we have already spent some time in the right understanding. Now we have to carry on. Right understanding includes two perspectives to it. The first one is the mundane right understanding, and the second one is the supramundane right understanding. What is mundane? Mundane means the world. It pertains to the world. The mundane view deals with what should be done, what you should do in the world that we're living in regarding morality, concentration, and wisdom. Right understanding, same as right view. Right view of what? Right view of our actions, of our speech, of our thoughts. And in order to understand the right understanding, you really have to understand what is karma, what is causality. And we already have explained karma in detail. It's a very important concept, very, very logical concept. You reap what you sowed. For every result, there's cause. You're lazy, you won't pass the examination. You study hard, you'll pass the examination. And of course, there's a lot of contribution factors to it. You study very hard, you attend every lecture, you get all the notes down and everything, you do all what you can do for the course, and if you write the examination, you pass with flying colors. But of course, there's other contributing factors to it. Even if you've done all the thing, if you got sick on that day, you can't write the examination because of your sickness. That's the contributing factors. So in between cause and effect, there's always contributing factors to it. I try my best to improve, but still I fail. It's because the contributing factors have not matured yet. So we have to nurture contributing factors too. In other words, a baby is born, he becomes a teenager. You really have to give him or her the education. You're the mom and dad. You nurture that baby, education, background, all that, and become a good citizen. So we need all these conditions to put together. So between cause and effect, there's conditions, contributing factors. You're going to nurture those factors. Given that you have the nurturing of factors, good cause, good effect will ripen. Good effects will come out. On the other hand, bad cause will give bad effects. So, how does that help us in daily life? If everybody knows karma, everybody will be successful in what he's doing. Everybody will resolve problems because we know that wholesome cause will bring wholesome result, unwholesome cause will bring unwholesome result. Then you will stay away from bad deeds and do good deeds. So some people ask, what is Buddhism? It can be as simple as the following lines. Buddhism is to stay away from bad deeds, do good deeds, purify your mind, and that's Buddhism. There's no such thing as God in there, Creator in there, no. Stay away from bad deeds, do good deeds, Of course, this is generalization. The God is in you, right there. There is. There's a name, whatever name you want to call it. The Buddha is in you. The God is in you. Did you find it? You don't have to find it. It's already there. Everybody in Alberta is looking for oil. They say, I found oil. No, even before you find it, it's already there. The oil is always underground. It does not matter whether you find it or not. It's a misnomer, it's a misname to call it, I found the oil. No, it's already there. You extracted it by using other means. And now what we've been doing is we use meditation to extract that oil of spirituality, that oil of holiness, that oil of divinity. Are you interested in extracting that oil? Or you don't really care? A lot of people don't care. Even if you don't care, you still live like that. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, work. Every day doing the same thing. You lose your spirituality. You lose your real self. You enhance your ego. You enhance your selfishness. You enhance your problem. You're torturing yourself. Until one day, ocean view. You know what is ocean view? That's the final rest. Don't laugh. We only get worried when we get to that stage. When we're healthy, we think that that stage is too far off. I'm still okay, I'm still walking. You don't know the value of your limbs until you can walk. You don't know the values of your eyesight until you lose them, lose your eyes. You don't value what you've got. You don't know the value of air until you breathe it. You see, in meditation, we just said the in and out breath, the in and out breath. Why? When you're meditating and you are visualizing your molecule inside, feeling the air in and out, what is the meaning of that? That visualization gives you the vitality of life. It makes you understand the vitality of life. What is life? That breath, the in and out breath. You take that breath for granted because it's free. If BC starts to charge for air, give you the bill every month, you worry about it. It is $150 for every cubic inch of air. Then you start to worry about it because it's free. Anyway, get back to the karma. Otherwise, I'll be talking right understanding for the rest of my life. So right understanding, right view, right actions, and right speech. There's wholesome karma and unwholesome karma. Unwholesome karma is action that is morally detrimental to spiritual development and conducive to suffering for yourself and for others. Wholesome karma, on the other hand, is action that is morally helpful to spiritual growth and productive of benefits for yourself and for others. And of course, what is morality? Morality itself is an ambiguous term, but we already have defined it. Anything that is hurting others, that is evil, that is harmful, would be lack of morality. So we don't want to spend the time in discussing the definition of morality. Innumerable instances of wholesome and unwholesome karma can be cited for explanation, but the Buddha selects 10 of each as primary ones, because this, for action, speech, and thinking, there's so many, innumerable. The Buddha cite 10 for explanation. These he calls the 10 courses of unwholesome and wholesome action. Among the 10, 3 are bodily, 4 are verbal, and 3 are mental. What are these? What are the first 3? The bodily courses of action: destroying life or killing, taking what is not given, or stealing, wrong conduct in regard to sense pleasures or sexual misconduct. These are the bodily actions that brings a lot of karma. And how about the 4 verbal? The 4 verbals are lying, slandering, cursing, and double tongue, tale-telling. What are the 3 pertaining to the mind? Greediness, anger, and ignorance. And this is just to generalize it, because so many instances of actions and verbal actions and thoughts and bodily actions. The natural law of karma holds that unwholesome actions ripen in suffering, wholesome actions ripen in happiness. The ripening need not come right away. It need not come in the present life at all. Karma can operate across the succession of lifetimes. It can even remain dormant for innumerable lifetimes in the future. The mundane right actions cause for an understanding of karma. In right understanding, you have to know what karma is. Stay away from bad deeds because you get karma for it. You can't get away with it. You do something extremely selfish, you hurt someone, nobody knows about it, karma knows about it. You can't get away. And why are people's destinies different? Some people were born rich, born poor. It's all karma. Previous life's karma. Anyway, the right understanding also have another perspective. It is called the supramundane. Supramundane perspective. The supramundane, the mundane view by itself does not lead to liberation. In other words, you know karma, you know wholesome and unwholesome deeds, you stay away from bad deeds, you only do good deeds, and that's all pertaining to the world. You want to do good deeds, why? Because you want to be happy. So you attach to good deeds, you attach to happiness. So all this is still with the world. You want to be better. If you believe in reincarnations, you think that, oh, in this life, if I do good, I will reincarnate into celestial beings in heaven, or in my next life, I will be rich, I will be healthy, I will be happy. That's all due with greediness. You just want to better yourself. It pertains to the mundane view of life. The Buddha said, you have to transcend that kind of thinking. That is called the supra-mundane. Supra means above. You have to transcend the mundane view. Because the mundane view does not get you away from reincarnation. You're still in samsara existence. You're still living up to this life, another life. You always carry that karmic force, karmic energy with you, and reincarnate in the ocean of life and death. That's not enough. You still can't get away from life and death. Even though you all do good deeds, then in your next life will be all good. You'll be rich, you'll be healthy, you'll be handsome, you'll be beautiful. Oh, you got all the good things, but you still subject yourself to aging, sickness, death, and all that. So that's mundane view. That's not complete. You are still not out from liberation. So the supramundane view takes a step further to liberate oneself from the entire circle of birth and rebirth, which we call the samsara existence. You get away from samsara existence. The supramundane view leading to such liberation is the insightful understanding of the Four Noble Truths. The Buddha says, what is the right view? It is the understanding of suffering, the origin of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and understanding the way leading to the cessation of suffering. So in other words, the supramundane view calls for transcending life and death, transcends, go beyond existence. then we ask ourselves, how do we transcend life and death? Our karmic force carry us in every life. I'm John in this life, and next life I'm William or Bill or whatever you call. Next person. Some people laugh. Oh, don't laugh. You come from another form. Fortunately, you are in a good form in this life. Some people come with deformed life. Some people come with incomplete mentality. Why don't you visit some homes for children who suffer from autism, mental disorder? Groups and groups of children come here almost once every week. Some of them look pretty and handsome, tall and muscular. From a distance, they are normal. But when you talk to them, they have mental disorder. They were born like that. Why, we call it? Inequalities. It's all karma. And they are still ignorant, they don't know. They are suffering, but they don't know. They are suffering, and they also brought their parents suffering. The whole family suffered, not just them. And sometimes I think every one of us who is on the spiritual path actually have a sacred contract to do. What is that sacred, invisible, holy contract? Let's do something for the world. Change it by changing yourself first. Don't call about, I want to change the world. I want to change society. Change yourself first. You yourself is the first unit you need to change. Change your thinking. So, what should we talk about? Right understanding. We can talk about right understanding from every perspective for a very long time. But just let's summarize it. How is meditation related to right understanding? How do I get away from samsara? How do I get away from birth and rebirth? By meditation. Well, there's a lot to learn about it. When you meditate, don't you know that you're changing yourself when you meditate? You can't change. Changing your body is not difficult. Changing your mind is. We're living in the world we call the world with matter and desire. We call it the karma dhatu. People here, they know because they've been here for quite long. And when we do meditation, we arrive at this tranquility. This tranquility of mind, when you work in meditation, train your consciousness to a certain level, you have that peacefulness in you. When you have that peacefulness in you, your mental afflictions start to drop. Your greediness, your hatred, your jealousy, your temperament, your anger, it starts to calm down. And when you're going a higher and higher level in this world with matter and desire, you arrive at samadhi. What is that samadhi? This samadhi is overcoming the ego. We're living in that ego cell. We're in that prison in which the ego is surrounding you. So when you meditate, your ego is dropping. When your ego is dropping, all these mental afflictions that are affecting you, they're gradually disintegrating. According to the Theravada approach of enlightenment, there are 4 levels. The first level is the Sotapanna level. There's a Sotapanna level, Sakadagamin level, Anagamin level, and the Arahat level, 4 levels. The lowest level is the Sotapanna level. The Sotapanna level is what? They meditate, and they're dropping their view, the ego view, eliminating the ego, and finally they are successful in eliminating all these conceptual mental afflictions. What are these conceptual mental afflictions? I tell you what they are. this conceptual self-view, extreme view, attachment to view, evil view, greediness, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and doubt. All these views, it drops. When it drops, they're changing their consciousness. But they're at the first level. If after meditating for a number of years, they arrive at this so-called the Sotapanna level of enlightenment, they got enlightened at that level, they get old. No more time to practice. They died. Everybody has to die. Take, for instance, they are at the age of 90. They are successful in eliminating all these mental afflictions, and they arrive at the Sotapanna level, and they died. The body has to go. Everybody's body has to go. This is your body, but it will die someday. When he dies, what will happen to him? He will have to reincarnate, going to the heaven, coming back to this world 7 times. And in this 7 times, there's one characteristic. He won't be in the 3 vicious realm. What are these 3 vicious realms? He won't be in the animal realm. He won't be in the ghost realm. He won't be in the infernal realm. He will be just in the human realm or heavenly realm, heavenly kingdom you call it, and maybe in some cases the Asuras realm. And we'll have to explain what Asuras are. So in other words, if you're at that Sotapanna level because you have done meditation, you're already away from the 3 vicious realms of reincarnation. And you come 7 times to this world, and then you become the Arahat. The 7 times you will always practice the Buddha's way. You will practice meditation. You see the difference? You still have to reincarnate. You are still in the samsara existence, but only generally about 7 times. And then during those 7 times, you continue. You would automatically, because you have that cost in you, practice until you reach the Arahat level. Then what's the second level? The second level is Sakadagamin. Sakadagamin level, or the first level we call it the stream enterer, the first level Sotapanna. Stream enterer is the enter into the stream of holiness, the stream of saintness. The second level, the Sakadagamin, is the once returner. So he practiced meditation, he eliminates conceptual mental afflictions and some innate mental afflictions. What are these innate? Innate mental afflictions are difficult to eliminate. They are brought forward from previous lifetime. But they still eliminate some, which is a higher level than the Sotapanna level. They call it the Sakadagamin level, or the once returner. What's the meaning of once returner? They only return to this world and suffer once more, and no more reincarnation for them. Because after one life, they continue to practice and they become the Arahat. See the difference? A higher level now. Once returner. Once return in this world. The other is 7 times. And a higher level is what? Then they go another higher level. The higher level is the Anagamin level. The Anagamin level. The Anagamin level is also called the non-returner. So in other words, he practiced meditation and he died. He's not been successful in being an Arahat. He died. And he's not going to return to this world. This world is too bad for him. He will be in the Rupadhatu level, which is the higher level. People who study Rupadhatu level, you know, they are in the celestial heavens level. In there, they practice until they become the Arahat. In heaven, in the heaven, celestial heaven. But heaven is not the final place to go. The people in heaven, they still died. But this Anagamin won't come down to this world of desires and matter. They will be in the world without desire, with matter only. And then in there, they practice until they become the Arahat. That's the 3rd level. For the 4th level, another 4th level, that level is this man practicing meditation. And he's been practicing previous lives, probably. And he was successful in eliminating all mental afflictions, clear of them, fully liberated. The ego is all dropped, fully dropped, completely dropped. No more ego, No more desires, no more greediness, no more ignorance, no more hatred, no more anger. He was successful in doing it in one lifetime. He is the Arahat. He attained Nirvana. The Buddha did that. Buddha Sakyamuni 2,600 years ago, he was the Arahat. He was able to eliminate the ego. No more. So, but he still has the body. He became the Arahat at the age of 39. 30 or 39, I think it's 39. Various sayings, some 39, some say 35, and some say 41. But anyway, he became the Arahat, and he still carried the body around because the time is not ripe for him to leave the world, to pass away. So he spent another 49 years in promoting what he knows and telling people, you can get away from reincarnation. You can get away from suffering. Try this. So that's Buddhism. He's the Arahat. The Arahat has still to die out this body. Because Nirvana, the complete Nirvana has not come. He has achieved Nirvana. But the Pari-Nirvana is when the body is gone. So when he died out this body, no more body. No more learning, no more body. No more body. This body is bad, you know. This body gets you into trouble. You don't know about it. You love this body so much. This is the target of your loving. You love your body, and some people love other bodies. That's what we call sexual misconduct. You see how people involved in loving? They love their own body and other people's body. And they think that's joyful. And they think that's a happiness. You come to study it. It's impurity. Anyway, I linger on for another 15, 20 minutes now, and it's time to go to lunch. And so I will end at this point. So we have been talking about the Four Noble Truths. That's a very basic concept, but that's a concept that everybody should know about. The Four Noble Truths. That's the first time when Buddha turned the Dharma wheel. In other words, the first lecture, almost the first lecture according to the Theravada school, the first lecture given by the Buddha was the Four Noble Truths. Suffering in the Sanskrit language is dukkha, suffering. This world is dominated by suffering. There's no denying that this world is a world of suffering. You can't deny it because sickness is suffering, death is suffering, lots of suffering, natural disasters. And so the Buddha pointed out that this world is a world of suffering. Now, and then the Buddha said, that's the second noble truth. The origination of this suffering. What are the causes of this suffering? The Buddha tried to analyze causes of this suffering for us. And the causes of this suffering is greediness, aversion, and hatred. You know, there's details in it, but we're not going to get into details. So, suffering, causes of suffering. And the Buddha said that is a way to stop the suffering, cessation of suffering. And then finally, the Buddha said, there's a way to stop suffering, and when the suffering is stopped, you enter into a stage where there's no suffering at all. So it's suffering, causes of suffering, cessation of suffering, a method to stop the suffering. So you have to understand this. If you don't understand, it's just like for a patient is sick. When the doctor checking on the patient, the doctor's got to make sure that that's the sickness, what are the causes of the sickness, the diagnosis of the sickness, method to cure, to heal the sickness. So you got to know all these things before you go on. Nothing about blind worshipping, nothing about just believing in superstitiously, believing in the Buddha and that's it. The Buddha will give you all the blessings in the world as long as you worship and believe in him. Not that simple. You have to analyze your own life. It's your life. So you have to know the Four Noble Truths. Of course, we elaborated on the Four Noble Truths for 2 weeks, for a long time. So we're not going to touch on it again. Otherwise, we can't carry on. And the second concept that we all should know, given that we understand the Four Noble Truths, we go into the next step. Because this method to end suffering, what are these methods? Very obviously, there are eight generally methods for us to stop suffering. What are these 8 methods? These 8 methods are the Noble Eightfold Path. What are these Noble Eightfold Path? Well, this is Eightfold Path is right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. You've got to have these 8 paths walking towards the common goal of cessation of suffering. You've got to know all this. Very basic concept. Not just worshipping, prostration, burning your incense. I remember I had just started on right understanding, but since this is the first time when I'm back, it's good to just review, have a general review of what the right understanding is all about. And as I said, right understanding is to understand Four Noble Truths. And also understand the doctrine of karma, causation, moral causation. Well, a few days ago, last week, and so the fact that actually causation, you understand causation. There was a lady who came for meditation the other day, and before the meditation, as you know, we opened doors, we opened all the doors and opened the back doors. When we were circumambulating, when we were walking, we opened doors. Why do we open doors? We open doors because we want to have free air circulation so that we have more oxygen. And for the next 1 hour, we close our doors for meditation so that we still have some oxygen and fresh air in here. So the lady was sitting in here, and everybody was walking, and she didn't want to walk. She is a first-time comer. And so I said, and also she was sitting on a cushion and crouching in there like this position, crouching in there and doing this, you know. Everybody's walking and doing this. The doors were wide open. And so I said, before you meditate, it's best to put your legs down. Don't sit on the cushion because we haven't started the meditation as yet. And why did you open all the doors? Well, I said, before meditation, we need to have some fresh air in here. And then she was pondering. And so I left her and I kept on walking. And she put up her coat and she left. And later I learned that she was driving all the way from Langley. All the way from Langley, almost 1.5 hours, and going back another 1.5 hours, 3 hours. And she'd been trying to meditate for a long time, and it wasn't successful. So, causation. What is causation? All the causes put together so that you establish an opportunity for yourself to do something. That's causation. If you don't have causation, you never have something established. So imagine if that lady is leaving, and where would she go to? She was driving back and stopped by a McDonald's and eat some breakfast, and going back again and doing regular rigmaroles of what she's been doing, and she missed all this opportunity of learning Buddha's teaching. So causation is very important. And you have to, that's why we said we have to cultivate your seeds. Usually, if we look at our life on a temporal basis, on a worldly basis, your success or your failure in everything you're doing depends on what? Depends a lot on your personality. So there's a Chinese saying that says, whether you're successful or not, all depends on your personality. Your personality depends on whether you will be successful or not. If your personality is you have no sense of tolerance, you can't even tolerate 5 minutes of opening doors, you can't even tolerate some ambiguity and irregularities for 10 minutes, you always maintain this bad temper tantrum, you always work on your temperamental emotion, that's your personality. You missed out this big opportunity of learning about the Buddha's teaching. You missed out this big opportunity of learning to walking the path of enlightenment. You missed out this big opportunity of going beyond life and death. You missed this opportunity of cultivating the wisdom. So causation is very important. Personality. What makes up your personality? What composed your personality? It's all the karma put together. Your karma cultivates your personality. Bad personality, good personality. So bad karma gives rises to bad personality, and good karma gives rises to good personality. So you must learn karma, the concept of karma, the concept of moral causation. So the right understanding means you got to learn moral causation. Everything in this world is more or less determined by cause and effect. The fact that you're coming here today, first-time comers, if this is the first time, there's so many causes put together that you can come here. First of all, opportunities allow you to have the free time of coming here. Second, nobody objects to you coming here. Thirdly, your car didn't break down on your way. Thirdly, your car is not out of order. There's so many causes put together. And fourthly, you have the tolerance, you have the patience, and you have the learning drive. You have that pursuit for the spiritual odyssey of getting more wisdom. Maybe you are shunning materiality and you're looking for spirituality. You want to get something more. So all these things causes put together, that's causation. And some people will say, how does this causation concept help me? Do you know how this causation concept helps you? Do you get any lesson out of causation? Just pick it from the air. Think about it. You don't really have to analyze deeply into causation. Causation is a very deep and profound concept. Just scratch the surface of causation. There's a cause to every effect. You want your family members to treat you nicely? Did you cultivate the cause of having someone treat you nicely? Do you smile to them? Do you treat them nicely? Do you render your compassion to them? Or you just want them to give compassion to you? Start to reform yourself first. Start that cause of cordial relationship with your family. Start from you. Start from yourself. Start to change yourself. Don't expect your wife to change first. Don't expect your child to change. Don't expect your husband to change. Don't expect your employers to change first. Change yourself first. Cultivate that cause in you first. Don't expect your grandchild to treat your old grandmom, you are nice. If you didn't treat your grandchild nicely, if you don't love your grandchild, you think your grandchild will love you? Everything is reciprocated. So that's causation. You don't want to be fired in your job? You know what to do. Everything is causation. If you don't have a happy job, try to find out that cause. Maybe that cause traces back to last lifetime. Your supervisor doesn't treat you nicely. You're trying your best to please him. We have millions of lives before. Maybe you have been antagonizing him in some previous lifetime before. You didn't know about it. So all these things put together, then maybe you change another job. Or maybe you dissolve the antagony between you and the supervisors by constant forgiveness. I did the same thing to you last lifetime. I'm forgiving, and I'm forgiving. That dissolved the hatred. That dissolved the bad relationship. There's so many things in Buddhism. You pick something in your daily affair and have Buddhism apply to it, it works. It works perfect sometimes. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the right understanding. So, we must understand the meaning of karma, K-A-R-M-A. We must understand causation, causality, profound concepts. We must also understand observance of morality standard. We call it the sila. Nobody can meditate without observing precepts. Nobody can meditate without maintaining a good morality standard. Here I'm meditating to better myself, to get enlightenment, but I'm doing all sorts of bad deeds behind me. I'm lying, I'm stealing, I'm committing sexual misconduct, I'm drinking, I'm intoxicating myself, I'm treating my family members badly. You do all these bad deeds and you wanted to enlighten yourself with wisdom. Does that work? A tree with bad roots wouldn't grow, you know. Why don't you try to get rid of all the bad germs in the roots first? Dry them away first. So morality, observance of morality. So you got to know karma in right understanding. The first concept. Remember I talked about the Eightfold Path. The first one is right understanding. Of course, in the following 2 weeks, we're going to finish Eightfold Path. I'll be talking about right intention, right speech, right action, etc., and so on and so on. And after these 2 weeks, if we have opportunity, and somebody suggested, we will be talking about the Diamond Sutra. If we can go into learning the Diamond Sutra, one of the most profound and important sutras in Prajna Paramita. We tried if we can put all the causes together, the causation together to make that come true. You never know. Every time when I was told to, when I was invited to give a lecture in Hong Kong, I always say my prayer every day to pray for the ripening of the opportunity. Because if you do something, there's always blockages in you. You want to go to Hong Kong to give a good lecture, there's always things that work against you, that you can't go or something happened. So I always say my prayers, this is going to be good. Giving a lecture to a lot of people, giving enlightenment of the Buddhist teaching to people, you need to clear away all these blockages in you so that you can go and do it. There's so many obstacles in the path of enlightenment. So when you are meditating, when you're learning, I've been going to the temple for years, and how come I'm still confronted with these obstacles? How come my job is not that good? How come I have these troubles and have mental defilements, and how come I have all these troubles in me? Those are the obstacles, because you're more conscious of them now. Previously, you were so ignorant that you were not even conscious of these obstacles. Now you're conscious of them, you slowly clear them away. So we have a saying that obstacles are access to thoroughfare. Defilements is bodhi. Mental defilements is enlightenment. Because you know it's defilement, you know it's dirt, you're going to get rid of it. You don't even know it is dirt, you don't know how. And you're not going to get rid of it. Imagine your clothes. You would get rid of the dirt when you know they are dirt, of course you got a method of detergent. For people who don't even know dirt on their clothes, they can never get rid of them. So, the right understanding, it's understanding of the karma, observance of the morality standard, and abstinence from doing unwholesome deeds. What are these unwholesome deeds? Killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, slandering, harsh speech, vain talk, greediness, ill will, and wrong view. All these things, you don't do them. These are the basics for meditator. Have you observed them? Or you just talk about it? It's easy to talk about it. It's easy to talk about one thing and do one thing. So you put practice and theory together. And if you do that, you're treading the path to the sages. You're treading the path to happiness. You're treading the path of benefiting not only yourself, but all those surrounding you. You want to change all those surrounding you? Change yourself first. Complete that mission first of changing yourself. You can do it at the same time though. I'm changing myself at the same time, and I attempt to change others at the same time. That can be done too, simultaneously. But no one can change others without changing oneself first. I'm going to enlighten you, but I don't want to enlighten myself. Does that work? You don't even know what is enlightenment. So, let's carry on. That's my understanding. So, one should know all that. Causation, abstinence from doing wrong, bad deeds, and the observance of morality standard. Now, what do? Then, now, you try to understand yourself by purification of your mind. Development of the purification of the mind. Then we start to meditate. We call it meditation. A mind development with those foundations right on the ground, you start to meditate. And meditation has two perspectives. The first one is samatha, and the second one is vipassana. Samatha and vipassana. Samatha is what? Concentration. In the Chinese language is zi. Vipassana, in the common English language, is insightful meditation. In the Chinese language, we call it Guan. Samatha is training your concentration, and vipassana is training or your insight of wisdom. But let us briefly go through samatha. Remember Lee said we watch the breath, in and out, in and out. Why do we choose one particular object and not many objects? Well, if your attention is dispersed over many objects or some objects that are easily observable, development of concentration will take a long time. It takes a longer time. And therefore, a meditator should limit the number of objects they are focusing on and choose a vivid object suitable to his or temperament. And we find out that this watching of the breath is very important. Counting the breath, watching the breath is almost like a universally acceptable and recognizable best way, one of the best way of meditation. And you can carry on this technique to a very high, advanced level. You don't have to say, oh, after watching my breath, so what? This is enough to go to the first jhana level. And the first jhana level, it's very profound. And some people say, it's just like drilling oil on the ground. And you drill a little bit, 6 foot down, and you say, what's next? I'm not going to have any oil. So I'm going to abandon this, I'm going to get another technique. You drill another 10 feet down and nothing there, no oil, and you abandon it and get another technique. That's not the way. Given that there's oil down there, you keep on drilling, one object will do. So, without going too deep into the method that Lee talked about, watching the breath and counting the in-breath only or the out-breath only, and that's the method, and we call it counting the breath. In the Chinese language, we call it 数. 数水子观环境 the 6 Dharma doors, 六妙门. So the first one is 数, which is counting. The 6 Dharma doors, what are the 6 Dharma doors? The 6 Dharma doors to meditation, to samatha and vipassana. The first one is counting the breath. The second one, following the breath. 水. The third one, concentration on one object. Samatha itself, concentration on one object. Now this concentration is different from the breath concentration now. This concentration is concentration, which I'm going to talk about in the next 5 minutes. But I just want to mention the names to you first. 子. Guan is insightful, or going a little step further. Huan, you can return to previous procedures. It's not a step by step. Once you know it, you can mix it together, 2 at the same time, or start going back to breath again. So the breath is the basic, very important procedure. Once you get into deeper and deeper, you say, going back to breath again. By that time, you're going to breath is different from the breath that you have taken, the method you have taken in the beginning. In the beginning, you count your breath, but after 6 years, you go back to count your breath. It's not the same counting before. This counting is a much more profound counting. This is different from the original counting. Don't get bored with the basic. It's enough for your lifetime. So I said, Huan, returning. Jing. Jing is a combination of all the others, leading to a way to the intermediate goal of foregoing the subject and foregoing the object. No more object. Whenever there is an object, it's impure. When there's no object, you start to get pure. Because if there's object, there is a subject. There's also a subject and an object. When there's a subject and an object, there's hatred and love. There is rich and poor. There is discrimination. Whenever there is a subject and object, there's discrimination. This discrimination does not work in the true mind. You understand what I mean? Well, we carry on. After a while, we talk about counting. After a while, the meditator may observe that the physical sensation of the breath, that is, one should observe the next procedure by following the movement of the breath. We already finished the counting method. The second method, if we can distinctly segregate method by method, the next one is following the breath. When the breath comes in, you follow down up to the solar plexus, the belly button. You follow it and you sense its movement, you sense its heaviness, you sense its lightness, you sense its duration, it's long, it's short, you follow it. To develop awareness and concentration, one should observe the entire breath in 3 phases: its beginning, its middle, and its end. How does this breath begin? What is the middle part? What is the ending part? What is the intervening part in which the end closes and the beginning comes? In other words, what is that point at which the breath stops and the in-breath comes in? You're getting more detail and detail into it. And that's what we call following the breath. The second way, the second item, the second perspective. The meditator may also focus on the chakras. You have your chakras. What is the meaning of chakra? There are basically 7 chakras in our body. Chakras, the wheel of life. Chakra is a Sanskrit word, the wheel of life. In the Chinese language is lun, mai lun. There is, how many chakras are there together? Basically, there's, some people say 8, some people 9, and according to the Kundalini system, there are 7. What are these 7? The root chakra. The root chakra is right underneath. It's in between our reproductive organ and the anus. Right just in the middle. That's the root chakra. The second chakra is where? It's just below the belly button, the solar plexus chakra. And then there's the heart chakra, the throne chakra, the brow chakra, and the crown chakra, which is at the top. The chakra vitalize the physical body and are associated with interaction of both a physical and mental nature. They are considered the loci of life energy. Points, locus, point, loci, all these different points. Or you can say the prana in the Sanskrit language, prana, P-R-A-N-A, prana. Or in the Chinese language, we call it qi. Qi. You understand qi? And which is to flow among all the pranas along pathway. And this pathway, this canal, this pathway, we call them nadis. Nadis in the Chinese language is jingmai. Nadis. A nadi, N-A-D-I, a nadi, we call, sometimes we pronounce it as a nadi or nadi. A nadi is an energy channel in which prana energy flows and may connect the chakras. In Vipassana, you can concentrate on the chakra, not just on the counting. I can concentrate on the solar plexus and beneath the belly button. So my object of concentration become not my breath. It can be any part of the chakras. In other words, no one can get concentration without getting into complete quietude, solitude. The qi would flow when you are in in pure quietude. You can feel it. And according to the Chinese systems of herbal medicine, Chinese medicine, once you get all the chakras, blockages clear, you'll live up to more than 100 years old. The people who live 125 years old, the average lifespan of a human being should really be about 100. And there are people who clear the blockages in those chakras who live up to 125 years old. Because the qi gives rise to the immune system in you, strengthen your immune system, and get all your bad things out of the body. But anyway, Buddhism is not concentrating on just lengthening of a lifetime. Buddhism is on the mind, not just on the body. But the mind affects the body. And sometimes we use the chakra as the object of meditation. All right? Now, so samatha develops concentration, is thus good in itself as it purifies the mind temporarily, and is thus a good foundation for vipassana meditation, which gradually develops into insight, rapture of joy, one-pointedness of mind. When you are a meditator for a long time, and some may experience, you have the rapture of joy. In the Chinese language, we call it qing an, the rapture of joy, and one-pointedness of mind. In the Chinese language, we call it yi xin jing xing, one-pointedness of mind. But that is a higher level. So after establishing awareness and concentration by observing the physical sensation of the breath, the meditator can observe either other mental material objects that arise moment to moment in the body of mind, such as seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking. But anyway, I think we are out of time. we've been covering basic principles like the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path. You can always follow it up by checking into website for the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, the Theravada school, the basic foundation principles of the philosophy of Buddhism in Theravada school, especially for Theravada school. So, for those who've been here, do you still remember, basically there are three foundations in the philosophy of Buddhism. The other day I was talking right in the front hall in the cafeteria or refectory. I've been talking about, is Buddhism a religion or a philosophy? Someone asked the question, is Buddhism a religion or a philosophy? And Buddhism is neither a religion nor a philosophy. And Buddhism is a religion and is a philosophy. So we need to explain all of that. But I reserve that for some other time, because today I'm supposed to cover the right intention of the Eightfold Path. But let's do some thinking before we talk about whether it is Buddhism. Instead of maybe we'll get some key points in there. What is a religion? Religion arises from faith. If there isn't faith, there isn't a religion. So, religion arises from faith. And what is philosophy? Philosophy arises from thinking, from analysis, from mental thinking. It's not just faith. Philosophy does not just arise from faith alone. It arises from thinking. But then, Buddhism does not depend 100% on faith. If you believe in the Buddha, that wouldn't liberate you from reincarnation. Faith is important, but it's not the most important. If you have faith and you don't practice it, the faith does not have ground. If you want to build a building and you don't have a foundation, the building will collapse. So Buddhism does not just arise from faith. So it is not a religion. Does not arise from faith. And how about ceremonies? Religion has ceremonies. In a meditation hall, we don't even have to prostrate to the Buddha. We don't even have to burn incense. You don't even need the Buddha statue. What you need is your mind. So you don't need any ceremonies. So it's not a religion. So is it a philosophy? How come you say it's not a philosophy? Philosophy requires thinking. It arises from thinking. Everybody in your daily life, everything is associated with philosophy. There's nothing that does not relate to philosophy. For example, if you want to say, I want to be good to mankind. There's value in humanity. That's the value of philosophy. I want to treat my mother nice. Filial piety. That is the value of ethology, ethics, moral ethics. So there's nothing that does not relate to philosophy. But it's Buddhism and philosophy. Yes, it has moral code in it. It has a system of thinking. But philosophy changes over time. What was said by a philosopher 100 years ago may not be true now. But the philosophy of Buddhism has not changed. It's been the same as when Buddha uttered the philosophy. So it's not a philosophy. It doesn't change. Truth doesn't change. So how come you said that Buddhism is a faith, is a religion, and also is a philosophy? It fits in faith and it fits in a system of thought. So where do we put, how do we label Buddhism? Why do you need to label it? Have you labeled enough? Have you stereotyped enough? This is good, this is bad, this is tall, this is short, this is beautiful, this is ugly, this is rich, this is poor. Have you labeled enough in the society? Have you discriminate enough? Stop the discrimination. You don't need it. Why do you always have to label it? What is it? You always have to label things. He's good, he's bad. Can we get rid of the habit of labeling and stereotyping and discriminating? I think we can if we try hard. Anyway, that's not my subject. That's not my subject. My subject is not talk about philosophy and religion. It takes a long time to talk about it. And so what I'm talking about today is still the Noble Eightfold Path. And we always have to remember, how do we practice in Buddhism? The three foundations. The first one is morality. In the Sanskrit language is sila. S-I-L-A. Sanskrit, sila, morality. The second one is concentration, or you can say mental development. And in the Sanskrit language is dhyana, or samadhi. And the third is wisdom. In the Sanskrit language is prajna, wisdom. So these are the three. If we categorize it in Buddhism, you need to practice morality. You need to practice mental development. You need to practice the culturing, the nurturing of your wisdom. These are the three foundations of Buddhism. You can't do away with any one of these. Without moral ethics, your meditation is going to go astray. Without concentration, how can you breed up your wisdom? So all these three are the foundations, are the pillars that support the philosophy of Buddhism. So this is the three columns, the three foundations. And there we have the Eightfold Path, the Noble Eightfold Path. And what is Noble Eightfold Path? Right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, and right mindfulness and right concentrations, right efforts. So it is 8. In practicing, not just practicing Buddhism, living in humanity, you really have to know what is right and what is wrong. If you don't even differentiate what is right and what is wrong, then you're not on the right path. But then we also have that question is, how do you define what is right and what is wrong? Morally, what is right in one country could be wrong in another country. But why don't we just generalize our definitions? As long as it is benefiting humanity, you're not bringing harm to others and to yourself. Within that broad framework, that is right. If you're hurting others and hurting yourself, then it's wrong. Because getting into the definition of what is right and what is wrong requires a lot of discussion. And mind you, Buddhism is not just blind faith. Buddhism requires discussion, requires questions, requires thinking, requires a lot of philosophical breeding and nurturing and cultivation. So if you're a first-time comer, you got into the right time. It's not just about crossing your leg and meditate and prostration and Buddha. Buddha is God. Buddha is not God. Buddha is not God. Buddha is the teacher who found the way to liberate himself and all his folks from suffering. We're suffering now. Don't you know that we're suffering? Do you know that we all are suffering? Some people don't even realize we are suffering. Why are we suffering? Living is suffering. Aging is suffering. Death is suffering. Sickness is suffering. 3-4 days ago, we just performed an impromptu ceremony for not a member. We don't have a member in here, for a lady who sometimes come here for meditation and for ceremonies. She is in her, I would say, mid-70s, and she's very healthy, very talkative and healthy and very active. 3 days ago, and she was locked down by a bus in Richmond, and it's gone accidentally. So death is always confronting us. How can you say that life is happy and no suffering when death is always confronting us? Not just death of yourself, death of relative, friends, family members. That is suffering arising from departure of beloved ones. Suffering arising from living with hated ones. You live with a husband, your boyfriend, you don't like it, or your girlfriend, your wife, you don't like it. You don't like your colleagues. You're stabbing your back. Your supervisor is terrible, and he wants you to drive you out of your job, and you hated him, and he hated you. But you still have to carry on. You need the job for a living. You hated your work. You hate that man. He's supervising you is unreasonable. Every day you have to go back to work, and every day you're suffering. Don't you think that is suffering? There's a lot of suffering. I haven't mentioned wars. I haven't mentioned genocide. I haven't mentioned murdering. I haven't mentioned crimes. I haven't mentioned drinking, driving. I haven't mentioned all these family problems, broken homes, drunken fathers, drunken wife, kids on drugs. Flip the newspapers, and you know what this suffering is all about. It's all in there. So, suffering. And right intention now. I want to fit in, I already talked about the Noble Eightfold Path. The first one is right understanding, the second is right intention. Under right intention, the most important aspect of right intention is you have to have the intention of renunciation. Renunciate what? Renunciate all the desires and the gratification of these desires. Suffering arises from desire, from your craving. You always crave. You're greedy for more. It's different from trying your best efforts to achieve at something. Greediness and your efforts to achieve something is different. Greediness has a bad foundation in it. You're greedy for yourself. So, right intention consists of three aspects. Intention of renunciation, intention of goodwill, and intention of harmlessness. And I would like to cover that before I close up this lecture. We can always have question and answers later. So intention of renunciation means you must understand that the world we're living in is full of suffering. When we talk about Four Noble Truths, you know what suffering is all about. And you want to be liberated from this suffering. And you also want all living beings to be liberated from them. Buddhism is not just concerning yourself. It's concerning about liberation of all others. When Buddha renunciated all his luxuries in the palace and become an ascetic, he had the intention in mind is he wanted to find that method to liberate from suffering, not for himself, but also for all his citizens, all his folks. That's why he went on to go on for that spiritual odyssey, to look for that method of liberation from suffering, liberation from mental afflictions. Some people do not even realize that we are suffering. Right? That's true because they don't realize it. And they may say that I'm perfectly happy and I have a job, I have a good family, I am in good health, and everything is changeable and impermanent. Today you may be okay. We don't know about tomorrow. That lady that I mentioned just a few minutes ago, yesterday she was extremely healthy and extremely active, and the next day she was dead. So nothing stays the same all the time. The Buddhism tells us that everything is impermanent. It's not pessimistic. It's not negative. How come Buddhism is talking about suffering and impermanence and no self? And aren't these all negative, pessimistic? No, this is extremely positive. It is because we realize suffering, we realize that we have all these problems, that we want to change them. It's not just we are suffering, oh, poor me, I'm suffering. Oh, everything is impermanent. Oh, terrible. We should be expecting death. No. The world is impermanent, the world is full of suffering, but we want to change them. We want to be liberated from them. We want to work hard at it. That's why we're meditating. That's why we're working hard. It's just the opposite. The Buddha is extremely optimistic and extremely hardworking, striving for that goal of liberation. The three characteristics of the world that we're living in, the world now we're living in is characterized by three things, which are the truth. Impermanence, in the Sanskrit language, is anicca. Suffering, in the Sanskrit language, is dukkha. And insubstantiality, anatta. Three things. Impermanence, you agree. There wouldn't be anybody who would say, no, the world is permanent. Everything is permanent. Well, if you think that, if you find one thing that is permanent, can you raise your hand and tell me? I subject myself to all kinds of challenges. I like you to tell me that I'm wrong. If you think that I find one thing that is permanent, you tell me. Have you found anything that is permanent? Raise your hand, please. You found something permanent? Yes. Huh?
Impermanence.
Oh, what is impermanence?
Impermanence.
Impermanence is permanence. Oh, impermanence is permanent. That is illogical. Impermanence is permanence. If everything is impermanent, how come that what you said is permanent? Are you contradicting yourself? For one thing. The second thing is, the Buddha said, your understanding, the knowledge that you have, the method that you have, is just like a raft that takes you from this shore of confusion and suffering to that shore of nirvana, of enlightenment. That's the boat to Victoria, the ship to Victoria. When you arrive at Victoria, you've got to get off the ship. Don't attach to impermanence. Don't attach to the truth. Even the truth has to be discarded. How can you attach to the method? How can you attach to understanding that everything is impermanent? Don't attach to it. Yes?
Is consciousness not permanent?
Consciousness is permanent? Well, your consciousness, that's a good question. Your consciousness has many parts to it. The consciousness that's what we have, the consciousness that we're using now for eating, drinking, walking, thinking, working. That's our consciousness. That consciousness is illusory. That consciousness has attachment to it. That consciousness is polluted. That's not permanent. If it's permanent, then one should change that consciousness. It should be pure. But no, one day you are calm and another day you are mad. Your consciousness changing all the time. Today you are happy. Tomorrow your consciousness is sad. It's changing. It's not permanent.
There's something within you.
Huh? Yes?
There's something within you.
Yes.
And I can't define that.
Yeah.
And I think all religions have tried to define that.
Yeah? That's a good question.
Permanent.
There's something in you that... Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Each living, breathing plant, life, whatever.
Yeah.
Something within
Yeah.
all of us.
That's a good question.
That is permanent.
Yeah. There's something there that we cannot define, we can't talk about it, that we call permanent. Then why don't we talk about it? If we can't talk about it, then we just simply don't talk about it now. we can't talk about it. So we can't talk about it because you can't talk about it. You have to talk about it. There was a novice monk and there was a Zen master, and the Zen master one day said, I have something to tell you. And that something is immeasurable, inconceivable. It's not a form, unutterable, something that's beyond thinking, beyond consciousness. Tell me what it is. And all these monks kept silent. And there was one monk who raised his hand. I know what it is. And he said, he stands up and he said, that's Buddha nature. That's Buddha nature. And then the Zen master used his stick and he said, bang. I already told you, we can't talk about it. I already told you, we can't talk about it. So, you still want to talk about it, right? Okay. He still want to talk about it. Yes? Huh? Oh, you're not in it yet. You're even further. You're even further than her. So, I said the world is characterized by impermanence, suffering, and insubstantiality. What is insubstantiality? Insubstantiality in the Sanskrit language is anatta, which means that no self, non-self, non-ego. Do you have an ego? There's no self, no I. This world should have no I, no substantiality. Now that requires time to explain. Anyway, so how can you? So renunciation is to turn away from craving and turn away from the gratification. The gratification. Sometimes we have craving and want to gratify it. Why? We want to have nice house, nice job, rich, fame, reputation, money, and all that. You gratify all of those things. But in right intention, we need the intention to renunciate it. Don't attach to it. And sometimes we contemplate, is it wealth, power, and status, and position, and all that, is that what we want? Is the world, we're living in this world, our craving is we want to crave for, if we have a lot of money and we have sufficient money. Sufficiency is definition different. Everybody, the definition of sufficiency, it's, varies according to individual. And to some individual, if I have $1 million, oh, that would be sufficient. And to some people, $1 million is not enough. $1 billion is not enough. But you think that if you have $1 billion, you don't even have to work And that's extremely good already. But there's people there who have $1 billion and they still strive for more. Sometimes you think it's so funny. If I have $1 billion, I go on traveling every day and I don't need to work. And why do I need to struggle for more? But there are people who are struggling for more and more and more. And so we have to renunciate it. And instead of, we must have the intention of renunciating it so that we go on enlightenment. And instead of, living a day by day and with just working to make a living. Right now, what are we doing right now? Think about it. Analyze our living. Day by day, every day, we work to make a living. You have to go to work, you make a living. And eating to maintain your body. If you don't eat, working to make a living, eating to maintain your body, sleeping to rest it, and watching television, partying, and variety of interludes to entertain it, vacationing to amuse it, and finally death to finish it. It's very simple. That's what we're doing now. If you're retiring, I don't have to work. Okay, then you drop the working for a living, but you still have to eat to maintain your body, sleep to rest it, vacationing or entertaining yourself to amuse it, and finally you have to finish it with death. Are you satisfied with this boring life like that? And the Buddha said, don't just attach to those things. There is something else spiritually that you should look at. And so the intention of renunciation also means that your intention to be liberated from birth and rebirth, the samsara, the intention to attain enlightenment. Do you know what is samsara? Do you know what is birth and rebirth? You need to know reincarnation. What's the meaning of reincarnation? What is the meaning of karma? You need to know all that. Now, what is the intention of goodwill? Next is, I said, in right intention, there's 3 aspects that you really have to know about. Of course, that right intention has a very broad scope, but I just restrict it to 3 things. The intention to renunciate craving and gratification of craving. And next is the intention of goodwill. As we all know, the 3 poisons of life, what are these 3 poisons of life? Greediness, anger, and ignorance. Right understanding deals with overcoming ignorance that we already talked about. Intention of renunciation deals with overcoming greediness. And how about anger? How do we overcome anger? The intention of goodwill aims at controlling inherent anger and aversion in us. In our daily life, we usually express our anger and aversion by bodily and verbal action. We are angry, we have aversion, we show it by bodily action or by words, verbal action. Yelling, shouting, quarreling, express your anger. This habit releases your tension. You need to release it. Release the tensions, help to drive the anger out of your own system. But it also has dangers. It breeds resentment. Although you think that you release your tension, you drive anger out of your system, but actually it breeds resentment and it provokes retaliation, creates enemies and poisons relationship and create unwholesome karma. You know what karma is. It creates unwholesome karma. And finally, ill will does not leave the system at all. You think that by expressing your anger verbally and bodily actions, you release your anger out of your system, but it hasn't. It gets deeper and deeper in there, and it couldn't get out. How can we practice the intention of goodwill? How do we do it in order to release our anger? By frequently thinking of rendering loving kindness. In the Sanskrit language, or in the Pali language, is metta, M-E-T-T-A. By always thinking of rendering loving kindness. Loving kindness just not to your family, to your friends, but to all sentient beings, to all animals. not just humans. In Buddhism, the Buddha said your loving kindness is to all beings, including all animals. So we don't eat animals for food. We don't kill animals for food. Buddhists don't kill animals for food. How can you say you're rendering loving kindness and you're cutting your pork chop, New York, steak, and chickens, turkeys, and fish? How can you say I'm practicing loving kindness and at the same time you go to a restaurant, you order a crab, a lobsters, and the waiter said, "Is this what you want? This is 2 pounds." And the lobster is moving around, green and beautiful. And after 15 minutes, it's boiled and it's dead with all this sauce. You rip it apart and you dip into the sauce and you think it's tasty. You kill the animal. On the other hand, you always tell your friends that, "Oh, I'm always kind. I have loving kindness." Are you contradicting yourself? Loving kindness is not sensual love or love involved in personal affection. Sensual love or a love of personal affection is a form of craving. It's not loving kindness. It's self-directed and it's usually egoistic. Because if the love is not reciprocated by the other party, then you hate the other party. Personal affection, personal love is, I love you, you've got to love me. If you don't reciprocate by my love, I don't like it. But loving kindness is not. Loving kindness is unconditional. It's not egoistic and it extends to all sentient beings without discrimination or reservation. So that's loving kindness. So then what is the intention of harmlessness? I said 3 aspects: renunciation, the intention of renunciation, the intention of loving kindness, and now, since I heard the bell goes, I need to close it up. Finally, the intention of harmlessness. It is the intention of compassion, karuna, compassion, overcoming thoughts of aggression, cruelty, and violence. If everybody practiced compassion, there wouldn't be any wars, there wouldn't be any stripes, there wouldn't be any family disputes, there wouldn't be any bad news on newspapers, no crimes, no genocide, no international wars, no political wars, because it's compassion. Compassion supplies the complement to loving kindness. So, just to summarize, to cover right intention. Renunciation, you have to renunciate desire, gratification of desire. It does not mean that you don't have any ambition. You still have to strive for accomplishment. But in the process of striving for accomplishment, you don't hurt others. You don't hurt others by all means as long as you can climb up to that ladder. You don't do it like that. You renunciate that kind of unjustifiable craving. So there's the Theravada and the Mahayana, 2 different schools of Buddhism, 2 different schools but going the same destination. It's the same. There's not that one is better than the other. A little bit different approaches, but it's aiming at the same destination. The Theravada, the 2 very basic Buddhist philosophies, Buddhist concepts, it's the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. And that's worth reiterating and talking about because it reminds you of many realities of life. So if you missed out Four Noble Truths, check it up with the website and you may be able to grasp some of the meaning in there. And in the Noble Eightfold Path, I have covered right understanding and right intention. The Noble Eightfold Path, just as a recap, as a review, it's right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right efforts, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Remember the three foundations of Buddhism: morality, meditation, and wisdom. So if we say we need to build a building with foundations, these are the three basic foundations. If we group the Eightfold Path into the three pillars of Buddhism, the three foundations of Buddhism, right understanding and right intention pertains to wisdom. You need to know why. You need to understand the world of what Buddha has been expounding on the world. Then you need to know right understanding and right intention, and that's wisdom. Right speech, right action, right livelihood, that relates to morality. And right efforts, right concentration, and right mindfulness pertains to meditation. So these are the three. So what is right speech? The Buddha divides right speech into four components: abstaining from false speech, abstaining from slanderous speech, abstaining from harsh speech, and abstaining from idle chatter. So why do I have to know all these things? So first of all, let's stop here and think about, why do I have to know about this? Right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood. Why do I have to know right speech? Because you need to know what is right and what is wrong to practice Buddhism. If you meditate and you don't know, after you meditated, you go out to the world, you're doing your work, you're going to do your daily chores, you go through your daily life without knowing what is right and what is wrong, with no morality, with no discipline. No one can become the Buddha without discipline. So you really need a morality standard to upgrade your meditation. Meditation and wisdom has to be supported by discipline, by morality. So we monks have 250 precepts to conform to. Nuns, bhikshuni nuns, have 348 precepts, 348 precepts to obey. Other than that, we also have the Bodhisattva precepts. Lay people, they have 5 precepts. First of all, of course, you have to take the 3 refuges. After taking the 3 refuges, you have the 5 precepts, the 8 precepts also. So these are the disciplines, morality standard. Why do we need a morality standard? I mean, I can do what I want. Well, why do I need a morality to practice Buddhism? Morality is to discipline yourself or discipline ourselves so that everything we do, accumulation of wisdom, studying, practice, meditation, all lead towards mental purification. It's a process of mental purification. Our mind is not pure. What do we do with our mind? Why are we not pure? I think I'm pure. I have a good mind. Buddhism is about the study of the mind, your own mind. And what is my mind? Let's get to the basic. What is this mind? What is this body and mind? What are we doing when we're interacting with the outside world? What are we doing? What do we have to interact with the outside world? We have the 6 senses. We think about how do we interact with people? How come we have anxieties, fear, disappointment, jealousy, hatred, anger, greediness? How come with all these problems, human problems? group problems, country problems, international problems. What does problems come from? All these problems originate from the mind. Are we not going to deal with our mind? All problems originate from the mind, not just from the body. The body is being controlled by the mind. The mind controls what? The mind controls your speech and your action and your thinking. Your speech is from the mouth. Your action, the body. Your thinking, your mentality. So the Buddha said, we cannot enlighten ourselves unless we know our mind, unless we know ourselves. So, all problems originate from the mind. How do they originate? How do problems originate from the mind? We have 6 senses. We have the 6 senses, right? Let's analyze ourselves. Can we analyze each one of us? What do we have? What do our mind do? Our mind controls the 6 senses. What are the 6 senses? The eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the body, and consciousness. These are the 6 senses. We have sense organs. These 6 senses correspond to what? What do our eyes do? Our eyes see. See what? See matters. Everything. With eyes, your sense organs as the eyes, it corresponds to matter, and then the consciousness, the eye consciousness is created. And how about ears? Ears correspond to what? Sound. Pleasant sound, unpleasant sound, indifferent sound. The ears corresponds to all kinds of sound. Imagine when your ears correspond to sound, when you hear something unpleasant, you feel unhappy. When you hear criticism, when you hear abusive speech, when you hear speeches that is detrimental to you, that deprive you of your dignity, you feel unhappy about it. So your ears correspond to sound. And because of this correspondence, emotions come out. Interaction come out. The ears, eyes, ears. Nose, to smell. Smells of perfume, smells of good odor, bad odor. All this correspondence. Tongue, to taste. Taste something good, something bad. And tongue is also responsible for talking. This tongue sometimes is the devil. This tongue can break lives, revitalize lives. This tongue creates family problems, the argument, the fighting, abusive language, harsh language, slanderous language, all comes from the tongue, from the mouth. So this tongue. A body touch tactile object, silky, smooth, rough, rugged. So we've got all these 5 senses. How about the last one? Last one, the mind. The mind corresponds to what? The mind corresponds to all dharmas. D-H-A-R-M-A-S, dharmas. What is the meaning of dharma? Dharma is a very broad meaning. Dharma means everything. All thinkings, all philosophies. Actually, this mind also controls the foregoing 5 senses. The mind also controls the nose, the ear, the tongue, the eyes. Eyes itself does not discriminate. Nose, ears, they all don't discriminate. They're just receptive. They are the reception desks. They are the secretary sitting at the reception desk. Behind, that's the manager. The manager, your mind. So all these senses corresponds to all these 6 dusts. We call it in the Buddhist terminology, the 6 dusts, D-U-S-T-S, dusts. Dust pollute, Pollute what? Pollute your mind. They pollute your mind. How do they pollute? You should know. When you see something, you differentiate, you discriminate. The greediness is aroused. The harsh language is aroused. It's because of seeing. So all these senses create problems. And the Buddha said, watch out. Watch your senses as if you are guarding a fortress. Your 6 senses are a fortress, guarding it, and all these pirates outside, robbers outside, they are the sound, the matters, the 6 dusts are outside. You should guard them. Guard your mind. Put your mind under control. Why are we meditating this morning? Now you know the objective of meditation, not just for health. It's not a yoga. Of course, yoga it's an ancient name. It means harmony. It harmonizes you. It's become an ancient name. But meditation is not just to help you to relax. You have lessened the importance of meditation. It does not help you to relax. It promotes your spirituality. It gives you a lift to the higher spiritual level from the materialistic level. It lifts you up. It's the most important diet in daily life, a spiritual diet. Not just food. You think you only need food? This is even more important than food. Your mind. And some people say, I don't have time for meditation. I don't have time. Do you have the time to watch television? Do you have the time to laugh? Do you have the time to joke? Do you have the time for partying? You have all kinds of time, but you just don't have time for meditation. You don't have time to look within. You don't have time to look inside of you. You don't have time to understand yourself. And you have the time to understand others. You think you understand others without understanding yourself. It won't happen that way. If somebody treats you unfairly, you always say, he's got to improve. He's not been treating me well. My supervisor, my husband, my boyfriend, my girlfriend, they're not being fair to me. They always say, you need to improve. You need to improve. But do you know that in order to strengthen the relationship, improve the relationship, you've got to improve yourself first. Don't require others to improve first. Improve yourself. Look inside first. You can't get along with your husband. You can't get along with your wife, your brothers or sisters, your colleagues. Contemplate yourself first, your own mind. Now, some people say that there's a difference between psychology and Buddhism. And they say psychology is to studying other people's mind. Child behavior, criminal behavior, adult behavior, drunken people's behavior, driving behavior, the study of human behavior. But Buddhism is to study yourself, inner. Look at your own mind. By what? By doing this inner contemplation, meditation. There are 3 terms that have been interchangeably used. Meditation, concentration, and samadhi. The three terms, they're interchangeably used. But there's a difference, a slight difference of this among these three terms. First of all, what is concentration? Concentration is you have an object. Of course, you have a subject. If I want to concentrate on my nose tip, I'm meditating in here, and I'm concentrating on my nose tip. I feel the breath in and out, in and out. That's my object of concentration. Who is the subject? Who is the subject? Who is that is concentrating on the object? That's your mind. So you concentrate, that's an object. You're meditating, you have an object. Sometimes you may be meditating on a candle of flame, on anything. 3 feet away, on something, on a pond, on the water, you name it, you got an object. And you concentrate, and then after a while, your thought goes away. You cannot concentrate on the object. Your thought goes away, you bring it back again. Your thought goes away, you're thinking of other things. You're a monkeying mind, as Lee said. You have monkeying mind, your mind always go away. You can't concentrate. If you really have a continuation of concentration for half an hour, fixed, just concentration, you have very, very good power of concentration. Anyone who has deep concentration would do well because he has very good mentality. A student that has intensive concentration will be an A student. A worker who concentrates on his work is always fine workers. So that's concentration. Your thought goes away, you bring it back. Goes away, bring it back. What is meditation? Meditation is you meditate, you have an object, you have a subject. Your thought don't go away. Your thought concentrates subject to object, subject to object. That's very difficult. You don't have wandering thought. It's very difficult. You are one level higher. You are a one-to-one correspondent with the object without going away. In other words, your senses at this fortress is under control. All these pirates, robbers of the outside world, they can't enter because you are at your own guard. You guard your fortress. That's meditation. There's a higher level than concentration already. So what is the third samadhi? Samadhi, it spells S-A-M-A-D-H-I, samadhi. Samadhi is you, the subject, and that object is one. You're one with the object. There's no more I, it's just this correspondence left. You're one with it. You're not two. Subject and object are two. Duality. You live in a world of duality. We always live in a world of duality. Why are we living in a world of duality? Duality means two elements. Hatred, love, handsome, ugly, beautiful, ugly, tall and short, rich and poor. You always discriminate that way. Kind and unkind, good guy, bad guy, rich guy, poor guy, healthy guy, unhealthy guy. You label it, you stereotype it, you attach something, you define it. But when you're in samadhi, you are beyond duality. You're one with it. You have no discrimination. Your mind starts to be pure. Because you only have you have one. There's no two, you only have one. Is that the end of it? If you get to samadhi, is that the end? Why do we need this one? Can you get rid of that one? Even that one is attachment. Why do you have to attach to that one? That oneness. Go beyond the oneness. When you go beyond the oneness, all of a sudden you have a whole vista of panorama of things open to you. That's what we call the first step to enlightenment. Because you're beyond oneness. Oneness is not enough. Oneness is only samadhi. So, do you know the difference between these three words? It's not just knowing the meaning of the words. You really have to practice it. Knowing the meaning of the word is easy. Check the dictionary. Write it out. Stick it to the wall. Definition of concentration, definition of meditation, definition of samadhi. You stick it to the wall, you brush your teeth every day and look at the definition, and you think you get enlightenment by knowing the definition. No, you really have to practice it. Talking about it is no good. There was a here I am. I should be talking about right speech, right action, and right livelihood. But I want to go to another story. Let me continue with this. I shouldn't go to a story. What I want to do is tell you a true story about someone who is illiterate and who had satori. But I keep that for other times. Okay, so what is right speech? Let's get back to it. What's right speech? Right speech is, the Buddha said, right speech divided into four components. We should abstain from harsh speech, from false speech, from slanderous speech, and from idle chatter. Now, the word abstaining or abstinence gives the connotation of being negative. How come in morality and precept you always say, you can't do this, you can't do that? It's always negative. You can't have idle talk, you can't have harsh speech, you can't have slanderous speech, you can't have false speech. Why is it always negative? But actually a precept is not, it has two parts. One is the abstinence or the abstaining part, abstinence from unwholesome. And the other is commitment to the wholesome. Abstinence is to avoid it. Commitment is to do it. So not just the negative part. It's not just, I don't do this, I can't do this. I can't do this, but I'm going to do this. It's positive. I can't lie. That's negative. It's good, you can't lie. I abstain from lying. But the other positive part of it, I want to speak the truth. I want to be truthful. I can't commit killing. That is the avoidance part. But on the commitment and performance part, I want to release life. I want to save lives. Not just abstaining from killing. I want to promote vegetarianism. I want to protect animals. So that is the two parts to a precept. Not just the negative part, there's the positive part in a precept. So what does the scripture say about abstinence from false speech? The negative side is abstaining from lying. False speech means lying. The positive side is speaking the truth. When greed is the motive in a lie, it is aimed at gaining some personal advantage. With hatred as the motive in lying, lies become malicious, intending to hurt or damage others. When hatred is in your lying. Walking the path of enlightenment is to seek the truth. So commitment to truth is the most important, helping us to get into the domain of knowledge and wisdom. To realize truth, we must bring our whole being into accord with reality, with actuality, which requires that in communication with others, we respect things as they are by speaking the truth. We can't lie. Buddhists can lie. You have to speak the truth. So, to put it very simply, that is abstinence from false speech. That means do not lie. So what is abstinence from slanderous speech? Slanderous speech is speech intended to create enmity and division, to alienate one person or group from another, The motive behind slanderous speech is generally aversion, jealousy, and resentment of others' successes or virtues. The opposite of slander is speech that promotes friendship and harmony. Such speech originates from a mind of loving kindness and sympathy. So, other than just abstaining from slanderous speech, your speech should be what? Always promote harmony, promote friendship, always originates from loving kindness and compassion. Can we all do that? You said, oh yes, we can. But slanderous speech always uttered from mouths all the time. At a work site, in a company, how did they slander other colleagues behind their back to gain the support of the supervisors, to stab people's back in order to climb up the echelon? How did they get jealous of other colleagues' success, other colleagues' achievement, and slander them? Because of jealousy. So the Buddha said, watch out for these senses, watch out for these things. When you're guarding it, watch out for harsh speech, slanderous speech. No one can become a Buddha without morality. Not just believing in a Buddha. I have complete faith in a Buddha. Buddha can save me. No, that's not Buddhism. Buddhism is to reform yourself. Buddhism is to depend on yourself. Buddha tells you the way. You got to walk it. Buddha can say, I promote you just with my own efforts. No, Buddha can't do that because you have your own karma. Buddha can tell you, this is the way to walk. You got to walk it yourself. Harsh speech includes what? Abusive speech, insulting speech, and sarcasm. Abusive speech involves what? Scolding, reproving another angrily with bitter words. When someone uses abusive speech on you, patience, tolerance, sympathy, feeling of non-retaliation, non-violence. Can we all do that? It's easy to talk about it. When people abuse you with speech, what you're thinking is, I got to be a fool if I don't defend myself. I got to bounce back. I can't step back. I got to be strong. I protect myself. The Buddha said, be patient. Train up your own patience. Serious aspirants on the path of enlightenment, they don't do idle talk. So we monks, when we talk to people, we always concentrate in Dharma talk. We won't talk for the purpose of promoting public relations. Sometimes we don't even say, this is contradictory to Western culture. So when monks, when they're walking in the compound, in the temple, when they see each other, they just do this. They don't even say, hi, how are you? No, they don't even do that. So next time when you see me, I just not there, I already have changed. We just say this, or we don't even do that. We just look at and maybe a little bit of smile and that's it. We don't talk too much. We talk too much. We talk excessively, and problems come from talking. Buddha mentioned 3 components of right actions: abstaining from taking life, abstaining from taking what is not given, and abstaining from sexual misconduct. We'll discuss this in order. What is abstaining from taking life? Abstaining from taking life is abstaining from killing. Abstaining from taking life has a wider application than simply not killing. People say, I'm not killing human beings, so I refrain from killing human beings. It also includes all sentient beings. This means human beings also include animals, even insects. So you can't even kill animals and insects. Plants are not considered to be sentient beings, although they are sensitive. Plants are sensitive. They have photosynthesis. They don't have the full-fledged consciousness. They have movement, they have photosynthesis, but they don't have the full-fledged consciousness as humans do. So we eat vegetables. Some people may argue, and if you say that shouldn't kill any sentient beings, you're killing plants. Plants has consciousness. Plants do not have full-fledged consciousness. Plants have sensitivity, have photosynthesis. It reacts to water, reacts to sunlight, but it does not have the in-depth consciousness as humans do. They don't have consciousness as maternal love, paternal love. They don't have that. Plus, plants, if you kill a human being or kill an animal, if you kill a cow, then that cow cannot reproduce itself. But if you eat a plant, plants have millions of seeds. It continues its life by those spreading of seeds around. You can grow. Plant contains seeds. That's how we keep plants going. A plant's life is continued by seeds, by the propagation of seeds. So you didn't kill its life. So plants are different. So what is abstaining from taking what is not given? It means stealing, robbery, snatching, fraudulence, and deceitfulness. So if you take the precept of not stealing, it's not just taking things away. Stealing contains many aspects. So that means if you have taken the precept of not stealing, and if you sign up a contract, a fraudulent contract to cheat others, you're not obeying that precept of not stealing, fraudulence. So that's abstaining from taking what is not given. And there's more examples to show some people take the precepts of not stealing, but every day they're breaking that precept, and they don't know about it. Now, give you an example. If you're working, for example, in a telephone company, and you're the operator, and you can call long distance, and the cost to the company is almost like minimal. It's maybe 1 cent per minute or something like that. And you're the operator, you're working for that company, and you have the spare time, you're making all this international call on the company's time, using the company's money. That's deceitful. You break that concept, you don't know about it. And you're working as a manager, and sometimes you have some idle time. And during the idle time, you sit in your office, you open the drawer, take out your sutras, and you read Diamond Sutra, or you read other sutras, you learn about it, and you think, I'm studying the Buddha's way, it's good, I have some spare time. But you're using the company's time on your own, you're cheating. And you say, I'm practicing Buddhism. Yeah, you're benefiting yourself. That's still not right. You're reading a sutra, you're improving your wisdom, but you are using the company's time. You're cheating. You're breaking that precept, and you don't know about it. And how come I always think that I'm obeying all my precepts, I'm conforming to all my precepts, and actually I'm breaking it all the time? You don't know about it. And sometimes you open the company's stationery cupboard and you took out pencils and erasers and notebooks and all kinds of stationery and bring that home to use. You're stealing. Nobody knows about it, but you are stealing. And you think you were a Buddhist and you're not stealing? You've been doing stealing. I have been doing. I'm not blaming you. Right? Don't get me wrong. I don't know whether you're doing that or not. I'm not blaming you. But you've been stealing every day. And you don't know about it. You're cheating the company. You cover up your errors. You cover up for others. That's fraudulent. And even many Buddhists do that, and they don't know about that. Those things, those misdeeds slip off unnoticed. So that's why you have to study Vinaya, Vinaya. You have to study the precepts canon. There's a whole canon literature of precepts that you have to study in detail, what you should do and what you should not do. It takes time to study them in detail. What is abstaining from sexual misconduct? For the lay people, sexual misconduct means to have an intimate relationship with a partner other than your spouse. You're legally married. So, intimate relationship between husband and wife, that's not sexual misconduct. If you are having intimate relationship with a partner other than spouse, that's sexual misconduct. And many people commit that. And they take it for granted, it is right. That's not right. Sexual misconduct sometimes accounts for many crimes, many dire and terrible consequences originate from sexual misconduct. One of it is real obvious, is raping, child abuse. All these stems from that illegitimate sexual desire. I was going to finish right livelihood too, but I'm going to stop at this point. What did I talk about today? I talked about the Eightfold Path, the Noble Eightfold Path, right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right efforts, right concentration, and right mindfulness. And I have covered today just right speech and right action. Right speech, you know, abstinence from slanderous speech, abstinence from forced speech, abstinence from abusive speech, and abstinence from sarcasm. Can we all do that? Can we abstain from doing this forced speech? Right action. What is right action? Abstinence from taking away lives or killing. Abstinence from taking what is not given. Abstinence from sexual misconduct. These precepts sound simple, but we are breaking them every day. In the four-part Vinaya, that monk, there's a canon of precepts or sila called the four-part Praktimoksha. Monks obey 250 precepts. And that's this sexual desire precept is, we can't even originate the thought. So for example, if a monk sees a woman, a beautiful woman, for example, and the monk thought arises, oh, that's a pretty lady. That's a first thought, a pretty lady. If the second thought comes out, that links to the first. Oh, that lady is really beautiful. Oh, look at the body. That's the second thought. The second thought comes, you already have broken the precept. We can't even have the second thought, not to say the action. Lay people can perform the action of sexual misconduct, of course. Why? Why do we do this? Why do we have to obey these precepts? To purify your mentality. That's the whole idea of Buddhism. Our mind is not purified. Because our mind is not purified, we've been doing misdeeds. Because of these misdeeds, from the body, from the mouth, from the mind, we have been creating karma, bad karma. Because of this bad karma, we are reincarnating. We reincarnate life after life after life in different forms. sometimes a man, sometimes a woman, or in the animal realm, in the hell realm, in the ghost realm. We've been suffering. Even as human in the human realm, we're all different. Some are poor, some are rich, some are healthy, some are unhealthy. Some are being abused at childhood, some are being honored and given good education from grade 1. A lot of parental care for some and lack of parental care for others. Why is this different? They created their own karma. We created our own karma. Watch your mind. Your mind create all this. Not a creator create it for you. You work out yourself with you do all these things yourself. Don't blame others. That's why you got to watch yourself. Very logical, isn't it? Very scientific. You are responsible for your own actions. You sow what you reap what you sowed. You're responsible for everything. Sometimes I think to myself, Buddhism is a religion of responsibility. It's not putting the responsibility on others, on the Creator. You're responsible yourself. You got to be a responsible father. You got to be a responsible mom. You got to be a responsible son and a daughter. You got to be a responsible worker. You got to be a responsible student. You got to be a responsible teacher. Can everybody be responsible? The whole world will be much better. Okay, we've been talking about the Noble Eightfold Path, and for those who don't remember, the Eightfold Path, that's a very important concept in Buddhism. Right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right efforts, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Why do we have to learn the Eightfold Path? Eightfold Noble Path? Because before you get deeper to find out the way of life of the Buddha's teaching, the Buddha said, you got to know what is wrong and what is right. If you don't even differentiate what is wrong and what is right from various angles, one of the angles, of course, is from morality standard point of view. If you don't know what is wrong, what is right, you're contradicting yourself. So you've got to know what is the right thing to do, what is the wrong thing to do first, before you can even proceed. When you look at that map, if you don't even know how to read the map, how can you get out the forest of confusion? How can you get out the forest of reincarnation? How can you get out from the forest of life and death if you can't even read your map? That map, that first step in understanding that map is the Noble Eightfold Path and the Four Noble Truths. You got to understand these. Extremely important. The Theravada spend a lot of time on discussing the Eightfold Path and the Four Noble Truths. These are the two concepts that can be dealt with for the whole year to discuss it in detail. A lot of philosophy originates and extends from the Eightfold Path and the Four Noble Truths. So, I already have talked about it, but it's good to give a fast review if you don't understand it yet. For those who already heard about it, it's good because when you talk to people, then you can always know what to say about this Eightfold Path. Because it seems easy, but when people ask you what is the Eightfold Path, you can't say it if you don't know. Right understanding. What is right understanding? Right understanding is the understanding of suffering, causes of suffering, that the suffering can be stopped, and we also must understand the method to stop the suffering. That's right understanding. Understanding of the suffering of this world, types of suffering, the causes of this suffering, method to stop suffering, find a method to stop suffering, and we must understand that suffering can be stopped. Not just suffering of yourself, suffering of all others can be stopped. You have to understand suffering, causes of suffering, diagnosis of suffering, and suffering termination, which is nirvana. You also must understand the meaning of karma. What is karma? The cause and effect of karma. You must also understand impermanence, anicca. You must understand insubstantiality, non-self. There's no ego. That ego of yours is insubstantial, but you attach to it. So you must understand that. So these, very briefly, I'm just giving you a review. It's the right understanding. Do you understand it? Causes of suffering, suffering, cessation of suffering, method for the suffering. You understand karma and its implications? Do you understand impermanence of the world? Do you understand cause and effect, causality? Do you understand insubstantiality? If you understand all these different concepts, maybe you pass. If you don't understand anything of these things at all, you don't have the right understanding. All right, this is the right understanding. So after establishing this foundation in understanding, the aspirant starts to meditate, developing the purification of mind. You start to meditate after you understand right understanding. And meditation has two perspectives, samatha and vipassana. Samatha is training your concentration, and vipassana is training on the insight of wisdom, going level up. Samatha and vipassana. Of course, you start with samatha first and then go step by step until you have vipassana. Samatha, it's that one word for three things: for concentration, for meditation, and for samadhi. That's samatha. What is concentration? Concentration is the subject concentrating on an object. The nose tip is an object. You, the mind, is concentrating on this object. So you have an object to concentrate on. That's concentration. But in this concentration, your thought goes away. You concentrate on your nose tip. You concentrate on a flame, on a candle of flame. You concentrate on an object. It does not matter what object. Variety of objects. You can concentrate on a pool of crystal clear water. Concentrate on your belly button. You have an object to concentrate on, so that you can direct your concentration, attention to it. And then after a while, your attention goes away. You drift away. So there's a whole series of bringing back. So this back and forth is concentration. And then you go one step further. Meditation. Meditation is, I don't need to go back and forth. I can directly concentrate without wandering thoughts. No more going away. The monkeying mind is no more going away that I have to leash it back. That's the second step. I'm already having my monkeying mind under this control. You're at a higher level. Now that's meditation. A third level up, which is higher, is samadhi. Samadhi is what? I'm one with the object. There's no more subject and object. I'm one with it. I and the object is one. It's not dual. There's no duality. There's no I and he. There's no I and it. There's no love and hatred. There's no poor and rich. No duality. Oneness. That's samadhi. That pertains to samatha. And then you go higher level to vipassana. Vipassana is getting insightful samadhi. So, for these two words, I'm just giving you brief keywords. Samatha and Vipassana, it contains so much that you can spend years on it. But you're on the right track for those who meditate. You're on the right track. Don't underestimate yourself. I'm at the beginning. No, sometimes you just require that 1 or 2 years to break through, and then you will add it. Don't underestimate yourself. Oh, I'm still at the beginning. No, sometimes once you achieve that breakthrough, maybe you see a glimpse of the heaven. But heaven is not where we're looking for. Heaven still have to die. So don't believe in just going to heaven and that's the final destination. Heaven, you still have to die. But you live much longer, thousands and billions of years. We're not aiming at going to heaven. We're aiming at going to nirvana. All right, so much for right understanding. Do you know what you should be talking about when you talk about right understanding? Now you know. What is right intention? Right intention consists of 3 aspects. Intention of renunciation, intention of goodwill, and intention of harmlessness. Right understanding concerns a little bit more about oneself. Right intention concerns the merits of other people. So intention of renunciation means that you want to be liberated from suffering, and you also want all living sentient beings to be liberated from suffering. That's your right intention. You want to be liberated from the kind of suffering that we're having now. Do you know that you are suffering? Some people say, I'm not suffering, I'm happy. Then you don't know suffering. How can you be happy when you are sick, when you're old, when you have to die? When there's death in front of you, how can you be happy? I'm happy, but when you're sick, you feel sad, you feel unhappy. You don't even know that you're unhappy. So the most important thing is to realize the suffering of the world. You must not deny that fact. So, intention of renunciation is to know suffering and be liberated from it, and other people have to be liberated from it. Intention of goodwill aims at controlling the inherent anger and aversion in you, in us. So intention of goodwill is to control, have a little bit of control on your own anger, your aversion, or your greediness, your jealousy, your hatred. You need to put it under control. Now, how can we practice intention of goodwill? How do we practice intention of goodwill? What's the method to practice intention of goodwill? By loving kindness. Render loving kindness. Have you been rendering loving kindness? Or you've been selfish, you don't care, you just care about yourself? You start your loving kindness from family. You love your parents, you love your spouse, you love your children. You don't even love your family members. How can you render your loving kindness to the rest of the world? Do you love yourself or you hate yourself? You're self-pitying. You hate yourself for being so bad or for being sick. Some people hate themselves for their abusive childhood because they thought that what they experience is because of their own self, and they hate themselves. A lot of people hate themselves. A lot of people suffering depression hate themselves, denying their own existence. That's why they commit suicide. So, talking to people who suffer from depression, tell them the first is loving kindness. And this loving kindness should be to yourself and radiate out to others. So what is intention of harmlessness? It is the intention of compassion, overcoming thoughts of aggression, cruelty, and violence. Whereas loving kindness has the characteristic of wishing for the happiness and welfare of others, compassion has the characteristic of wishing that others be free from suffering. So there's a little difference. Compassion, loving kindness. Okay, so that's right intention. Do you understand right intention? Put that in your mind. It's always good when you meditate, what is right understanding that the Buddha said? What is right intention? That kind of review in your mind would generate that loving kindness, that compassion in you. And that's how you continue. You always have those concepts in your mind to remind yourself. If you don't have that concepts and you've been practicing meditation, you're not at the right course. Next, right speech. Right speech has basically 4 components. Right speech. Abstaining from false speech, abstaining from slandering speech, abstaining from harsh speech, and abstaining from idle chatter. Speech from the mouth. Your mouth did a lot of crime, a lot of sin. You slander people, tattletelling people, backbiting. You're being a lot of bad things. Speech, words of mouth can break lives. It can save a whole nation. It can kill the whole nation. Drop that bomb in that island. That's an order. Millions get killed. Politically, a few words could kill thousands of people. A few words can save thousands of people. So, right speech, abstaining from false speech is don't lie. Be truthful in your speech. Can you be truthful? Or you haven't been truthful? Abstaining from slandering speech. Did you slander people? Tattletelling? Talk behind the back? Backbiting? Especially in the business world, we're all competitors among each other. I like to see all my competitors down so that I can stand up. So I will protect myself. I will step on them. I will make sure that they fail. How do I do it? Slander them. People you hate, you slander. How about harsh speech? You curse. Bad words. You curse people. Make sure you don't do those. You observe that all the time in your daily life. People curse on roads when they're driving. Everywhere. Abstinence from idle chatter. Don't talk about idle things. Concentrate in the right thing. So that's right speech. And of course, I'm only generalizing. Think deeper into it. There's a lot of details in it. Right action means abstaining from unwholesome deeds that our body would do. It contains 3 components. Abstaining from taking what is not given, abstaining from killing, and abstaining from sexual misconduct. Your body, right action means you don't do killing, you don't steal, you don't commit sexual misconduct. These 3 things. Now today we should be talking about right livelihood. What is right livelihood? Right livelihood is concerned with earning your living in a righteous way. That's right livelihood. Wealth should be gained according to certain standards. One should earn one's living by legal means, peacefully, without coercion or violence, honestly, not by trickery or deceit. Your profession, your job should not entail harm and suffering for others. At one time, while you're meditating, following the Buddha's way of living, and on the other hand, you're doing a profession that's harming others, you're contradicting yourself. If you are having a profession that's unwholesome, you should change it, because you're creating karma for yourself. The Buddha mentioned 5 specific kinds of livelihood or occupations which would bring harm to others and are therefore should be avoided. The first one is dealing in weapons. Guns, machine guns can wipe out a lot of people. So the dealing in weapons, that kind of profession is dangerous. Profession in dealing with in living beings, including raising animals for food, for butchery. You're raising a hog farm, and every day you're selling hundreds of pigs and cows for slaughtering. Chickens. Chickens are the most abused domesticated animals on earth. Every day they're killing millions of chickens by machines. And check the internet, how they kill chickens. Extremely cruel. So don't be in that kind of profession where you have to deal with killing, deal with living beings. Dealing in meat production and butchery, you avoid that kind of profession. Occupations that are involved with poisons and intoxicants, liquor, and also occupations that involve gamblings. You know, occupations that directly or indirectly are harming others. Change professions. If you're in a profession that is not harming others and helping others, that's good karma. For example, I'm a librarian working in the library, and I'm helping all these kids and helping all people to search information. I'm a good doctor. I'm healing people. I don't perform my medical practice on the basis of profit. I'm rendering my compassion out that you are creating good, wholesome karma every day. The Buddha further names several dishonest means of earning a living, which include practicing deceit, treachery, soothsaying, trickery, gambling, and usury. Now, these are the profession, the livelihood that you should avoid. In other words, if your occupation is violating right action and right speech, don't be involved with that occupation. Change it. You don't need, especially in North America, you can change jobs. Why do you have to be involved in a job that harm others, that harm animals, that would intoxicate others? There are also three possible aspects of right livelihood. Rightness regarding actions, rightness regarding persons, and rightness regarding objects. What do I mean by that? Rightness in right livelihood, in occupation, in jobs, regarding actions means that workers should fulfill their duties diligently and conscientiously, not idling away time, claiming to have worked longer hours than they did, or pocketing the company's goods. In other words, if you're working in a company, you have to know right livelihood also include rightness with regard to your own work. You don't cheat time. On your timesheet, you just work 3 hours and you write down 4. You are indirectly stealing 1 hour from the employer. You have to be honest. The Buddha said that is indirect stealing. If you are lazy when your supervisor is away, you are lazy, you relax, you don't care, you're not conscientious, you're violating your righteousness. At the one time you're believing in the Buddha's way of living, you're meditating, you think you're righteously following the Buddha's path. On the other hand, you're cheating. Your timesheets, you're idling, you're being lazy, you don't care about your job, you're not conscientious. You're cheating other people's money. Of course, there's causality in it. One day people will find out and you'll be fired. That's cause and effect. There's another thing, there's causality. But more than just causality, you're not doing the right thing. The Buddha said that's wrong. So in being a devotee, in following the Buddha's way of life, you will be an excellent worker because you know you're responsible. You know that you work hard, you're conscientious. Among yourself, you should have the interaction should be right. You respect others. You don't slander others. You work in harmony. You render loving kindness and compassion, cooperation, harmony. And people would feel your harmony, would feel your loving kindness. So rightness regarding persons. Cooperate with your colleagues. If you find that this colleague is bad, and that is the bad worker, and he's bad, and that's unfair. He's putting all the work on me, and I'm going to get even with him. One day I would try to get even. I would retaliate. That's revengeful. That's not the right way. Patience, forgiveness, compassion, and loving kindness. That's the most powerful. Power comes from not stiffness and authority. Power comes from patience, softness, and endurance. Lao Chi in his Tao Te Ching said, the most meritorious element is water. Think about water. Water is always flowing downstream. Take a humility. Very humble. Water is very humble, very soft, very tender. Water is always going down. Very humble, very tender. It has a very high sense of humility. But it's the most powerful. It rushes down the strongest dams. Powerful is soft and tender, but it's in its tenderness and softness, it exerts a lot of power. Power comes from endurance. Powers come from patience. Powers come from stepping back. Powers come from forgiveness. Not comes from authority. Not comes from fighting. So this is right livelihood. Even in that right livelihood, there's so much that you should do and you should not do. Think about it. Why do you think that causality has pulled you down in your life? Why do you have to go through all this, what you think, quote unquote, as unfair to you? It's not been unfair to you. You've been creating karma for yourself, and you don't know about it. You have been realizing this bad karma that you created before. What you suffer now. I'm not pinpointing anyone. Huh? If a person has a broken family, broken marriage, job always get fired, a lot of unwholesome bad things happen. Is it because of someone upstairs have been treated you unfairly? You created them yourself. Contemplate within. How do I improve? What's my problem? It's never, never too late to mend. It's never, never too late to turn from that path into the path of righteousness. The problem is you don't even know about it. Now you start to know. This is your first step. Don't get back there. The brightness of the future is in this path, and you can see it. Walk it. Tread the path. The right efforts are required to practice all the other 7 Eightfold Paths. In other words, in right understanding, you need the right effort. In right intention, you need the right efforts. Right speech, you need the right efforts. Right action, you need the right efforts. Right livelihood, you need the right efforts. Right concentration and right mindfulness. All of these, you need right efforts. If we're idling, you can't do meditation if you're idling. If you come for meditation and you're completely relaxed and you don't want to do anything, you just come here as if you relax and that is about it. You just walk, you just sit here and doing nothing. That's not meditation. You're wasting your time. So you really have to apply yourself. You have to use energy to apply yourself. You work at it with perseverance and with a lot of endeavors. What is endeavor? Diligence. work hard at it. So you need to work hard at the right speech, practicing, abstaining from idle chatter, abstaining from frivolous talk, abstaining from cursing, abstaining from slandering. All that you really have to watch yourself. You really have to work at it. So, the Chinese culture, Confucius, they believe that leading a good saintly life is like you have to watch your action, your speech, and your thoughts. Like you're like walking on ice. You really have to be careful. You have to be careful of what you're doing, what you're talking, what you're thinking. Like walking on ice or walking on the edge of a mountain, walking along the abyss of a mountain. So you really have to watch yourself. So this applying the right efforts. Right efforts consist of 4 great endeavors. The first one is endeavor to prevent bad things, unwholesome deeds. The second endeavor is the endeavor of abandoning, to abandon deeds, bad deeds, unwholesome deeds that have already arisen. The third is cultivation, to cultivate it, to arouse wholesome states that have not yet arisen. You haven't done any compassionate work. You haven't been loving. You haven't been rendering. You have not been rendering loving kindness. The third is to arouse it, to cultivate it. And the fourth is to maintain, for those wholesome states that have already arisen, you maintain them and work them to perfection. So the first 2 endeavors is for curbing and controlling unwholesome states, and the second 2 endeavors are to cultivate wholesome states. So basically, that's, to put it very briefly, that is the right efforts. In the Chinese language, it's 四境勤, sei jing kan, 四境勤. So what are unwholesome states? Just to repeat. Unwholesome states are the mental defilements including greediness, hatred, jealousy, anxiety, anger, egoism, worry, doubt, envy, shamelessness, inferiority, superiority, and disappointment, sadness, and all that. Those are mental afflictions. These are mental defilements, are hindrances to liberation. So we have to watch that the kind of karma that we are creating every day. You have to be really careful in applying the right efforts to it. It's easy to talk about it, but it's difficult to do, to watch yourself. And we're always involved with bad karma. So make sure that you're not creating any karma all the time. Make sure that you're not creating any karma. We're talking about karma and its cause and effect. Let me tell you a true story. A story that happened in the history of China. It's a true story. It happened in the Tang Dynasty. There was a monk, and his name is Wu Da. Wu Da. Wu Da. Da Dao de Da. Wu Da. Wu Da. That was a young monk by the name Wu Da. Wu means enlightenment. Da, that means reaching enlightenment. Wu Da. Wu Da. While he was quite young and staying in a temple, he met a roaming monk, wandering from one temple to another. He met a monk who was seriously ill and stayed all alone, all by himself in a room just next to his. So Wu Da was in one room, and there was another relatively middle-aged, quite senior, about middle-aged monk, roaming monk from one place to another, and he was seriously ill. The monk, what kind of illness? The monk grew noxious sores and ulcers on the skin. that are poisonous. Sores, boils. I think we call them scabies. S-A-B-E-S, scabies. They are poisonous, stinky boils that develop on the skin, and it was contagious, quite contagious. If not careful, if one of those sores break and the germs come out and you touched it and you're in touch with it and it gets into your blood, that's contagious, quite dangerous, poisonous. So he was lying sick in his room, and nobody dared to care for him. He was lying there, and nobody cared for him. So out of compassion, Wu Da waited on him, serving him with food. Of course, as a young monk, he was quite, careful and energetic, and he was able to serve him and avoiding, touching his skin, and because the sickness was contagious. He served him with food and medicine for a few months. He was serving on him and waiting on him until he had completely recuperated. The monk recuperated. And one day the recovered monk said to him, "I really appreciate your help. Without your care, I would have died already. I have to leave today and return to my home temple. In the future, if you come across any insoluble difficulty that besets you, come to me. Let me help you. My temple is in Sichuan, Pangzhou, Jiulong Mountain, and is situated between two huge pine trees. When you get there, just ask the villagers its whereabouts. Local people, they all know about it. Please don't forget, if you have difficulty, come to me. Let me share it with you. Let me share your difficulty with you. Don't forget about me." So the young Wu Da said, "Oh yes, thank you very much for your consideration. Goodbye." So that recovered monk told him the whereabouts of his temple. It's in Sichuan, it's in Pangzhou, it's in Jiulong Mountain, between two pines. The temple is in between two huge pines. So Wu Da remember the location of this temple. And later, Wu Da cultivated himself so diligently in his practice and became a great Zen master after about 20 years. He cultivated so well that he became a Zen master. Erudite and well-trained in the Vinaya, in Sutras, and in the Sastras. He was getting very popular and became the emperor's teacher and was given the title National Master, 国师 in the Chinese language. It's very difficult to become a national master. You really have to be at the top of all the other masters to be the national master. So the emperor one day gave him a gift of aloes wood chair. Aloes wood. There's two kinds of precious wood, sandalwood and aloes wood. Sandalwood is not as expensive as aloes wood. Even now, aloes wood, it's in the Chinese language, Chenxiang. Sandalwood is Tanxiang. They're quite different. Sandalwood is precious already, but not as expensive as aloes wood. Only the king can use aloes wood chair. So the king gave him, the emperor gave him an aloes wood chair as a gift. The kind of gift that kind of chair that only the emperor used. It was so exquisitely carved that when Buddha, now the national master, was sitting on the chair, and he suddenly had a thought aroused in him. And he was thinking, just how I'm the national master, how many Zen masters are as lofty and as honored, as glamorous as I am? Now I become a national master. I must be on top of all the other Zen masters. I'm the most honored. His thought of arrogance, that's a thought of arrogance and pride, laid him open for the attack of a revengeful ghost that immediately entered his body. and became a big sword on his knee. You know, it happened. We all have many debtors in our past life. In our past lives, we have so many debtors that sometimes we got to watch out. When your destiny is, when the circumstances of a destiny is high, when you're at everybody has low tide and high tide in your destiny, but when you are at low level spiritually, you are low, you are open for attack for your debtors that you hurt before. So that's why some people got seriously sick and couldn't recover. At very low time, the debtors came in. And maybe one day the debtors left and recovered. So this thought of arrogance made him open for the attack of a revengeful ghost that immediately entered his body and became a big sore on his kneecap. A big sore on his kneecap. This sore grew into the shape that resembled a human face. It has 2 eyes, nose, and a mouth. Strange. That's a human face right on the knee. It was complete with brow, eyebrows, eyes, ears, nose, and a mouth. And this big sore caused him unbearable pain. He was so painful that he once thought of committing suicide. So painful every day with that kind of sore, a human face sore. He consulted many doctors and no one could cure him. But this was written in history. It's not a fictitious story. It was written in history. Then he thought of that sick monk, Buddha, thought of that sick monk whom he served many years ago, who told him that whenever he had difficulty, he should come to him. He thought of that sick monk that he helped to get to convalescent. So he started his journey to go to his temple in Sichuan to look for the monk. He arrived at the temple that he was looking for. It was a magnificent and gracious temple, and the kind that he had never seen before. So gracious a temple. The monk whom he had served many, many years ago was standing right at the gate waiting for him. Right there, he was already standing there. And the monk said with a broad smile, "I know you are coming today." And he was the same sick monk whom he served 20 years ago. But he looked different. That monk looked different. He had a brilliant halo behind his head. And he appeared to have a kind of holy glamour surrounding him. He was not the same. He was the same sick monk, but he looked completely different. And Buddha said to the monk, "Venerable, I come for your help." So he told the monk his story about how he got his painful sore on his kneecap that resembles the human face. And the monk said, "I know your story already. Now, to tell you the truth, I'm not an ordinary monk. I'm actually an arahat. I am Arahat Kanaka, the enlightened one. Remember when I got sick at the temple that we stayed together? I was just pretending to be sick to test out the monks in that temple. None of them are as compassionate as you are. At that time, I already know that you would encounter difficulty and that you will come to me. Now, I've been waiting for you. Now, let my disciple show you to a natural spring at the back of the temple. It's the Samadhi spring. And he would show you to use Samadhi water to clean this sore, and you'll recover immediately." So Buddha went down to the spring, and he was guided by a young monk who is the disciple of the Arahat, Kanaka. Well, just as they arrived at the spring, and just when he was trying to scoop up some water to clean his knee sore, suddenly the sore with that human face, resembled a human face, opened his mouth and started to talk. Opened his mouth and started to talk. What did he say? Stop! Do you remember me? I am Cao Cho, and you are Yuan Yang in the Han Dynasty. Now, I would like to explain it to you what the Cao Cho and Yuan Yang in the Han Dynasty, which is about 400 years before the Tang Dynasty, about 400 or 500 years. There's a history between Yuan Yang and Cao Cho. Yuan Yang and Cao Cho got into competition as the officers in the imperial court. So that was written history. Now let me continue with the story. He said, "Stop! Do you remember me? I am Yuan Yang, and you are Cao Cho in the Han Dynasty. You instigated the emperor to kill me because you were jealous of my achievement. I was sentenced to death by the emperor due to your slandering. I have been following you for 10 lives for vengeance. But you have been a monk for 10 lives and observed your precepts loyally without violation and was constantly protected by Vinaya gods. So I did not have a chance to kill you for revenge. Now you were given the emperor's chair and you were sitting on it, and when that thought of arrogance arose in you, I was able to enter your body. I wanted to linger your suffering until later I would kill you. But Arahat Kanaka, the enlightened one, advised me to let go and use samadhi water to wash me off. With the power of the Arahat, I was able to be liberated from suffering and be reborn in heaven. Now I want to resolve this rancor between you and me." You see what I mean? So they want to resolve this rancor between you and me, and if not because of Arahat Kanaka's rendering me with such holy sublimation, I would not have pardoned you. Now I am leaving you. So listening to this human face talking like that, Buddha was petrified with horror. The young monks immediately scooped up some samadhi water and washed the sore. And Buddha felt a terrible pain in the knee again and passed out unconsciously. When he recovered, the human face sore on the kneecap was gone. And he looked around, there was no temple, no arahat, no monk, no one. It's just in the countryside. And he had his sword recovered, his sword is gone. And later, Venerable Buddha recorded this incident in his book entitled The Compassionate Samadhi Water Repentance. In the Chinese language, it's 慈悲三昧水忏. So this book was passed from the Tang Dynasty for 950 years approximately up to now. And every year we chant it once. Inside, it was the story, the true story was written inside, and also Buddha wrote down what are the procedures that we should use in repentance, because he mentioned that we had a lot of karma created in the past life, and we have to watch our karma, and when we have to do our repentance all the time, because time, we have the past life, the present life, and the future life. In our previous lives, we have been creating a lot of karma. That's why our destinies are different. Some people have better lives than the others. If we have miserable life, don't give up. Probably because you have created your karma. Started to repent. Started to repent every day. Every day I did that. After I do my lessons, whatever wrong deeds I have done in the past, it's out of my greediness. I would like to repent. I would never commit it again. So every day you have to do this. All the debtors that I have hurt in my past life, that I have killed, that I have done harm to in my past life, please forgive me, and I would never do it again. Whatever I do, all the merits accrue from my good deeds, my wholesome deeds, will be attributed back to you. You always have to do that every day. That's the repentance. Every day you should be doing the repentance, because you don't know. Your debtors could be your relatives, your daughter, your son, your wife, your friends, your colleagues, your supervisor, people you work with. That's why your relatives are treating you that way. And if you do this repentance, maybe your son, your daughter, your friends, your colleagues, they changed because of this compassionate repentance. We don't know what the future is going to be, but because of our own karma, bad results may come out. Of course, good causes would contribute to good results. But how about the bad karma? So we really have to do our repentance every day. You have to do your prayer every day. You communicate with, as I mentioned before, the three powers are inconceivable, are also immeasurable. Three powers. Remember these three powers. The power of your own mind, the power of the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, the power of your own karma. Your karma, the power of your own karma that you created, pull you down. But if the power of your mind combined with the power of the Buddha and Bodhisattvas who are willing and always constantly rendering out arms to help you, combine these two powers to counteract the power of your own karma. That work. That changed your life. That changed your destiny. You still have the control. You may be suffering now, but you have that control. Don't waste your time in not repenting. Very important. Say your prayer and repent every day. The same applies to the Theravada. Theravada repent every day. And I remember when I went to your temple in Sri Lankan, they do the repentance all the time. They chant the Repentance Sutra, right? I forgot the name of the sutra. What did we chant last time when we were out there? I forgot. It's the medicine Buddha, right? It's the medicine sutra. Remember the last time when we were in Sri Lankan temple? I forgot. Is there a medicine sutra? The Buddha? Huh? Oh, not too sure. Yeah, I remember. The Theravada also do their repentance all the time. So make sure that you do repentance. So we have covered right efforts in a very, very simple way. Of course, there's a lot more. There's a lot more to say. Any questions? Any question today? Yes?
Can we know when our karmic debt is being paid?
Can we know? Sometimes we can guess. And I think there's a sutra says if our karma could be measured in quantity. Karma cannot be measured, you know. It's not how many grains of rice, how many tons, and how many pounds. No, it can. Assuming that our karma could be measured in quantity, the whole space could not accommodate it. So do you know how much karma we created? So you're thinking of, have we paid it up already? Only the Buddha has paid it up. Purified, no more karma. Pure, clean off from the general ledger. No more debit and no more credit. No more liability, no more asset. Even asset is karma. Assuming asset is good deeds. What you own, your asset, your land, your cash, your accounts receivable, all that, your asset. Of course, you have liability. Assuming that liability, it's your unwholesome deeds, your loan, your creditors. Your balance sheet is always not clean. You always have that, your karma. Only the Buddha has cleaned it off, no more.
I don't mean all karma.
Yeah.
If you have a karmic debt with a child or a spouse or an
Yeah.
individual.
Oh, of course, you can guess. There's a marriage, it's a marriage that lasts for 25 years or even 30 years. And all of a sudden, the man said, I don't love you anymore. I don't know why. I just don't love you anymore. I don't have that kind of feeling. I want to leave. Or sometimes maybe the wife. The wife said, Jack, we've been 30 years. I had enough. I had enough of the... Well, I thought you've been loving me. No, I had enough. I want to leave. Do you have a third person? No. I want to be single. I don't want to be with you. I don't know why. Let's call quit. I already have that paper signed in my lawyer, ABC and Company, and he'll be sending you a copy, and please sign it. I don't care what you do. That's the end. And we're going to split this house into 50-50. And suddenly, that marriage, which looked so good for 30 years, is gone. Isn't that a debt payout? The man is not going to see the woman again, and the woman is not going to see the man again. Have you seen that things happen? I've seen many cases like that. Maybe 30 years for some people. Maybe 1 week. Oh yes, 1 week. And some people have been in courtship for 10 years. And then they were talking about, a wedding should be in Hawaii and all that, and big preparations and all that. And they prepared it for 6 months. And then somehow they got into arguments about how much they're going to pay and what kind of gifts and who we're going to invite to the party, to the wedding and all that. And they already have booked those rooms and booked a party reception in Hawaii, Honolulu, Maui and all that. And because of this argument, they say, I'm not going to go through the wedding. Let's call quit. I don't care about this money I spent. I know that if I'm going to spend another 1 year with you, I'll go crazy. So they split. They haven't started the wedding and they split already. Have you heard of that? Oh, a lot of these things happen. So what do you call that? 10 years of courtship, the debt is all paid up. No more connection. No more. The debt is all paid up. And yesterday I was listening to one of my older masters talking on a CD, and he talked about 2 incidences. Two pigs were talking in human language in the middle of the night. Somehow the farmer was the farmer was overhearing it. He was passing by, and about 2-3 o'clock in the morning, pigs could talk to each other in the human language. And one pig said, I had 3 more to go. It's unbearable. I have 3 more lives to go. I still have to confront 3 more lives cutting into my throat. I have 3 more lives as a pig. Oh, it's terrible. And the other pig is, oh, that's long. I'm glad. Going through this life, I'm finished. I'm glad. I'm so glad. You understand? So somehow the farmer dropped something on the ground. Boom, there was a sound, and they never talked again. So they have certain time. After 2 or 3 lives, they're gone. And there was this guy who was riding a donkey, and the donkey didn't want to walk anymore. The donkey stopped, and the man was beating up the donkey with a stick. All of a sudden, the donkey said, I didn't owe you any money anymore. Get off. Well, so when the debt was paid, there's a time like that. Any more question? Yes?
I was curious about the Pure Land method.
Yes?
You have often told us not to use blind faith to believe in something.
Pure Land, yes.
But Pure Land seems to me, personally, like it deals a lot with just blind faith in the sutras, in the Pure Land and Amitabha Sutras.
Yes.
Is that not pure, just blind faith in the sutras? Isn't that wrong on some level?
That's a good question. To answer that, I'll attempt to answer it now. First of all, the Pure Land is not blind faith. In the Pure Land, you still have to observe the Vinaya. In other words, you still need to purify your action, your speech, and your thought. You still have to do that. If you have a lot of karmic force that pull you and stop you, even though you believe in the Pure Land, the Amitabha is there waiting for you, you still can't go. Because the debtors is going to stop you from going. So you really have to cultivate yourself also. You really have to observe your morality standard. You really have to purify your karma. You still have to do all those. The morality. Remember the three foundations of practicing the Buddha's living. The first one is morality. The second is samadhi or meditation. The third is wisdom. Without wisdom, without samadhi, and without morality, you still can't be reborn in the Pure Land. But this approach is easier because this approach you can go with the karma. Usually, you have to be you are out of reincarnation only when all your karma is purified. Arahat has all his karma purified. We call it nirvana. Went into nirvana already. But in this Pure Land approach, Amitabha created this world, which is called Pure Land, or the land of Amitabha. When you die, after you die, you were reborn in that land. That land has no suffering. But that's just a transient. You are a transient passenger. It's just a transient place where you learn from there to be the Arahat. Learn from there to be away from reincarnation. But that you're not the Buddha yet. But in order to be born in there are a lot of conditions that you have to fulfill. The first one is your mind and Amitabha's mind must be linked up at the juncture of death by your 10 one-pointedness of mind chanting of Namo Amitabha. That means your mind must be so pure, so concentrated that you have no other delusions, you have no other mental defilements and afflictions that stop you from the concentration. You have no debtors that stop you. So you still need all this condition to come true. You still need to have practiced morality, wisdom, and samadhi. But remember I said the three powers are inconceivable and immeasurable. The power of your mind, the power of karma, the power of the Buddha. Now, you practice the Pure Land. You haven't purified your karma. The power of the unwholesome karma still has in you, stays in you, that stop you from getting away from reincarnation. But the power of Amitabha Buddha to save you, and the power of your mind to go there, and the power of your mind when you are alive of practicing with consistency, with energy, with perseverance, with great endeavors, following the precepts, practicing morality, practicing samadhi, and practicing and having insight, knowing Amitabha and having faith in Amitabha. So faith is not the only blind faith. It's not like, I believe in Amitabha and that's it. Blind, that means I don't care about anything else. As long as I believe in him, at the juncture of death, I can be there. No. That's only one of the conditions. You understand? Not just blind faith. You really have to also work at the morality, samadhi, and wisdom. You understand? But this is an expedient way. It's an easier way because that way you also depend on the power of the Buddha who make that wish. Amitabha Buddha is going to render out his hand to give you a lift. You understand? In all the other ways, you have to do it all by yourself. You have to do your meditation stage by stage until you get to nirvana. If you go by the Hinayana approach, you have 4 approaches: the Sotapanna, Sakadagamin, Anagamin, and Arahat. So the first level, second level, and third level, and fourth level. Now, in this lifetime, you could have, after so many years of practice, you could have achieved at a Sotapanna level. If you have achieved the Sotapanna level, purifying your karma to that stage, that means 7 times coming back to this world, reincarnating back into this world, you'll be the Arahat. No more. You won't go to the 3 pernicious realms: ghost, infernal, and animal realm. You'll be 7 times reborn in here because you're at certain level already. So if you already had the second level, Sakadagamin, then you come to this world only 1 time, and then you don't go anymore. When you're at the third level, Anagamin level, you don't even come to this world of desires. You are in the second, in the Rupadhatu world, where you learned to be the Arahat. You understand? So all that you depend on yourself for the cultivation. Your own help, simply by the power of your own mind. You work at your own mind. But the Pure Land, you depend on the Buddha also, other than yours. But
Venerable, how do we know that the Pure Land exists?
It's just like, how do we know we become the Buddha? It's just, how do we know there is how do we know we can purify our karma? Well, what would make you know about something? What makes you know, huh?
Evidence, seeing it.
You have seen, so you only believe in seeing it, right? If you have seen it, if your senses can feel it, then you believe it, right?
Or
right?
somebody else has seen it. Yeah.
Somebody else have seen it, so you believe, and somebody else have seen it. So let me tell you, we have lots of incidences written in sutras that they said, oh, I'm going there. There is a book, a record of incidences, but at the juncture of death, they show a lot of auspicious signs. For example, they know when they're going to go. They're not sick. So I'm going on Thursday. I'm going to the Amitabha's Pure Land. Bodhisattva will be coming to receive me. But he was not sick. He knew when he's going to die. He had all these auspicious signs that can prove that ordinary people would not know when you're going to die. Ordinary people would not die without sickness. But that person did it. And many arahats, many high Zen masters, they said, that's the place to go. And Buddha said it. Do you believe in what the Buddha said? Arahat said it. Buddha said it. If you say, I don't believe in the Buddha said, then the case is dropped. You don't believe in what the Buddha said, then the case is all dropped. You don't practice it. But talking about how do you believe in something, you really have to study consciousness, which Nanamatrata. How do you get to believe in something? By what? On what basis do you believe it? So, in other words, you have to dialectically prove that the Pure Land is there. That you can go through that procedures. There's so many things in this world that exist that human senses don't know, that no people have been there. In other words, before North America was discovered by Columbus, many years ago, everybody in China wouldn't have believed that there is North America, would it? So, say 1,000 years ago, before the discovery of America, everybody in China was, some people talk about, oh, there is an America. I know there's one in America because I know. Would anybody believe? Because they haven't seen it. But does that mean that America did not exist 1,000 years ago? No. So you can't say, I don't believe in anything that I haven't seen before, or I can't believe in anything that nobody has seen before, has found before. There's so many things that our senses cannot reach. That the sages said they exist, and there's so many things that exist that many people have not experienced. They cannot put it in black and white in languages that such thing exists, but they exist. It's just like, have you seen your great-great-grandfathers before? No, but do you believe in it? You believe that there's a line coming down like that. On what basis do you believe that? Because your dad told you, or that's hereditary, right? You believe in what people told you, right? So you use your wisdom and you speculate and you postulate and you think logically that is what it is. But that's exactly what we did. We work out the postulation, we deduce from it that such a thing exists. You don't necessarily have to see them with your own eyes. Some sages told us, the Buddha told us, there were people, even people who at the juncture of death said, oh, I saw the Buddha coming to receive me now. And all of a sudden the room was filled with celestial music that everybody heard it. Or suddenly the dying person had a glow surrounding him. That happened in Hong Kong. Everybody saw the glow of light surrounding the dead body. And everybody was surprised. And they have about 100 people chanting for the dying patient. There was a lady. The lady practicing the Pure Land approach, and at the juncture of death she was chanting, and everybody would help out the chant. And suddenly the light developed around his body like an aura. And the light was getting brighter and brighter and broader and broader, broader and broader until it drifted out from the window and gone. It's when the consciousness left the body, it's not in a form that we can see. It's not in the form of matter. And it's in the form of even light, maybe it's even lighter than light, you know. So a lot of those examples showed us that why did the lady suddenly develop a glow of halo surrounding her? And how come we smell this fragrance that we've never, like perfume that we've never smelled before? How come there's celestial music? How come even there was an illiterate monk practicing the Pure Land at the juncture of death? He was able to cross-leg and sit, and then he left a few words and say, I'm going to the Pure Land. This is the words I'll leave behind to you people. And there's a poem he uttered from his mouth. He was illiterate, but he uttered something to leave behind, and he was sitting cross-legged like that, and he passed away like that. No pain, no difficulty, and he passed away. There's so many of these incidences. So not necessarily you have to believe in it when you see it. Not necessarily. There's so many things that our senses can feel, can communicate with, cannot contact with, get in contact with. So the Pure Land approach is easier for us. If you I don't want any more reincarnation. Please, I have suffered enough. I want to go to the land of Amitabha. Because in there, Amitabha and Bodhisattva will be your teacher. He will be teaching you, and it will be much faster for you to get enlightened. If you're learning in this world, you're learning from ordinary monks, like we're ordinary monks. If you're learning from them, who are enlightened monks, it's different. It's different. Plus, there's no suffering there. You don't have to do a living. You don't have to go out and work and make a living. In there, you just learn to become the Buddha. So that's the place where all should be going to. Because depending on our own efforts, it may be quite impossible. Because look, you have to work every day. You have a family to look after. You have a lot of anxieties. You have a lot of responsibilities. You can't let go and all that. How can you practice to become fully enlightened? The Dharma is always available to us. Whenever you're walking, whatever you're doing, the Dharma, the truth, the ultimate truth, that nature, that Buddha nature, that truth is always available to us. When we're looking at a cherry tree, for example, we're looking at a cherry tree, we're looking at the flowers, cherry blossom. What do we know about it? Different perspectives from different people. You look at a cherry tree in a nursery, in Adnap, what you would say is, I would like to put that in my garden. How much does it cost? Oh, $150? Wow, it's too expensive. Maybe I should get it somewhere cheaper. Is it a good species? Can I do it? Are they going to include the price of transportation in it? You're talking about the monetary value of it, whether it would enhance your house beauty. Your perspective is like that. The owner's perspective is like this. When can I sell off this cherry tree? How much am I going to get from it? Should I get more of it? Would the customers like it? Would there be a demand for it? There's another perspective from the owner. But that's not the ultimate truth of it. We're revolving around the ultimate truth. When a philosopher looks at a cherry tree, for example, we look at a cherry tree this morning. We're meditating in there, we're listening to the birds singing, and we suddenly realize, did I miss all this out? How come it sounds so natural? How come it sounds so tranquil? How come there's serenity in it? So you look at the flowers and you say, what a beautiful cherry tree there, with all the petals on the floor, on the ground. A cherry blossom has the significance and the meaning of the 6 paramitas, you know. The 6 paramitas of bodhisattvas, there's 6 altogether. When a Buddhist philosopher looks at a cherry tree, he's thinking of the 6 parameters. The truth arrives from a cherry tree. A cherry tree has observed its precepts, has observed its morality standard. A tree is always confining to its own soil. Except for creeping plants, they're always obeying the 4 seasons. Spring comes up, flower blossom. Autumn, it wither and go back to the soil. Wintertime is hidden. In the springtime, it blossoms out again. It's always obeying the nature, the cycle of the nature. It's conforming to its own morality standard, its own vinaya, its own precepts. It never overlaps to the other position. It never occupies other territories. It's never intruding into others' properties. It's always confining to its own world, conforming to his own morality standard. So he's observing this, one of the 6 parameters, obeying the Vinaya, observing its own morality standard, always going its way within the confines of its precepts and of its conduct. Are we humans doing the same thing? If we are doing the same thing all the time, there wouldn't be wars, there wouldn't be conflicts, there wouldn't be so many news appear in the newspapers, crimes, egoism, violence, murder, broken homes, committing suicide, depression, anxiety, fear, disappointment, How come all these things? The cherry tree is within its confine, doing a perfect job within its confine. That's the truth of it. The second is, the cherry tree is observing its precept of endurances and patience and perseverance. How? When the winter comes, when the autumn comes, it sheds its flowers off, go back to the soil. It stands the coldness of the winter, the snow, the attacks of insects. It's enduring everything, waiting for that final moment to blossom itself. It's a very high level of endurance. So it's 6 parameters number 2, endurances and patience. How about giving? Generosity, giving out. Springtime has come. May, April, the buds come out, cherry buds come out. And then sometime in May, mid-May, all the cherries blossom, the flowers blossom. It renders this beauty to the whole world without reservation. Beautify the whole nature. Give out fragrance. Glorify spring. It's giving, giving, giving. It's giving nature to nature. It's giving nature to humans. Isn't it giving? A cherry tree has given all its might, all its glamour, all its fragrance. That's giving. And we're only receiving. We admire the cherry blossom. It gives me the admiration. Do I appreciate it though? We take it for granted. That's a cherry tree that's beautiful. We take it for granted. We're receiving. We don't know that the cherry tree is giving. So a cherry tree has observed is one of the 6 parameters of giving, giving, giving. Not only does a cherry tree give to the world, to humans, to everybody who admires it, to nature, it's also giving to its younger generation. How? When it sheds its petals, all the flowers go back to the soil. The flowers fall onto the ground. In the autumn time, in the summertime, even in the winter time, all these nutritions go back to the soil. Every petal nourishes its soil for the younger generation. It is the most considerate parents, caring for its younger generation, its future budding. It dies. The flower disappears. No more flowers. But it does not mean that the spirit dies. The spirit is all hidden right underneath the soil. When the spring comes, the energies go back to the tree, and the tree buds. So every petal, every fallen petal, nourishes for its own younger generation. What do we humans do? We destroy. Do we care? We pollute. Are we not even better than a cherry tree in certain respect? A cherry tree looks after its younger generation, its posterity. So how about meditation? Is a cherry tree meditating? Does the cherry tree go into samadhi? A cherry tree works very quietly in solitude, with certainty, with serenity. It is beautiful, colorful, fragrant, but it never exaggerates itself. It is for sure, for certain, like a monk meditating there. It does not matter what disturbances, the cherry tree accepts it. It doesn't affect it. the worms attack it, somehow they get over it. They're always in samadhi. They're always in meditation. They won't get mad. They won't get violent. They won't curse. They won't kill. They won't steal. It is always in samadhi. So, a cherry tree has Dharma in it. A cherry tree contains all the ultimate truth. And the cherry tree is conveying this to us. Do we know about it? And we just look at the price tag. How much we make from the price. How much we pay. Would it enhance the beauty of my house so that my guests would enjoy the glamour of my house? So that I might satisfy my ego about the beauty of my house? If nobody comes to my house, why do I care about this cherry tree? The cherry tree is for people to appreciate. So, what does that mean? Everything is karma. Every nature, every molecule, every atom. Everything is the Buddha nature. It's just you haven't got it. We haven't got it. We don't know. When the Buddha looked at nature, every molecule is ultimate truth. It conveys the ultimate truth. But only the intelligent can see it. Only people with insight can see it. So, when we're talking about right mindfulness, the Buddha says, the Dharma, the ultimate truth, is always available to us. It's in every chair, every grain, everything. And that the place where this ultimate truth is realized, is to be realized, is within ourselves, not in a remote place. How do we realize this ultimate truth? Oh, we realize it from a library. There's got a lot of books in the library. In chapters, there's a lot of books about Buddhism, about meditation. I'll go and search and dig for it. I read all the books and I know everything about Buddhism. How about the DVDs? I listen to masters. How about a visit to the Himalayas? I visit some of the masters hiding in those caves, and they will give me magic. They will give me hints that will work out magic. You're not realizing this within you, the experiences of your own life. You try to look for it always outside of you. And the Buddha said, that's not the place. Certainly, we can learn from masters, but the most important that we have to know is the truth must be found within us, within our own experiences, not far out. It is not enough merely to accept the Dharma as a faith, to learn it by reading, by watching DVD, listening to CDs, or to think about it through logic, through deductions and inferences. It has to be known by insight of your own, within you. What is this insight? What brings our mind into focus and makes it accessible to insight is a mental faculty. It is called sati in the Pali language. Sati. Sati is usually translated as mindfulness. In the practice of right mindfulness, the mind is trained to remain in the present moment. The present moment, which is open, quiet, and alert. Not the past, not the future. All judgments, all interpretations have to be suspended. If they occur, if a judgment comes up to your mind when you're meditating, a judgment, a discrimination, just know them, register them, and let them go, let them pass away. Let them come, let them go. Oh, here comes the cloud of anxiety. Here comes the cloud of fear. Here comes the cloud of depression. Oh, let it come. I register it. I know it comes. It overwhelms me, but okay, I'll let it go. I won't let it attach to me. I just let it pass. That's mindfulness. If you let the cloud stick to you, to your ego, that's not mindfulness. That's suffering. That's torturing. Here comes the cloud of anxiety. I'm worrying. And it sticks to my ego. Oh, I'm anxious. I cried. I feel sinful. I feel guilty. I feel sad. I feel sorrowful. You're not letting go of it. You're not being mindful. You are out of your mind. You're not mindful. But it's easy to say and to know, difficult to do. We all know that. So practicing is not just knowing, it's doing. There was once a scholar in the Tang dynasty who asked a very high level, a Zen master, and he asked, Venerable Master, what is the ultimate truth? The Venerable Master said, the ultimate truth? Namo Amitofo. Namo Amitofo. And the scholar said, is it that simple? Namo Amitofo? And the Venerable monk said, yeah, it is so simple that a 3-year-old knows how to chant it. But it is so difficult that a 90-year-old cannot practice it. It's easy to say. It's very difficult to do. To practice mindfulness is thus a matter not so much of doing, but of undoing. It's not just doing. I control my mind. I'm in meditation. I'm crossing my leg. I'm watching my breath, sati, in and out, anapanasati. It's not so much of doing that, but of undoing. Undoing what? Not thinking, not associating, not planning, not imagining, not wishing, not labeling, not discriminating, not attaching to the past, not attaching to the future. Undoing that, not worrying. Because all these are mental interferences, mental afflictions. Mindfulness undoes the knots and tangles of these mental afflictions by simply noting them and letting them pass away. Watching each of these delusion comes up as they arise, as they stand, as they pass away, and then just let them pass away. In the watching, there is no attachment whatsoever. So mindfulness anchors the mind securely in the present. So it does not flow away. It does not flow away into the past and future with memories, regrets, fears, hopes, planning, disappointment, greediness, hatred, jealousy, you name it. So, the present moment. That's why when we're out there in the woods, in the garden, we say, mind your present moment. The present moment is important. Don't hang on to the past. When an anxiety comes, because you suffer out of experiences of certain thing, and that thing gives you anxiety. This anxiety act together will give you an anxiety that you cannot control because you hang on to the past. You relate your present experiences with your past experiences, which is painful, which creates anxiety, which creates depression. You hang on to the past. You're not free. We are not free. We hang on too much to the past. We're not free. We plan on too much to the future. We're not free. We just appreciate the present moment. When you're out there standing on the slope, your eyes meeting the green of the landscape, and you forget about the past, forget about the future. Only the present moment counts. The present moment of serenity, dignity, and peace of mind. And then suddenly you think of the past. A thought overwhelms you. Let it flow away. Let it flow away. And you will find peace by doing that. This whole process of training. A thought comes, arises, stands, goes away. When the thought goes away, you said, oh, it goes away. That's peace. Peace follows. But when it does not go away, suffering follows. You know there's a quicksand right in front of you. You know you're not going to walk into it. That's the quicksand of anxiety, of depression, of fear, of disappointment. You just don't move. I'm in the quicksand, just don't move. And slowly, your own energy will help to get out. Because your own energy, your Buddha nature, is so powerful that the quicksand will melt away by itself. You're free. Because you don't allow all these delusions to overwhelm you. The quicksand is just a delusion. It's not real. The quicksand is not real. You are creating your quicksand and then let yourself sink into it. Only when you discover that the quicksand is delusion and not real, then you will be able to liberate yourself. Otherwise, you cannot. Mindfulness is in everything, you know. Unless you're not mindful. When you are mindful at the cherry tree, that cherry tree is mindful. When you're not mindful of that cherry tree is not mindful either. The response is right there. And that mindfulness has a degree of intelligence and insight too. A merchant who looks at nothing but money is mindful of that cherry tree, but only in terms of greediness, for the profit that he's going to make. It's different. It's the same cherry tree. We're only just giving a brief general outline. Said if you look at right understanding, here is the door, get into the right understanding. You know that door, you know that path. What we know is just that path exists. We haven't even opened the door of that path. We walk the path of right understanding. We walk, oh, that's the door, the right understanding. We know how to walk onto it, that's the path, but we need to open the door and appreciate the treasures inside. It's immeasurable. It's vastness. We yet have to open every of this door. We just talk about the label that appears on the door. Here is right intention. Here is right understanding. Here's right livelihood. Here's right speech. If you meditate on each of these noble paths, you get your own insight. You get your own treasures. And those treasures will be within you. The treasures that will equip you for liberation, for release from suffering, for emancipation from mental afflictions. So much for today. I only have covered 2 pages of the 8, but it's good enough. We don't have to rush because we appreciate today nature. And for people who are busy bees all the time, wouldn't it be nice for 10-15 minutes to stand in there and listen to the birds, look at the green, look at the trees, and appreciate what Mother Nature has rendered to us? If you have been so busy doing something, you have to ponder, is it worthwhile doing that one thing all the time, so busy doing all the time? Is there anything else? I still remember Thomas Carlyle said, it's not even, nothing about, it's just a writer. But he says something that strikes a chord in my mind. And he says, the tragedy of life is not so much what men suffer, but what they missed out. The tragedy of life is not suffering what we missed out. We have the opportunity to be human, reborn as human. If we missed out this opportunity to learn the Buddha's living and be liberated from suffering, we missed out this life. But when I get out there and see and experience, interact with people, a lot of people, they don't care about the opportunity. They don't know about the opportunity. They just go about scurrying their household work, their job, their hunting for their satisfying their cravings, greediness, jealousy, hatred, fear, disappointment. I don't think we're all doing the right thing. We don't want to miss out this opportunity. Otherwise, you'll waste this lifetime. How many more years are we going to live to? Give you another 60 years? If you're 30-year-old now, give you 60 years as 90 years. Is that enough? Or maybe 70 years, until you're 100 years old. You still have to die. You still have to die. But don't miss out this opportunity to get nirvana, to get enlightenment, to lead a happy life, to know that you have a chance to get out. Or you don't care, you just breakfast, lunch, work, job, night shift, day shift, making the money, getting the paycheck, enjoying what you think is temporary happiness, or sometimes doing all sorts of things to get what you want, even creating bad karma. That's a choice that you should make. And right now, I can see that everyone in here has that opportunity. That's why you've come. That's why you've come to find out more. You already have astride that one first step onto the path. Are you going to continue the next, third? 1,000,000 miles start from the first step out. That's Lao Ji's words. And some people stop up to the third step. There's a saying, a Chinese saying, but I have to translate it. It says, the first time when you're interested in the Buddha's teaching, you're very interested in it, you're deeply involved with it, and Buddha is in your mind, so close to you, in your mind, inside. That's the first year. As you slowly, gradually develop and cultivate, after 3 years, Buddha is not in your mind anymore. It's in the temple. It's so far away. It's in the temple. And after another 5 years, it's not even in the temple. It's in the Pure Land. So it's getting, you think that learning more and more and more, some people getting closer and closer to liberation, some people just work the opposite. When they strike that chord of interest, they come and learn and learn and learn, and then somehow they lose the interest. Mara got into them. They cannot persist. They have no patience. They were overwhelmed by other things, and they give up. no more liberation. Buddha starts from being in the mind to be further and further and further away. I hope it won't happen to you. Endurance is like a cherry blossom. So right mindfulness, that's a very important concept, especially related to all of us here spending our time in meditation. For those who are interested in meditation, meditation is not just like a one-time deal. You come here and that's meditation. No. Meditation is a lifetime learning process. You won't realize the benefits of it, the essence of it until you really have tried out for a great number of times. If you just sit there and thought that is meditation, it's not that simple. It's something that you practice. A 5-year-old knows how to sit and cross-legged, but it takes an 80-year-old to really achieve nirvana and enlightenment. So it's a process of learning and learning and learning. So right mindfulness, what is right mindfulness? Have we been mindful in what we're doing? We always say, of course, this is my mind. I've been mindful in what I'm doing. Unfortunately, that's not the case. We have always not been mindful. And even if we are mindful, we may not put our mindfulness on the right foundation. What are these foundations? Because if your mind is not set in the right path, you could have put your mind to do something wrong. The mind originates a lot of defilements, and if you're only mindful of those, if we are only mindful of those, we're in deep trouble. We have always been mindful of what? Greediness, desires, jealousy, hatred, anxiety, fear, disappointment. You name them. That's what we've been mindful of. Egoistic, chauvinism. Oh, you name them. You should know how to name them. It should be an inexhaustible list. Those are the things that we've been mindful on most of the time. Is it right to be mindful of that? Is it right to be mindful of egoism? Of course, you know it isn't. We all know that we shouldn't be egoistic unless you really are up to a point that you don't even know that egoistic is wrong. Some people don't even realize that being egoistic is wrong. They don't even know that. The better people know it's not right. But people who indulge in egoism, they don't even know. When they hurt people, they don't even know. When they exercise violence, they don't even know. When they're greedy, they don't even know. When they're jealous, they don't even know. They just react their emotion in accordance with their egoism and reacting to the outside world. So mindfulness is a very important concept. First of all, we must gear our mindfulness to the right path first. Not to say whether you are mindful, you must know what is the right path. That's why we've been studying the Eightfold Path. We study the Four Noble Truths and then the Eightfold Path. If you don't even have the right understanding of life, right intention of life, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right efforts, we can't even talk about mindfulness. Now, given that we already understand what mindfulness is all about, let's talk about mindfulness now in isolation. And we call it Sati. Sati is a Pali language. We've just finished chanting in Pali. You know what Pali language is for those first-time comers? Pali, at the time of Buddha, approximately about 2,600 years ago, in India, Indians spoke more than 100 languages, but the most commonly used is Pali and Sanskrit. Sanskrit is basically for the upper class, and Pali is for the mass population. And that word Sati, it's a Pali language word. What does Sati mean? Sati means mindfulness. We train our mind to remain in the present moment. We don't train our mind to think about the past, attached to the past. Some people have very bad past experiences. Abusive childhood, broken marriages, employment dismissal, fighting at work, competition, school, website, a lot of things in the past which is not happy. A lot of things in the past which is happy too. But it does not matter. Mindfulness is living at the present moment. Don't link onto the past. Don't do the future too. Don't link onto the future too. The future hasn't come. You can plan for the future. Don't even worry about the future. Some people worry about the future. They are very insecure. Why worry? If you worry today, would the worrying help you to resolve tomorrow's problem? I worry about the happening, the probability of that it will happen. I worry about it. I'm anxious about it. I have a lot of anxiety about it. I worry about it. I'm unhappy about it. I'm emotionally worried about it. But would that worrying help you to resolve the problem, which may not come or may come, even if it may come? Would it help to resolve it? No, it wouldn't. But it helps you to reduce your happiness today. If you worry, you have to worry right now, which is unhappy. Why do you make yourself worrying? I'm not talking about religiously, spiritually. I'm just talking about common sense. Common sense tells us that by worrying about it, it wouldn't help. If that occurrence is bad and it never would happen in the future, why worry now? If the probability for that bad occurrence will occur, would the worrying now help it to stop it from occurring? It won't. But people's mind, because they're not trained, they always worry. Why? Because they think about past bad experiences. They fail a lot of times. They're afraid of failures. They're afraid of disappointment. They don't want that to come up again. They always think that it's recurring. That's the problem of attaching to the past. You can learn from the past, though. We learn from history. In the past, I had this unhappy ending because I have committed these errors. I know these errors. I'm not going to commit them again. I learned from it. But I'm not going to worry about these. Learning and attachment is not the same. Learning, you learn all these things, all the errors that you have made. You won't do them again. Period. Attachment is, you linger on your past abusive childhood. You blame everybody. You don't forgive anybody. Your broken marriage, a divorce. You blame your ex-husband. You blame your ex-wife, your ex-girlfriend, your ex-boyfriend. You think about all these things. No. Training yourself mindfulness is be at the present moment. So mindfulness helps to note every thought and let it, when you're mindful, the thought comes. Just as Sati, remember I said when you're meditating, this is the object of meditation, the object of your concentration. You are a molecule stuck right inside your nose tip. You feel the air coming in and out, in and out. What's the purpose of this? You create an object of concentration so that when another thought arises, no, I don't want that thought. I want to switch back to this object. So that you concentrate in here, you trying to avoid all other wandering thoughts. And as time goes on, you don't even need this as a concentration object. You just meditate. You meditate, a thought arises, and it's sustained without you noticing it. Now you noticed it. You see the thought arising, you watched it. You see the thought sustaining, you watched it. You see the thought slowly, gradually disintegrating, dissolving, you watched it. So you watched a thought come, arise, sustain, the thought disappeared. You watch every thought like that. Oh, here comes a thought of anxiety. Oh, would I get fired? I'm worrying. What happened if I'm out of a job? My supervisor is telling behind my back. The boss, he's going to fire me. A thought arises. You have to know about it, and you go, oh, this is a thought of anxiety, a thought of fear. I watched it. My emotion is not going to be carried away by it. I watched it. It arises now. I'm worrying about it. But that worry arises now. I'm not going to be worried by it. I'm watching that thought of worry. And let it go, let it go. It sustains. No, it's disappearing. No more, no more. So you watch that thought arises, sustaining, and going away. Can you be a third person watching your own thought? Every thought you watched it, every thought you know about it? It's difficult. How can you objectively be a third person? That needs training. That needs insight. That needs meditation. That's why what we're doing in here. If you're successful in being a third person to watch yourself, and you build all your thoughts on the right foundation, right intention, right mindfulness, right action, right speech, you're on your way to happiness. You're on your way to avoid all these mental defilements. No more jealousy, no more hatred, no more fear, no more anxiety. Wouldn't that be a better life for all of us if you rid yourself of all those? And this watching the breath in and out, some people say, this is for beginners. No, this is not for beginners. This is for the very advanced. This is enough for 30 years. This just is in and out breath is enough for 30 years. You just watched it, and you know how to do it. Your wisdom level would rise, and your wisdom level would tell you what to do next. You don't have to ask the teacher. You know the wisdom in you would direct you to do the right thing. Now, right mindfulness is cultivated usually, if we need a method, is usually cultivated through a practice, what we call the four foundations of mindfulness, the four contemplations that we already talked about before, but it's worthwhile to review it. What are these four foundations, four contemplations? Contemplation of the body, when you're being mindful, contemplation of the body or mindfulness of the body. Contemplation of feelings or mindfulness of feelings. Contemplation of states of mind and contemplation of all phenomena. These are the four foundations. We all talked about that before, but it's worth reviewing it. Number one, what is contemplation of the body? What is most important, the vital process of your own body is not just drinking water, not just eating food. If you don't eat food for 7 days, you may not survive. If you have no water for 3 or 4 days, you may not survive. But that's still a length of time. But if you close your nose for a few minutes, you don't survive. So breathing is actually the most important process in your body. And it's the closest to you. So if you're meditating, what do you use as an object of concentration? What's the closest? You don't have to burn a candle. You don't have to get a big bowl of water and meditate on it. You don't need an object outside of you. You need an object that is so akin to you, so close to you. What is that? What is that? That's your own breath. What is more important than your own breath? Why do we use this breath? Because it's the most readily available tool. It's the most important tool. You don't have to carry it in your pocket. It's always available for meditation. Wherever you go, standing, sitting, lying down, reclining, wherever you go, this is the breath. So, contemplation of the body starts with what? Starts with this root meditation subject, which is, we call it mindfulness of breathing. And in the Sanskrit language, or the Pali language, it's called anapanasati. Remember, we've been all talking about anapanasati, in and out breath, in and out breath. How do we do it? When we meditate, we concentrate on our breathing. We don't want to have wandering thought. We want to concentrate on how we breathe. When the air comes in, oh, the air is coming in. When the breath is going out, the air is going out. So it's in and out, in and out. Concentrate in there. That direct your concentration, your mindfulness into there. And I should do this all the time. Thoughts come in. Thoughts come in. You stop that thought. You see that thought arises. Oh, there's another thought arises, which is not in and out breath now. Another thought arises. I didn't know about it until I get carried away for 2 minutes, and then, oh, I haven't been concentrating on my breath. I've been thinking about home. I've been thinking about job. No, I won't be thinking about that. I come back to my breathing again. So there's a lot of going and coming, going and coming. When you are really familiar with your own breath, what is your feeling? How do you feel when you really know, watch my breath in and out, in and out. I'm so much trained in it. What would become of your breath? Any response? If you're so concentrated in it. Yeah?
Very subtle. It's getting subtle.
Yes, exactly. When you are meditating, train your mind in the anapanasati, the first thing you will realize is you have that peace of mind in you. And then your breath starts to be long. Right now you're breathing short. You're up to the lung only. You're short. When you meditate more and more, your breath goes down, deeper and deeper and deeper. Your breath does not stop at the lung. It goes down to the belly button, to the abdomen. It's deeper and deeper and longer. And also, it's very subtle, very fine. Now it's not subtle. Why? Because we can feel it. We can feel it. We can feel the passage of the air going through. You can feel it. When it's fine and subtle, so fine that you don't feel it, you will be in excellent health. Your longevity, your like I already given examples before. Dogs, they have very short breath. Horses, they have very short breath. Dog, very short breath. Short breath animals, they live short life. A dog, maybe 15 years. At the most 17, 18 years, they died. A horse, maybe even shorter. A turtle's breath is so fine and subtle and so long, they live for maybe thousands of years. Sea turtle, 4 years ago, I released 9 sea turtles in China. In Zhanjiang, by accident, because some of those fishermen, they're forbidden items. You're not allowed to catch sea turtles, but some people caught them illegally. And when I was in the market, I was going 3-4 o'clock in the morning in the wholesale market. I was trying to save fish. I bought sharks, all kinds of fish, without them noticing me. I'm a monk, so I was walking around and I shot for live animals, those animals that are ready to be killed. Sharks, small turtles, sea salmons, all kinds, hundreds of varieties, starfish. And I bought them up, and then when I was buying, there was a guy who walked up to me and whispered in my ears, "Hey, do you want sea turtles?" Oh, I said, "Oh, sea turtles? Yeah, fine. Where are they?" "Only you can come with me. All your companions, they can't come." So I went, I followed him about half a mile from the wholesale market. There was a stone house, and that's where they store the sea turtles. They sold sea turtles to restaurants to be slaughtered for food. So I went in there and I saw this turtle that big, probably about 500 years, at least a longevity of 500 years. And I bought 9 sea turtles, and then we went out to the sea to release them in the open ocean. And these sea turtles, when we put them on the deck, ready to be released, they could feel it. Originally, they shrunk their heads and tails and legs, but when we put them out on the deck, they smell the breeze, the sea breeze, and all their hairs stuck up. And they were not afraid of us anymore. And we can feel that sea turtles are so happy. And so we perform ceremony, and 3 guys, it takes 3 guys to hold a sea turtle. I don't know how many pounds, probably about 200 pounds, and throw them back to the sea. And some of them swam back and looked at us, and then they went out. They went away. Oh, they went away fast after looking back at us. So they know, they sense us. Otherwise, if we didn't release them, they would be killed for food. So I'll be away. When Lee came back, I'll be away on the 28th for another month, going to China, to Hong Kong, for another round of release of sea animals. And these days you can't release land animals because they raise them in the farm. Skunks, fox, all kinds of, they ate animals, and wild animals. And the consumption is so high that they breed them in a farm. So if you release those farm animals, supposed to be in the wild, they couldn't survive because they've been fed regularly. And if you release them back, they can't survive. So the only birds also. Birds nowadays, in the old days, you can release them and they fly back to the wood. And now if you release them, they were being raised by farm, and they raise them, they can't survive. So, talking about releasing sea animals, you see, I can never finish right mindfulness when I talk about other things. I can't finish. But anyway, it's good. We take our time. There was a story like this, and some people said, there's so many animals being slaughtered, so many animals, sea animals slaughtered for food, and even if you release them, it doesn't make any difference, because how many can you release? They kill billions every day. Fish, or chickens, pigs, ducks, turkeys, they kill all of them. They kill many every day. And I read a story which is very meaningful, and I'm going to tell you this story before we go to the cafeteria. There was an old man who always went to the beach, and one day he was sitting at the beach, a sandy beach, and he saw a boy, 11-year-old boy, and he thought that the boy was dancing on the sandy beach, but that boy was not dancing. That boy was throwing starfish back onto the sea on a mile of sandy beach, and that boy was picking up the starfish and throwing back to the sea. Starfish, you know starfish? There's many, many starfish on the beach being rushed up by the waves on shore. And then the old man, interestingly, went up and said, "Hey, what are you doing there? I'm throwing back these starfish to let them, otherwise they will be killed. Because when the sun comes out and they are still on the sand, they would dry up and they would die, because the waves washed them ashore." And the boy said, I like starfish, and I like to throw them back to the sea so that they can live. And the old man said, "You're doing something that is futile. You're doing something that is useless. Why? Because so many starfish, a mile of sandy beach, and you're only throwing, how many can you throw? You throw for the whole day, and it won't make any difference. They'll be all dead anyway, so every day it doesn't make any difference." The boy was listening, but the boy was picking up another starfish and look at the starfish, and he started to throw them back to the sea, and he said, "Yes, this one makes a difference. To the starfish, it makes a difference." Throw it back. You know what it means? To the starfish, it's life and death. To you, you think that there's millions of starfish. Does not make any difference which one is alive, which one is dead. But the boy is really a philosopher. He said, to the starfish itself, it makes a difference. It's life and death for him. If it is life and death for you, would you prefer to be safe? It's not your life. When we're considering others' life, we're not considering from a perspective of your own life. What if you are the starfish? You are a small effort of throwing back to the sea make a big difference to the starfish, because it's not your life. You don't care. When it comes to caring about your own life, sure, that makes a difference to you. So when people say, "Reverend Guan Cheng, you released fish back to the sea," makes no difference. We're killing billions every day. It makes a difference to every one of those little fish. It makes a difference. That's his life. It makes a difference. So it does not matter how much I do, how much all these people do. There are other people who like to save animals. So we've been talking about the Noble Eightfold Paths for a couple of months now, and I think we should be coming to the end of the lecture. And then after the Eightfold Path, hopefully we can start with the Diamond Sutra. A lot of people have heard about the Diamond Sutra. Then we can start with it, but in the Diamond Sutra, we will attempt just a general outline talk on the Diamond Sutra, because the Diamond Sutra is quite long, and it takes maybe a year to finish it, but we plan not to take a year. We just do a general outline. But for now, we have covered the Eightfold Path, we have covered quite a bit. Maybe just do a very general review. What are these Eightfold Paths? It's right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right efforts, right mindfulness, and right concentration. So the Buddha said these are the Eightfold Paths that practitioner of enlightenment will be treading on to become sages. This is a saintly path. Now, what is right view? Right view is the view based on the understanding of the Four Noble Truths. What are the Four Noble Truths? We should know what a Four Noble Truth is. This is a very basic concept of what the Buddha taught us. Suffering, causes of suffering, cessation of suffering, and method leading to the cessation of suffering. This is a very basic concept. The other day, I was lecturing in the lecture hall in the cafeteria, and we discussed the concept of suffering. And there was this one lady, a very young lady, maybe 23, 24, and because suffering, almost during the lecture, almost everybody know life it's suffering. Of course, we didn't deal with it in detail as to why life is suffering. So we take it for granted that everybody know, and then I just finalized it with one final question. I said, anybody who does not agree, and she raised her hand and said, I don't agree. Life is not suffering. Life is happiness. It's not suffering to me. And I think you're all wrong. You're very pessimistic, very negative, and I don't like it. Well, it is surprising because everybody in the lecture room knows about suffering, and we take it for granted that we don't have to deal with it in detail. And I was trying to make it very brief in my explanation. The more I try to make it brief to convince her, the more she object to it. She stood up again and said, no, life is not suffering. And she ended up leaving with unhappiness. So there was one lady who said, are you happy now when you're leaving? Of course, there's suffering, suffering again. But anyway, suffering, I don't blame the lady later for it, when on second thought. I only blame myself. Why? Because, first of all, I shouldn't have instigated such a basic concept, because I presume naively that everybody know about suffering in the class, because these people have been in the class for a long time, and I didn't realize there was one first-time comer. And to a young lady who is in courtship, there was a boyfriend by the side, and who maybe she's been brought up in a rosy garden. She hadn't had any suffering before. The parents provide everything, schooling and taken care of, and if the family is quite well-to-do, driving a nice car and living in a nice house, maybe going to a nice school, and now being 21, 22 in courtship with a boyfriend. What is suffering? Who cares? There's no suffering. Well, she hasn't experienced suffering. She hasn't experienced any death in the family. As a matter of fact, maybe I think later we'll find out, maybe she hasn't experienced any death among friends either. So there's no death. And I think when the boyfriend was leaving with her, the boyfriend made a comment. And it was naive, but it was meaningful. He said, yeah, sickness is suffering. I was sick in the hospital, but when somebody visited me, I feel happy. So I'm happy. Somebody visited me, I feel happy. How come you say it is suffering? It's true when somebody visits you and you feel happy for that short little time. And so sometimes it's very difficult to convince people if they don't have experienced about it. So let's get back to this Four Noble Truths. The Buddha laid out the Four Noble Truths to us. And this, he said, truths. What are these truths? World is a world of suffering. Of course we have happiness. Sometimes we're happy. How can you say we're suffering all the time? But ultimately, when you analyze the world in detail, you will know that it's imperfect. Imperfection. Look at yourself, look at ourselves. We've gone through, we'll be going through, we've been given birth, with sickness, birth is suffering, sickness is suffering, aging is suffering. This is especially true for senior people. If you are young, if you're very young, you don't know the suffering of being old. It's like a machine. When you're a new car, unless it's a defective car right out from the factory, if it is a normal car, you can drive it for a number of years, no problem with it. You're under warranty. And as time goes on, after 15 years, 16 years, the car would not work anymore. Problems everywhere, in the carburetor, in the brake, or almost every part of it has problem. You're not under warranty too. No more warranty to you. You're on your own. The body is like that. When you're getting old, problems come out. Some people may not have the time to get old. It just breaks down. Have you heard of young people who died of sickness, accidents? Athletic people. I know athletic people who jog every day, who specialize good at almost many sports, and all of a sudden he contracted a terminal disease and he dies. And before he dies, he suffered emotionally. A sports guy. And how come he dies? And not only he suffered, his relatives, his friends, all agonize for him. Yeah, that's not suffering? Isn't that suffering? So sickness is suffering, aging is suffering, death is, of course. Who can escape death? And then the lady said, yeah, everybody dies, so what? Everybody dies, everybody gets old, everybody gets sick. I don't find that suffering at all. Well, in my mind, I said, the time will come when you will suffer. And then the time will come when you think about suffering and say, oh, the monk is right, life is suffering. Some people have to wait until they suffer, then they know. When people tell you, don't go to that direction, it's a direction of misery. And you say, how do I know? I got to go through it to find out. They really have to go through the misery to find out what is misery. Only the wise people, they know, oh yeah, that's a cliff in there. I shouldn't walk in there. But some people, they just don't listen to you. They just walk in there and some of them fall. The lucky ones, they may get hurt and come back to you and they say, oh yeah, I know, I learned the hard way. So suffering, unable to satisfy one's desires. There's always insatiable desires. You want to get an A, but you fail all the time in your course. You want to get into university, but you never get accepted. You want to get a better job, but you can't. You want to get good education, but somehow a lot of factors prevent you from getting one. You want to be born into a rich family, but unfortunately you were born in a poor family. You want to be born into a family where the parents are responsible, where the father is responsible, the mom is loving and compassionate. But unfortunately, you were born in a family where the father is a drunkard, is a wino. He beats you up, where the mom doesn't care. Isn't that suffering for the kid? And then the kid later has to be put in the foster home. I've seen a lot of that. I've heard a lot of that. If you are not one of them, you don't feel suffering at all, because it doesn't happen to you. Only the compassionate ones, only people who are volunteers to these organizations, only people who are volunteers to help out people who suffered, they know what suffering is, even though they haven't gone through it. So I always suggest people to go to work as volunteers in different charitable organizations, hospitals, hospice care, and homes for sick children, home for the elderly. Be volunteers in prison camps too. Can you go there? When I was in Hong Kong last trip, I heard that my tapes were being played in prisons. My lectures, occasionally, they played it in the cafeteria in prisons. And the prisoners listened to tapes, about Buddhism. And they told me that arrangement that I can make to go to prisons to lecture to them. I like it. And they're longing for information. They're longing for people who tell them what they should do, tell them what is right, what is wrong, to tell them, is there any hope in life, is there any more opportunity outside, or what they should do to be happier. Prisoners. Some of them become prisoners not from birth. It's because of environments, coincidences that make them become prisoners. Broken homes, drunken father, irresponsible moms. That's suffering. So, talk about suffering. That lady should really come to our lecture. She doesn't have the causality to listen more. So that's why I said I blame myself, because sometimes I said I shouldn't have instigated it so that she can listen more without departing in the middle of the lecture. Now she has to wait through, she experienced suffering to find out. So how lucky we are. If we can listen to something wise, listen to something that's good for your spiritual life, wouldn't that be, is that a coincidence? No, that's not a coincidence. You build up the factors to come here. Causality, the next concept is causation. The fact that you are here today is not out of coincidence. There's many, many reasons, many causes that make you coming here, that make you become interested in the spirituality of life. You want to find out more about life. Not just cutting your sirloin, New York pork chop, steak, lobsters, oysters, drink your whiskey and brandy, go on holidays, watch late shows, fooling around, partying, talking on phones. Not just that. Is life just that? Find out the spirituality of life, something higher. Why am I in this world? Where am I going after I die? Why do I come to this world? What's the reason for me coming to this world at all? And then go through this 100 years of my life, and then finally I have to go. Where will I go from here? Do we have to find out more about these things? The Buddha found out, and he told us everything. Do you care to find out about what the Buddha discovered? Or you just want to find out how much you make in your job, You should have a promotion. It's not fair for the boss to pay you that much. You should have more. Your colleagues are not treating you fairly. You have a lot of enemies. You hate them. Discrimination, jealousy, hatred, greediness. Isn't that what we got in the society most of the time? I'm not negative. They are good ones. They're good people. Not just the negative people. They're good people. I can count a lot of good people in here. But what's the proportion of good people? Why? Another question is, why are some people good and some people bad? Why do I have to encounter meeting these bad people? Can I meet all good people? Can I have good people surrounding me without bad guys? And then we find out more and more and we know karma. Karma. What is karma? So, let's get back to Four Noble Truths. Suffering. Aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering. Agonizing on the death of your beloved ones, your friends, is suffering. Unable to satisfy your desire, your needs, is suffering. There's always something you can't satisfy. Living with hated ones is suffering. Your interaction with people you don't like. This is just the individual perspective of suffering in you. But how about the broad perspective? Unforeseen earthquake, tsunami. How many people die in earthquake? Thousands. Did they suffer or they should be doomed for it? They deserve it? Why do people suffer in natural disasters? Many natural disasters. How about international wars? Human killing each other. For what? Let's start with the family. How come we have family stripes, disputes, crimes, murders, rapes? Societies. How come societies have all these things? Discriminations, jealousy, hatred. How come we wage wars? First World War, Second World War, millions and millions of victims. What's the motive? Why did humans kill each other? Why did humans kill animals? 4,200 billion domesticated animals get killed every year, according to statistics. My statistics may be wrong, but you can find out from some internet websites. And every day, how many animals humans are killing for food, for fur? What do we do to the environments? What do we do to the environments of other countries? More developed countries have all the products manufactured abroad in other countries, making pollution in other countries so as their countries can be free from pollution. Isn't that selfishness? Well, what are all these things? Are we not going to talk about and research deeply into this? Are they not suffering? Well, if we talk about suffering, we can talk and analyze in detail. Suffering starting from the individual. Suffering physically, suffering emotionally. We don't just have physical suffering, How about emotional suffering? How many people suffer from depression? How many people suffer from anxieties, disappointment? How many people they can't control themselves and committing suicide? I'm not being negative. They're good people. They're good lives. The people who are compassionate, the good organizations, of course they're the wise ones. They're the ones who help others. But how about the proportion? Can we make everybody a little bit more perfect? What did the Buddha say about this? How do we purify the world? So, suffering. The Buddha said, yes, we have suffering. We analyze the world and we know there's suffering, but that's not enough. We have to find out why. So there's causes of suffering. And I'm not going to deal with it in detail, otherwise I can't finish it today. Causes of suffering. And then the Buddha said, there's a way to end this suffering, cessation of suffering. The Buddha said, once you know the causes of suffering, then we can end it. We have methods to stop this suffering. So there's methods for the cessation of suffering. So these are the Four Noble Truths. So it works, it analyzes the world from being negative to being very positive. Yes, we have suffering, but we're going to improve. We're going to find out why. We're going to resolve the problem. We're going to stop it. When you stopped it, we don't have any suffering anymore. Isn't that working from negative to being as positive as possible? So if you just listen to suffering and you leave, you haven't got the whole picture. You have to have the patience to sit down and listen more about it. Unfortunately, causality does not make it happen to that lady. She just left. She didn't have any patience to listen more. I had a similar incident before in this hall. The only difference is that guy slammed the door and this lady didn't. When he went out, he just slammed the door. This lady didn't slam the door, fortunately. So, right view, you should know about Four Noble Truths, causation, impermanence, karma, and insubstantiality of existence of the ego. How about right thought? Renunciation of craving, because we have craving and desires and greediness, hatred and ignorance. We renunciate them. Renunciation of attachment to the five skandhas. What are the five skandhas? Matter or form, matter, perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. We need to study these things, these concepts. And then you have right speech, avoidance of lying, cursing, tattletelling, flattery, frivolous talks, the karma that's been created from our mouth. A lot of karma created by each individual, us. Right action, restraint from killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, and misuses of the senses. Right livelihood, avoidance of professions that are harmful to sentient beings, such as slaughterer, hunter, a dealer in weaponry and narcotics. All these are not right. We should abstain from doing it. So this right livelihood. Right efforts, application of diligence, perseverance, and consistencies to our practice. That's right efforts. Right mindfulness, ongoing mindfulness of the body, feeling, mind, and objects of thought. And I've been talking about right mindfulness, and I would like to, for the next 10 minutes before I call an end to this Dharma talk, I would like to finish right mindfulness. So, you know, right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right efforts, right mindfulness, and right concentration, the Eightfold Path. If you don't know about it, try to read it up in internet, in library, try to borrow a book and find out more about information. If this is the first time you listen to it. And next time I'll be talking on right concentration, and now I will be finishing up right mindfulness. And what is right mindfulness? We've been talking about in the last 2 lectures. Right mindfulness, basically, there's 4 foundations of mindfulness. And people here have heard about it, and we have already learned it, but it's good to regurgitate and talk a little bit more about it. It's contemplation. There's 4 contemplation, or the foundation of mindfulness. It's contemplation of the body, contemplation of feeling, contemplation of the mind, and contemplation of mental objects. In the Chinese language is 观身不净, 观受是苦, 观心无常, 观法无我. You have to know the foundations of mindfulness. Always be mindful of what you're doing. In this meditation that we have this morning, what do? We are mindful. Every second we are mindful, even in the walking. So when you're walking, when you are doing walking meditation, you don't browse around and think about other things. You just concentrate. I'm mindful of my walking movement. You don't label things and start to think about other things. You just be mindful of what you're doing. And when you're meditating, you're mindful of the breath, so you're always mindful. If you're mindful, your mind is under control, it's under your control. If you're not mindful, then it's not under your control. At least that monkey has to be leashed so that monkey won't do the wrong thing. Criminals, most of them, they don't have their mind under control. They get mad, and that's why they commit crime. When you're yelling, when you're shouting, when you're stealing, when you're committing sexual misconduct, you're not being mindful of your action. You don't know you did the wrong thing. Adultery, why did you do that? You're being unlawful, unloyal to your husband, to your wife, because you don't care. You don't have the concept of right and wrong. So you have to be mindful, ongoing mindfulness. So what is contemplation of the body? For people who always involve in sensual pleasure, who always have that, or have that idea of men and women in your mind all the time. Some people are like that. They indulge in that kind of thing. And then you have to apply this technique, contemplation of the body. The body is impure. But we attach to it. We love it so much. You love not only your own body, the body of others. And the body is impure. Why? Because the sutra says, now I would not go into detail of mindfulness. I just give you an outline. Otherwise today I can't finish. I want to go on to the Diamond Sutra. Plus, there's a lot of people here who already have studied the 4 foundations of mindfulness. The body is impure. There are methods to meditate on it. And I have already mentioned previously on the methods of contemplation of impurity. Remember the mindfulness at the in and out breathing, the 4-fold posture, mindfulness and complete awareness, contemplation on the impurity of the body, contemplation on the 4 elements, and contemplation on the 9 channel grounds. People here have already learned it, so they should know. And if you don't know, you review your notes. The body is impure with 36 parts. When you analyze the body, hair of the body, hair of the head, nails, teeth, skin, flesh, bones, marrow, kidneys, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, blood, feces, bile, pus, sweat, tears, urine. You analyze physically the body is impure. You think it is pure, but it's impure. It's just like a bag with openings. On the one end, you put food in. On the other hand, on the other end, the food comes out as already assimilated remains of food. And you do that every day. It's impure. The body is impure. So contemplation of the body, it includes mindfulness of inhalation and exhalation, as bodily posture, walking, standing, sitting, and lying. That's why we also have walking meditation. Clarity of the mind during all activities, contemplation of the 32 parts of the body as impure, analysis of the body elements as solidity, fluidity, heat, and motion, the 4 elements. We all learned that already. Through this, the practitioner's conception of a unitary permanent self disappears. Your attachment to indulgence in sensual pleasure disappeared. It's because of your attachment to sensual or sexual pleasures that you involve in sexual misconduct, involved in a lot of misdeeds, and you don't know about it. Next is contemplation of feeling. One recognizes feelings as pleasant, unpleasant, or indifferent. When you're meditating, in the Chinese language is Guan shou shi ku. When you're meditating, when a pleasant feeling comes up, oh, you know it's a pleasant feeling. The pleasant feeling sustain and remain, and then you know it's a pleasant feeling, you don't attach to the pleasant feeling disappeared. And when you're meditating, an unpleasant feeling comes up. I feel anxiety. All of a sudden, I have anxiety inside. I have disappointment. I have depression. I have an emotional upheaval in me. I think of my mom who passed away. I feel agonizing about it. I think of people who mistreated me, who abused me when I was a child, and I hated it. That hatred comes up in me. That hatred, that's an unpleasant feeling. When you're meditating, that hatred comes up. Oh, and let the hatred continue. No, that's an unpleasant feeling. I'm not attaching to it. I let it go. I let it go, and it disappeared. So in the process of meditation, this feeling comes up, you deal with it. If you train yourself in dealing with these kind of feelings, you won't be carried away by emotions. Why do you get emotions? Why you cry? Why do you get mad? Why you curse? Because you do not control your own feeling. You don't know how to. But when you're meditating, you train yourself in doing it. Now I get angry. I feel angry. I feel the pride. Somebody hurt my pride. I feel the prejudice, the pride and pride. Some people prejudice me. Some people discriminate me. Some people hurt me. And I hated it. Oh, this is a feeling of hatred. I shouldn't get involved with this hatred. I let it go. I let it go. I'm not being carried away by it. It won't help me. It won't help me. So you let it go, let it go, let it go. Oh, it's disappearing now. It's disappearing. Of course, it would come back again. But you keep on doing that. You keep on doing that, then you won't be involved, indulge in your own emotion. When you train yourself so much, it won't come back again. Oh, that hatred, it comes up. No, it won't come up. I don't get carried away by it. I let it go. When it comes up, I immediately let it go. There's no hatred. There's no anger. There's no jealousy. So every state of mind, so your mind is either greedy or ungreedy. Every state of mind, when it comes up, not just pleasant and unpleasant feeling or indifferent, it goes into detail now. Every state of mind when you're meditating, when it comes up, every thought comes up when you're meditating, then you noted it. You note it. Oh, here comes a thought. Here comes a thought of jealousy. You take note of it. You don't let it influence you. Contemplation of every state of the mind when you're meditating. You're being mindful of it. You get it under control. That monkey is under control. That does not mean that when you let all these emotions go, that does not mean that you are being negative. You are a coward. I'm going to beat up that guy because he hurt me. That is using retaliation, using violence against violence. That is exactly what most people committed in wars. They use violence against violence. If you use compassion, your whole heart is full of compassion. There's no violence. There's no violence in you internally. The heat of compassion dissolves the snow of hatred. No more snow. When the sun comes out, no more snow. It's all melted away. The power of the heat, the power of the sun dissolves all the hatred. That's more powerful than using hatred against hatred, wars against wars. So, contemplation of the mind, every state of the mind, you keep note of it. You watched it. That's what we call in Zen, watch your mind. The meditators always say, hey, did you watch your mind? Watch your mind. Every state of the mind, you watched it. Actually, it's very, very enjoyable when you watch your own every state of the mind. And sometimes people ask, why are some monks who meditators, they feel happy all the time? Because they got all the state of mind under control. When people get mad, they don't get mad, they just say, oh, you get mad? They don't feel that you should get mad. Because they, when they note every state of the mind, the negative state of the mind, when they get note of that, they get it under control, they turn the negativism of the mind into positive. Everything is compassion, everything is kindness, everything is loving kindness, everything is for the people. No more hatred, no more hardship for yourself. If we know that, you're free from suffering. You can only be free from suffering when your mind is free. You can never stop suffering of yourself or others when the mind is not free. Liberate the mind from suffering. Not liberating your emotions. Liberating your emotions would hurt somebody. You curse, you fight, you yell. You hurt yourself when you hurt somebody. But if you liberate your mind, none of those, no more. That's the power of the sun. Not the power of the heater to blow heat at snow. You can only dissolve part of it. The power of the sun dissolves every particle of the snow. So this contemplation of the mind. The mind is all powerful, you know. The power of the mind is in you. A lot of people ask. In some other religions, they pay a lot of attention to charity work. They build hospitals, they build homes, they build schools. And it seems that in Buddhism, they don't do that extensively. How come? But we should know, building a hospital, it's just like you save one lifetime. Somebody gets sick, you build a hospital to nurture him or her until she recovers again. You're only saving the physical life of one physical life. But the Buddha said, our life is not just one discrete unit, the present life. It's a continuation. So we should be aiming at saving the infinity of life, the ultimate life. It's just like when you're helping a country of poor people, you always supply the provisions, supply food, supply money, supply all kinds of things to help that particular life. But you can't continuously help like that. You have to find out, why did the country get poor? because they didn't have universal education in the country. You correct the country's poverty by getting to the reason, the cost of it. Get the education to that country so that they don't have to depend on you to save just one life. The life of wisdom, that's the most important. The life of infinity. So we should be saving, the Buddha saved the infinity of life. The Buddha saved your life so that you don't have to go through reincarnation again. What's the use of helping you just one life? You go into the loop of reincarnation, helping you in another life, helping you in the third life, fourth life, fifth life. The Buddha lifted your life from reincarnation and put you in infinity. No more reincarnations, no more physical life. Isn't that more important? It's just like when you improve the poverty of a country, give everybody the education. Not just giving them rice, wheat every month. You won't save them permanently. Get to the crux of the problem. Contemplation of mental objects is basically Guan Fa Wu Wo. There's no ego. You think you have a self. But if your contemplation of phenomena, if you know how to contemplate on it, finally you find out that there's no ego. We're attached to the ego, but there isn't any ego. Insubstantiality of the self. It's because of the attachment to ego that we're involved with many, many mental defilements. So mindfulness deals with all these things about your mind. Your mind. Do you care about your own mind? So, at the beginning of the session I said, for those who come here to listen to what the Buddha taught, I'm just a recorder repeating what is in Buddhism. Anyone who listened to the Buddha's teaching, they must be blessed because it contains a lot of wisdom in it about how to improve life of yourself, of your mind, and improve others. Not about blind faith to the Buddha, not about just worshipping Buddha, not about that. About how to improve yourself, how to analyze yourself, how to know your own mind, how to achieve happiness. Not just the one life happiness that lady was talking about, not just one period happiness, about permanent happiness, about getting away from reincarnation, getting away from poverty, liberate your mind, not just live this one lifetime, one discrete life. Lift yourself, liberate yourself, emancipate yourself from poverty, emancipate yourself from suffering. Only you yourself can do it. Buddha can only suggest to you what to do. You have to tread the path, the Eightfold Path. You have to walk the paths yourself. Nobody can. You yourself, you have to walk the path yourself. And today we're going to talk about the right concentration. There are three foundations of Buddhism. Sila, which is morality. Sila is a name, a Sanskrit name for morality. Samadhi, concentration. Prajna, wisdom. So morality, concentration, and wisdom. These are the three foundations, the three pillars of Buddhism. And if we fit the Noble Eightfold Path into the three foundations, morality or sila would include right action, right speech, and right livelihood. Concentration includes right mindfulness and right concentration. And then wisdom, prajna, it contains right view, right intention. And of course, right efforts will apply to every one of this. Right efforts will apply to morality, to wisdom, and the concentration. So we already have talked about all these, the 7 Eightfold Paths in details. Now we're going to finish with the right concentration. Concentration is not attained all at once, but it's developed in stages. Like this morning we'll be meditation. It's being developed in stages, and but if you want to divide it into the number of stages, approximately it is divided into 8 levels, each marked by greater depth, purity, and subtlety than its predecessor. So in other words, you go step by step and you have 8 levels. We'll finish with the 8 levels today. So when we first start to meditate, what do? You learn about meditation, you heard about meditation, and you come for meditation, somebody told you the postures, the 3 A's of meditation. Initially, people have to show you how to do it. The 3 A's, what are these 3 A's? The 3 adjustments. First one is adjustment to posture. How do you sit? How do you cross the leg? How do your body upright? And all these postures you have to pay attention to. So adjustment to posture, adjustment to breath, and adjustment to the mind. So 3 A's that we talk about all the time, almost every morning in the meditation. Before meditation, we'll talk about the 3 A's. So you know how to meditate initially. So you're completely relaxed. So meditation, no one can meditate without relaxation. You really have to relax yourself, let go of all your tension, let go of all your worries, your anxiety, your disappointment, your anger, your jealousy, all this emotional upheaval. You have to throw them away before you can meditate. So you have to completely relax yourself before meditation. The 3 A's help you to relax. So you have the intent for meditation, and as you meditate along, you achieve tranquility, serenity of mind. When we talk about the world that we live in, we have the 3 levels. Of course, people who come here for the first time, you may not know about it, if you haven't heard about it. The first level is the Kamadhatu level. Kamadhatu is a world with desires. We live in a world with desires. Variety of desires. World with sensuality. This is the first level, Kamadhatu. And then the second level is the Rupadhatu, which is a higher level than us. And some people call this level heavens. Rupadhatu, world with no desires, no more desires. We are the lower part, where we are sentient beings, we're living beings in the world with desires, all variety of desires. I am sure you know what those desires are. And we classify them, we analyze them already, so we don't want to go back to classification and analysis of desire. We work in the world with desires, and then there's the next higher level, Rupadhatu, world without desire. But that world still exists in form. It's made up of matter. We know all that. The smallest particle, we call an atom. An atom is divided into protons and electrons. It's a world of matter and form. The second level is world with matter and form, no more desire. We call it Rupadhatu. And then another level higher up is world without form. Just energy left. No form, no more form. There's a much higher level. So we have the Dharmadhatu, Rupadhatu, and Arupadhatu. We are at the lowest, at the bottom, with desires. So in the lower level of meditation, what levels we have. The highest level we achieve in the world with desire, Dhammadhatu, is samadhi laboring on the first jhana of Rupa Dhatu. Samadhi. Samadhi, you know samadhi, we call it meditation. Meditation laboring on the first jhana. The first jhana belongs to Rupa Dhatu. So the highest level we can go is samadhi laboring on the first jhana of Rupa Dhatu. And how do we achieve to that high level? Anapanasati and Satipatthana. We've been talking about that. People here know about it. We practice Anapanasati and Satipatthana. That's enough to take you already to the highest level of this world with desires. That's the samadhi, that we call that meditative state. We call it samadhi laboring on first jhana of Rupa Dhatu. Laboring on, it means you're almost close. You're close to the world without desire. And just to say a little bit more, what are these desires? This world with desires, we have desires for sex, for food, for sleep, for wealth, for reputation. And we have mental defilements like greediness, anger, ignorance, pride, doubt, self-view, extreme view, and egoistic feelings, jealousy, hatred, violence, you name them. All these are mental defilements in us. And this world with desire is the habitat for the 6 paths of reincarnation. Devas, humans, animals, ghosts, hells, and asuras. We've already gone through that. So, in this world, when we are practicing meditation, the first meditative state we usually experience as we meditate more and more and more, not just by one timing, just by one sitting you achieve tranquility. It's almost like impossible. Meditation is not a one-time deal. It's not that you read about a book, you heard a tape, you saw a DVD, and that's how you meditate, and that's it. No, it's a lifetime practice. So, as you meditate more and more and more, you gain more experience, and gradually you achieve that state of tranquility. Now, that is a mental state of quietude which comes and goes. Sometimes it comes and sometimes it goes. Sometimes you can't achieve tranquility at all. And entering, you start to enter into a quietude, and that is a sign of one's progress. You're progressing into jhana, or in the Sanskrit language is dhyana, but in Pali it's jhana. Jhana means absorption. You're going a higher level. You're not at Rupa Dhatu jhana yet. You haven't got to the first jhana. There's 8 jhanas. J-H-A-N-A, jhana. The absorption. Jhana is at a state of intensive serenity. You haven't got to the first jhana yet. The first jhana is not with this world. It's with the Rupa Dhatu world. So, if you are in tranquility, the danger lies in mistaking it for samadhi. You haven't got samadhi yet. Samadhi, it's a much higher level than tranquility. So, what do you practice to achieve samadhi? The practice of one-pointedness of mental attention using the anapanasati approach, slowly leading you to vipassana. You got to know what is samatha and vipassana. We've been talking a long time what is. If you don't know about it, you have to read up on it and check with the internet and get some meaning about it. Samatha and vipassana, these are the 2 most important techniques in meditation. As you use samatha and leading yourself into vipassana, then you gain the kamadhatu samadhi. Kamadhatu means world with desire. Samadhi. What is samadhi? A mental state of meditation. where the 5 hindrances are suppressed. A meditator has hindrances. Usually, we classify those hindrances into 5 hindrances, and maybe you should know about the 5 hindrances. The 5 hindrances: sensuality, anger, sloth and torpor, agitation and worry and doubt. Now, you overcome sensuality by contemplating on immaturity, impermanence, suffering and emptiness or non-self of both sense and sense objects. So that's how you overcome sensuality. You cannot achieve samadhi without overcoming your 5 hindrances. You always have that sensuality in mind. The need for fame, reputation, egoistic feeling, jealousy, hatred, anger, all these emotions, passions, this is sensuality. You need to overcome them in order to achieve samadhi. The next you have to overcome is anger. How do you overcome it? You contemplate on the anger itself and the objection of resentment, liberating the mind through compassion. You have to subdue your anger. You have to overcome it by compassion. And some people call it loving kindness. And sloth and torpor: sloth is laziness and sluggishness. Torpor is dullness of the mind. You have to dispel the thought that drowsiness is descending on you when you're meditating. You have to reflect and recite sutra and mantra and circumambulations, sitting meditation, walking meditation. You have to overcome your sloth and torpor, your laziness and sluggishness. In other words, you have to have the right effort. That's one of the 8 Noble Paths. Right effort. You have to be diligently working at it. It's a lot of work in meditation. It's hard work. It's not just relaxing in there like sleeping. I'm not sleeping, so I'm replacing sleeping with the meditation, and that doesn't work that way. And the third hindrance, it's agitation and worry. Agitation is inner turbulence in you. Worry arises in the form of repentance or remorse or guilt feeling for misdeeds. Agitation and worry. The fifth, its hindrance is doubt. There's always doubt in you. Oh, is this going to work? Am I doing it right? So you don't have that faith in you, and you don't have that consistency of mind in you. So once these 5 hindrances, to keep it very brief and simplify what I'm saying, if you can suppress these 5 hindrances, overcome them, you are achieving samadhi, laboring on the first jhana of Rupa Dhatu. So some people said, the Guru always tells me to watch my breath. And I've been doing it all the time. It's getting tedious. And I've been learning Anapanasati for 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. That's enough. This is enough to get you to very high level, not just this Dhammadhatu level. So the highest level in this Dhammadhatu world with matter and desire is samadhi, neighboring on first jhana. All right, so where are we going next? Next, we're going to Rupa Dhatu Samadhi. Now this is something that is higher level. So the meditator has suppressed all desires and experiences joy and bliss. As you meditate more and more and more, you have this rapture of joy and bliss in you. This tranquility and serenity of mind will bring you to that joy and bliss. What kind of joy? It's not the same joy as a temporal happiness. It's something that's beyond description. That kind of joy is so boundless. It's beyond words, beyond language. It's difficult to describe. You are overwhelmed with that kind of bliss and joy as you're leaving the Kamadatta Samadhi into the first jhana level. So, but you still have the mental activity of investigation and analysis. So you have, when you are in the first jhana level, now we're going to the first jhana now. We have 8 levels now. We're leaving the Kamadatta Samadhi now. We're going to the 8th level, the first jhana. In the first jhana, the meditators still have mental activity. You have investigation, analysis, joy, bliss, and one-pointedness of mind. You have these 5 characteristics in the first jhana level. Investigation and analysis. What is investigation and analysis? You're trying to find out how to meditate, how to get into insight. And you're doing your anapanasati, you're doing your samatha and vipassana. All these methods, these are investigation. This is insightful meditation. This is analysis. You still go through the analysis, the preliminary investigation and analysis, even at the first jhana level. But you already have joy and bliss and one-pointedness of mind. In other words, you have full concentration. You have one-pointedness of mind. Right now, we don't have one-pointedness of mind. When you're meditating, we are concentrating on the nose tip, breath in and breath out, and all of a sudden our thought gets carried away. Like a monkey. It goes everywhere. Our thought goes 24 hours, non-stop, goes everywhere. We're always thinking about something. It's not under your control. When you bring it back, then it's under your control. Say, I'm meditating now, and I want to concentrate on anapanasati, on my breath, my in-breath and out-breath. For the first 2 minutes, you're okay. The 3rd minute, you're dreaming away. You're thinking of other things, many, many other things. The monkeying mind has gone out. It's not under your control. It continued to go further and further and further. All of a sudden you said, oh, I'm meditating in here. What am I doing? I'm not concentrating on my breath, in breath and out breath. I'm going to bring back my thought. The teacher said we're going to bring back the thought to this nose tip. Then you're controlling it again. So there's a whole continuation of going away, coming back, out of your control and within your control. So you still have that. But right now, you have this one-pointedness of mind of this first jhana level. Is different now. When you sit, immediately you get that one-pointedness of mind. You're already in that concentration. Right now, we don't have that one-pointedness of mind. We only have samadhi. Sometimes we have tranquility. Sometimes we have serenity. It's off and on, off and on, off and on. So, you're looking for a teacher. You are your own teacher. You know whether you get that one-pointedness of mind. You don't have to look for 12 teachers to teach you meditation. Can you get that one-pointedness of mind? That's your teacher. That's your criteria for measuring your achievement. Can you get up to that one-pointedness of mind? If you can have that one-pointedness of mind, you will have that joy and bliss. You still have that investigation and analysis. And how do you know that you have that one-pointedness of mind? When you have that one-pointedness of mind, the concept of the notion of space and time disappeared. For example, I'm meditating now, and I want to get into meditation, and once I cross my leg, boom, I get into the one-pointedness of mind. It's 1 o'clock, I start to meditate, and I want to only meditate for half an hour. But I got in that one-pointedness of mind, and when I awake and arise, it's already 4 o'clock. I've been meditating for 3 hours. It seems just like 1 second, but I'm already in one-pointedness of mind. The time concept disappeared. The past disappeared, the present disappeared, the future disappeared. No more time confinement. We're under time confinement right now. Right now it's 10:45 45. We're always working on time. We're always under the confinement of time. We're the slave of time. We're also the slave of space. You're being confined in a space. You're under the control of time and space. But when you have that one-pointedness of mind, time and space, no more. You're free. You're liberated from time and space. Imagine, how do you feel when you are liberated from time and space? Have you been liberated from time and space before? No, so you better work hard. If you get that one-pointedness of mind, no more time confinement, no more space. How do you feel when there is no more space within that 3 hours meditation? And you're meditating in here, in a room, your own room, your sleeping room, your bedroom. You're meditating. You got into that one-pointedness of mind, and you feel that your mind is boundless like the universe. Your body is one with the universe. Your body is as boundless as space. It breaks space, no more space. How do you feel? That's how you feel. And some people said, is that Buddhism? No more time and space. I'm not interested in it. I'm only interested in how do I go to heaven? How do I enjoy happiness? I want this, I want that. You've been confined by time and space, and within time and space, you've been looking for wealth, reputation, temporary happiness, impermanent happiness, relationships, you name it. You've been looking for contemporary needs. You're not looking at the spirituality of life. That's the problem. You're only looking at the materiality of life, and you're satisfied with that. And we don't know how to tell you. Looking at the material side of life, you can never get happiness. Material won't give you happiness. Now, if you know that material won't give you happiness, why are you still seeking for it? Why are you still greedy for it? Don't you have to find out more about it? Go beyond materiality? Okay, then this is the first jhana level. And then as you practice more and more and more anapanasati, nothing else, anapanasati, then the meditator feels that his mental activity of investigation and analysis is an attachment, and he wants to let go of them. You go a higher level and I don't have to search for technique. I don't have to investigate all this. I don't have to find out what is Buddhism, what is Anapanasati, what is Satipatthana, and how about reading all these canons of Buddhism. You let go of your books, your tapes, your DVD. You let go of all that. Those are hindrances to you. You don't need them anymore. You let go of investigation and analysis. And you continue your practice, and gradually you become successful in detaching language, detaching notion, detaching logic, and attaining equanimity of mind. Equanimity is different from tranquility. Tranquility is just quietude. Equanimity, it's something that is serenity with joy and bliss, and with one-pointedness of mind. So when you are in a second jhana level, no more investigation, no more analysis, only joy, bliss, and one-pointedness of mind exist, and we call that equanimity. That's a higher level. No attachment to books, tapes, language, words, postures. You don't have to cross your leg. When you're walking, you already have that one-pointedness of mind. You always have that one-pointedness of mind, not just in sitting, not just in walking. And then you go a higher level now to the third jhana level, the meditator feels that joy is an attachment and he wants to let go of joy. Joy is it's a greediness. Isn't it a greediness? You're looking for joy. You're looking for happiness. If you're looking for joy, there's a problem in there. You're greedy. You're looking for something. There's nothing to be looking for. Don't look for anything. So, the meditator now feels that joy is an attachment and he wants to get rid of joy. Remember, in the second jhana level, you have joy, bliss, and then one-pointedness of mind. When you go on a higher level, you want to get rid of this joy. You want to get rid of another heavy coat on you. That coat of joy. Originally, you have 5 coats on top of your body. Investigation, the coat of investigation, the coat of analysis, the coat of joy, bliss, and one-pointedness of mind. Too heavy for you. You got 5 jackets on you. In the first jhana level, you got 5 jackets. In the second jhana level, you want to get rid of the first jacket, throw away your investigation jacket, throw away your analysis jacket. You still have 3 jackets. Now you want to throw away that jacket of joy. Throw it away. Let it go. Letting go. Gatte gatte bragatte brazam gatte buddhishwaha. Remember that? Gatte gatte. Let go, let go. Only by letting go can you get achievement of enlightenment. Only by letting go can you get nirvana. Only by letting go can you get happiness. You cannot be happy if you're always looking for something. It's when you're not looking for anything, happiness comes in. Do you know what I mean? When you're looking for something, you won't feel happy. There's nothing to be looking for. So at the third jhana level, the meditator maintains the consistent right thought to abandon joy. He wants to get rid of the joy. But the joy comes back. He wants to take off this jacket, but then he put it on again. So he always has to maintain that right thought. Don't let the joy of coat come back. Letting go of joy. And sometimes he loses the right thought, but he always brings it back again. Practicing like this, his bliss enhances and becomes extremely profound. The equanimity of the one-pointedness of mind continue. So right now at the third jhana level, no more joy, only bliss and one-pointedness of mind. And then the meditator goes to fourth level, fourth jhana. The meditator now feels that the profound bliss is an attachment. Even that bliss, that coat of bliss is an attachment. He wants to get it off and throw it away. We don't want that. Letting go of that coat of bliss. So is the anapanasati, which should be abandoned. So at the fourth jhana level, this anapanasati, you throw it away. No more. No more watching the in and out breath. Let go. You are still attaching to your in and out breath. At the fourth jhana level, throw away your coat of anapanasati. Remember, when you put on your coat of anapanasati, you know that one day you're going to let go of it. It's just a method to help you to achieve that equanimity of mind. So even that posture, that anapanasati, should be let go. Then he continues to practice, and finally he detached both. He detached both bliss, even profound bliss, and he detached that anapanasati. The only remnant is that equanimity of mind. It is now ready for arupa dhatu jhana. So at the Rupa Dhatu Samadhi, the highest level, is the fourth level. The fourth level is the higher level. So you can use Anapanasati up to the fourth level. You know at which level Buddha attained enlightenment, nirvana? Do you know at which level, according to Sutra, Sakyamuni Buddha attained complete nirvana? At the fourth level, when he got rid of this Anapanasati. So the fourth level is enough to make you the Buddha. But again, of course, everyone's experience is different. Sakyamuni Buddha already have accumulated millions of lives of meditation experiences, and he got his nirvana at the fourth level. But for some people, he may have to practice a little bit more in the Arupa Dhatu to go another higher level, the fifth level. But the Sakyamuni Buddha got nirvana at the fourth level. Assuming that we still have to go to the fifth level. Now, let's talk about the fifth level. When you are going to the fifth level, you are leaving the world with form and desire. You are going into the world without form, just consciousness left. Imagine the world sentient beings are living in have three dimensions. World with desires and form. Right now, form, this is form, protons, electrons, form. You can feel it, you can touch it. World with form and desires. Everybody has desire. If you don't have desires, you wouldn't have come to this world. You would be in Rupa Dhatu. You have desires. That's why you reincarnate. We have desires. That's why we're reincarnating. We carry our karma to this world because we have desires. Only people, only sentient beings without desires, they don't reincarnate in this world. This is a world of suffering, you know. Of course, sometimes we have happiness, but happiness is impermanent. Happiness is fleeting, temporary. It's not ultimate. This world is a world of suffering. There's no denying about this fact. When death is confronting you, how can you be happy? Sickness, aging. All right, now, when you leave the fourth level, you don't have the Anapanasati anymore. So for people who get sick with Anapanasati, let me tell you, have you got to the fourth level? It's enough to bring us to the fourth level. Okay, when you get to the fifth level, you're leaving the world with matter and going to the world without form, without matter, and the world of consciousness. So in other words, if you're at the fifth level, you want to let go of your body. Your body is a burden. Your body, my body, anything that it's matter is a burden. Do you know that you are carrying a burden all your life? I always compare your body to an apartment. You carry this apartment with you, this apartment, and this body can be sick, it's aging, it's sick, it has a lot of problems, emotional problems, physical problems. We have problems because we have form. So this meditator, he meditates, I don't want this form anymore. I already have gotten rid of my coats of joy, bliss, and all this other investigation analysis. I want to get rid of this body. This is a burden. So he wants to get rid of this body. How do we do it? He contemplates every cell of the body is space. Every pore of this, every space in our body, it's space. Every cell is space. So when you contemplate more and more and more, then your whole body becomes a space. Now this seems to be very mystical. This seems to be quite beyond description. How can you do that? Now, the whole body is space, becomes a boundless space. And we call it the jhana of boundless space. And then you go on to the sixth jhana level, In the sixth jhana, you don't contemplate on space anymore. You contemplate on consciousness. So this consciousness has 3 time dimensions, past, present, and future, whose immensity is timeless. So if the meditator becomes successful in contemplation on boundless consciousness, then you get into the 7th jhana level. The 7th jhana level is jhana of pure emptiness. When you at the 5th level, your object of concentration is space. When you're at the 6th jhana level, your object of concentration is consciousness. You still have an object. You still have that object, which is wrong. You still have an object. You're still looking for an object. You still have the object and the subject. Whenever there is the object, there is a subject. Whenever you have a subject, you still have the ego, the I, the identity in you. No more subject. So the meditator says, I want to contemplate on emptiness. I don't need an object. Right now, the Anapanasati, you need an object. You need an object of concentration, but you want to get rid of the object. You only contemplate on emptiness. So that's the 7th jhana level, jhana of pure emptiness. And then you go on and on and on. After a number of years, the meditator feels that contemplating on space and consciousness pertains to still having consciousness. Remember, at the 5th and 6th level, you contemplate on space and consciousness. You still have consciousness, you still have a thought. Space and consciousness, you still have a thought. While contemplating on emptiness, which is the 7th level, you still have the no thought. You still have, on the 5th and 6th, you have thought. On the 7th, you have no thought. Right now, you want to relinquish both consciousness and non-consciousness. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Thought and no thought. You have thought and no thought. You don't want to have thought and no thought. No thought is, some people say, I have no thought. How can I have no thought on, how can I eliminate no thought? No thought, there's nothing in there. What do I have to eliminate? No thought is a thought. And it becomes successful in it. That's the jhana beyond consciousness and non-consciousness. Now that is the highest form in arupadhatu, in the jhana without form. If you go another level up, a much higher level now, that is called the Nirodha Samapatti of the Arahats and Pratyeka Buddhas. The meditator is still in the plane of existence if you are in the 8th level. But if you continue to meditate and meditate, you're out from samsara. You're out from the 3 dimensions of what we call the 3 worlds. The Arahat achieved that. We call it the Nirodha or Nirvana. Nirodha Samapatti. You're out from reincarnation. No more life and death. You're out from samsara. The Theravada, if the Theravada becomes 100% successful, he becomes the Arahat. If he becomes the Arahat, no more life and death. No more. You, me, we are in life and death. And we don't know this, we don't realize the suffering of life and death. We just don't know. We thought every day we go for a job, and every day we eat a breakfast, every day we live, and what are you talking about? Arahats. I just live my day and that's it. When I die, I die. Well, that's you, that's me. That's the unintelligent, that's sentient being. The Arahat is already out from all this. The wisdom level is different. People of no wisdom, they're only satisfied at what they see. When you talk to a kindergarten, you talk about calculus, atom and space, the kindergarten would not know what you're talking about. The kindergarten, they don't understand. The PhD students talking to a kindergarten, the kindergarten is satisfied with 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. And the kindergarten is only satisfied with candies and cookies. What else can you say? And the Buddha has got out from life and death. We are kindergartens, we're still in it. And the Buddha said, you can be out from life and death. Listen to what I have to say. Follow this method. You can be out from life and death, out from suffering. You've been reincarnating